Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the fourth part of What If Badass Deku Becomes Ronin. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He stepped up out of the sewers, checked which room he was in, and left the bathroom. He folded his costume and tucked it away, clipped his guns in, and closed the sliding door. Midoriya could do most of this in the dark, but the new costume threw him for a bit of a loop since it needed new spaces. He might have to expand his storage if he kept building things, but he didn't intend to build anything else for a good while. He grabbed his bag and shipped out. It was getting brighter and brighter every night, with summer vacation just around the corner. He could pick up the hunting more, and with more hunting, more criminals would be bagged. If he could just get enough of them, he could finally make a dent in the crime rate. He just didn't have enough time to balance being Ronin, keeping his weapons and body in good condition while taking down criminals, and be Midoriya, a good schoolboy and overall sucker. Summer would allow him to drop Midoriya and put in more active hours as Ronin, from just not having to go to school to being able to stay out later. If he just fought for long enough, if he could just get enough people, maybe then he'd start to make a change. Maybe he'd think about the moral crisis later, but he'd try to find a solution now and panic later. Midoriya checked through his usual routine as he returned home, his thoughts in other places. He moved on autopilot down the now empty streets, their gangsters beaten and arrested. He climbed the steps to his apartment, waved hi to his mom automatically, and went to his room to finish up. He started his stretches and didn't notice the doorbell had rung until his mom said someone was here for him. He adjusted himself, made sure he didn't look too bad, and went into the living room. His mom was in the kitchen and talking to the guest, who he couldn't see clearly from where he came from. He smiled at his mom, then turned to look at the guest. An old lady, older than his mom and very short. He couldn't initially figure out who she was. Wait, hello, young man. I don't believe we've formally met, but someone wanted this delivered to you and very insistent that I see it delivered myself. Recovery girl. Why was she here? So, Nezu had figured him out. He figured this was the part where he either got held ransom, or he gets arrested very soon. Ronin adjusted his stance, keeping a smile while preparing to bolt. Most people would be able to stop him if he ran along the ground with just enough people, so he'd need to leave from the top of the doorway, so he went over anyone waiting for him. My boss took an interest in you, unfortunately. Now, young man, he's not a bad person, mind you, he's just easily fixated. Ah, this tea is lovely, dearie. She flashed his mom a smile, then went back to dealing with Midoriya. He wants to meet you himself when you have a moment. He has all the details in here for you. She held up a packet, placing it on the table for him to look at later. Now I know this seems like a lot, but you don't have to listen to him. A few of his ideas are quite dangerous, so if you feel whatever he cooked up this time isn't for you, just let us know. All right, dearie. Ronin nodded, putting on a smile. All right, thanks MS. It's great to meet you again. And in my own home. He said that just to throw out why he wasn't asking for her signature. Midoriya had met tons of heroes in his fanboy days and had quite the collection still. Recovery girl smiled and did just a touch of small talk before leaving while Ronin grabbed the packet. Mother and son waved off the heroine, and he returned to his room with packet in hand. This thing would probably ruin all of his plans. Again, odds were he'd be leaving tonight and not coming home for a while. But before that, he needed to open the thing. If he was opening it in his own house though. He judged the distance out the window, but he had done this before. Doors got locked. Yamato came out, and using X/ he was outside in a new wardrobe. Back to an old office building he moved, then with a little bit of light, opened the packet on the countertop, sorting through the contents and picking up a small gray disc among the papers. He put it on the counter while he sorted through the other things. But instead, it turned on, making an image appear. Hello, Midoriya. Nezu waved hello, smiling widely. I'm coming to you as a recorded message. If you will look through the packet I've prepared, you can follow along with what I'm talking about. The document should be numbered, so following along shouldn't be too hard. Ronin sorted through each paper, noting the big numbers in the top right. That disc could have a tracker in it, but he did kind of want to see what this was all about, against his better judgment. Document 1A1D are the transferal documents, but first, I should explain myself. UA has a lot of students in its halls, but not all students have to arrive at the same time. Izuku Midoriya, I want you to transfer to UA. Alright, that was every shade of shady in the book. Ronin leaned back, trying to see what this was for. Probably to get him into an ambush. It was so obvious though. Maybe he overestimated Nezu if he thought this was a good plan. Ronin stalked the building as Nezu continued, making sure no one was coming in and picking a fight. You might have wondered why we'd pick a no-name student like you, but it was hard to hear Nezu from the next room. Excuse me, everything's all set up. correct? Can you just forward this to me later? I'll edit it myself. The next message is a little confidential, so I'm afraid you can't be here for it, and this one will be great practice for it. Yes, alright, I'll call you all in when I'm done. Midoriya couldn't help but peer in and see nothing. Nezu wasn't on camera, but he could hear him muttering and adjusting things. Hello, that's the volume. Sorry, it's been a while and all of this has been updated since I last messed with it. Nezu sat back down, smiling. Just you and I will see this part, Ronin. Sorry for the wait, but you know the protocol. It's that thing you made a career out of ignoring, remember? Haha, anyways, you're probably worried about something or the other, but I want to keep this secret between the two of us. I would throw some leverage to you, but you already have most of it. All might is weak, U.A.'s been working with an idiotic vigilante swinging a sword around, and villain crime rates are on the rise. Paper 2A. Nezu paused for a moment as Ronin read through the paper, showing all the things he did already know. Crime rates had mostly been on a slow uptick, and this paper just showed it in fancier terms. The main issue is the rise in hero injuries. Paper 2B. Some of this comes from people targeting heroes, like Sane did, but overall the level of danger on the job is rising. We don't just need more heroes, Ronin. We need better heroes. Nezu pumped his fist, speaking passionately. And you create better heroes. I want your help for a week, and in return, we'll let you borrow our labs again at a minimum. We can negotiate the details more if you come to UA. You still should have your pass, but I need to address the big point right now. How do you know I'm not going to go around telling everyone who you are? Nezu leaned forward, smiling. You don't. Now, dates I'm available for further discussion and more information are in the packet, so read it over and get back to me. Goodbye. The disc closed out, leaving Ronin anxious and annoyed. See Nezu. This is why I hate you. He went to sleep after that, but it wasn't his best night. He woke up early and shipped out, sleeping at his desk from how tired he'd been. He needed to get some sleep in, and after a night like that, his desk felt pretty comfy. He woke up with a blanket over him. Just a glance at Aiko, who threw him a thumbs up, let him know where it had come from. He replied in kind, folding the blanket up to return to her later. Then the tests came out and everyone went quiet, letting him focus on the work in front of him and how much he wanted to pass out at the same time. If this test was actually hard, he might have been in real trouble. Once again, Midoriya finished before anyone else. He turned in his work and left, then checked the clock on his way out. He'd been slower, but he still had plenty of time. He'd drop by UA and see what Nezu wanted, besides a sword through his smug face. He put on most of his kit, working out what the default Ronin equipment would be. No kanab, no shotgun, and no second sword. He never used the kanab, since it was so awkward and he never got a chance. Using it was like swatting flies with a sledgehammer, impractical and slow. He put everything away and donned the cloak and straw hat, then slashed through the ground, sinking through into the sewers. He didn't think his Parker had peaked yet, but he had to get even better at using his legs for Parker with a gun. The chance to immediately know how he could improve was welcome, wherever it came from. But, for now, he just moved through the sewers like a phantom, jumping into and through portals as fast as he could. He was starting to know what walls he could teleport straight through as a detour, and what walls he should go around. All in all, he was getting into UA even faster these days. He rose through the bathroom, stepping out with his cloak swaying around him. He didn't look to be in a good mood right now, keeping his left hand on his saya and ready to draw at a moment's notice. He ghosted along the halls, making students step back. He exuded so much force most people shriveled back. Wasn't this a hero school, supposed to be full of heroes? Not everyone in UA was becoming a hero, but these were just cowards. Pissed him right off. He moved quickly, silent as the grave and undisturbed. He figured someone would at least panic, or an alarm would go off. This was just sloppy. He moved through the halls and knocked on Nezu's door, waiting quietly. His thumb ran along the tsuba. The worry and lack of sleep put him on edge, and now he just wanted to tear into something to put the edge off. Just getting something, anything to hit. He was itching for a fight, and ready to snap at a moment's notice. Oh, you're here again, are you? He glanced down at the woman who was sent to drag him into this mess. Recovery girl. Figures, with how much Nezu likes you. You're not gonna beat up more of our students. That's not my goal. He didn't bother shifting, standing straight as he waited for Nezu. I don't try to beat up children, it's just what Nezu wants me to do. A shame. I was kind of hoping you were. It sounded like a weird thing to say, so Recovery Girl elaborated. Compared to the robots and other students, you're one of the safest challenges Nezu has used in years. No broken bones, no trauma, it was quite impressive. However, don't think I haven't noticed your poor health. She shook her cane at him, disappearing suddenly, then returning here. You seem to be underslept, and I haven't even used my quirk on you yet. Did you skip breakfast? It's the most important meal of the day, you know. How do you know that? This was a very strange thing to be hyper-aware of. He gave her his full attention now, Your snippy attitude, your slight slouch, mistakes the Ronin I've heard of would never make such stupid mistakes. He's a monster who terrorizes small-time gangs and punks, and puts the fear of God into delinquents, not some sloppy mess. Here, eat some candy, dear. It should give you some more energy. She handed him a few candies, which he looked over. Thank you, ma'am. I'll try to conduct myself a little better. He put the candies away since he wasn't wearing his disguise underneath right now. I wasn't aware I was so famous, but the gangs aren't small time. Anytime kidnapping is involved, it escalates past that quickly. Kidnapping. You're dealing with kidnapping here in Musutafu, or is that where you've been these last few days? Recovery girl seemed eager to gossip with him. That's dreadful, positively dreadful. Nezu might be a while, so sit and talk for a minute. Come on now. There seemed no debating it with her, especially when she reminded him of his mom, and how was he supposed to refuse his mom? He didn't go into much detail, just the bare outline of what happened leading up to yesterday's events. And now you have a gun. That was you who ran around blowing things up left and right. She clearly looked cross at him, but he still nodded anyway. It still needs fine-tuning, but it's getting closer to completion. It doesn't use bullets at all yet. I'm not sure it needs to. It should, in theory, be able to fire regular shells without any modification, but he wasn't sure of the barrel's integrity. I shouldn't use it as much though. It seems excessive to use on most people. It's definitely excessive. I saw the report, concussions and contusions everywhere. She shook her head and looked up at him. You do know the use of firearms is illegal, right? Are you trying to see how high your bounty can get? Technically, it's not a gun. Guns need bullets. There are no bullets, so there's no gun. Ronin thrived on technicalities, but Recovery Girl whacked him still the same. Yeah, I know what you mean. At least I know you think things through, even if for the worst. Still, human trafficking. And so close to UA. It's just not right. She'd probably be filing a report for it, giving him some much-needed help in taking down the gangs involved. It was definitely more than one gang behind this mess, and that wasn't including the people paying for the kidnappies. Human trafficking was a pretty big operation. Well, Recovery Girl, that's why we have heroes after all. Nezu laughed as he appeared. And what our mutual friend is here for. I knew you two would get along well. Ronin talked about precautions, restraint, and tactics to save people. It made sense that he'd get along well with one of the heroes with the highest saved count to her name. They had got along the best out of the teachers Ronin had interacted with, as one of the only ones openly admitting she was impressed with him. 13 had been the runner-up as admitting she thought Ronin had excellent control over and restraint with his quirk. All joy was gone. It was impressive how quickly Ronin could switch from calm and collected to murderous. Hey Ronin, sorry, I know you don't want to be here, but I really needed you. You're the only one who can help. Sort of. Aizawa's face was going to be priceless when he found out. He was already updating the camera systems. Maybe he could get a picture of Aizawa's face when he found out. Thanks for talking to him, Recovery Girl. She nodded and glared at Ronin. Remember to get sleep and eat. You might be your own man, but you need to take care of yourself. And thank you for the work on human trafficking. I'll make sure those people get saved. Good. Those people need a better sight than some idiot swinging a sword around when they're saved. And they need to be saved faster. Ronin bowed politely, then refocused on Nezu. All manners disappeared as he glared him down. Are we going into your office? What do you want? Yup, into the office we go. We'll talk about what I want in a minute, don't you worry. Nezu opened the door and ushered him inside. Ronin moved slowly and surely, his left hand fixed on his sword. Glad to see he had so much trust in the heroes. Ronin didn't sit down. That'd worsen his posture and slow him down if he needed to leave quickly. He kept his legs slightly bent over his center of gravity so he could move quickly, and ready to draw his sword to slice through anything Nezu made to capture him. What do you want? It didn't make sense that Nezu would reveal his identity to him without a reason. He'd either tell the police, tell the heroes, or try to arrest him himself. Nezu told him though, so he wanted something. So, I have a summer camp. Nezu said it like this was the final piece that would make it all make sense finally. It's for the first-year hero students. I want you to go along and teach. There will be heroes there, so it will be a secure and safe area even if you attack anyone, but most of the heroes there won't know who you are. Nezu just kept on going, talking like any of this was supposed to be appealing. It won't be in the city, and you'll get to hang out with some people your age. A quick snort, even if they don't know it. So why should I care? Ronin pushed the tsuba with his thumb, opening and closing his sword with just his thumb. All of that helps you. None of that helps me. If you want to release my information, don't bother with the stupid games. Hey, slow down. I'm just asking for a little bit of trust. Nezu held up his hands as he spoke, doing a motion with almost every sentence. I've trusted you so far, taking down bigger villains and entire gangs single-handed, and right now it sounds like you've got some more stuff going down. You took that trust and earned it, I'll admit. You're better than most heroes on the street, I'll admit that too. And I only got to find that out from a little bit of trust. He laughed, giving him a once-over. "I'm just asking for a little bit of that trust back. I'll compensate you for your time, but more importantly, Midoriya, Ronin, whoever you are." Nezu made sure they locked eyes now to deliver his point home. "You're a great hero, even if you're illegal. I want you to teach the first-year hero students like you taught Kaminari. I want you to help those students reach their full potential. I think you want to help people because otherwise, you wouldn't give advice to everyone you fight and put up with my antics." Nezu explained his thinking and even used his own annoyingness as a reason. At least he was self-aware. "It's illogical that you would come to UA and fight my students, that you would give tips on how to beat you to everyone who fights you, and recommend that more people learn martial arts. You don't want to teach at UA." Nezu shrugged, laughing. "Maybe you will someday, but for now, fine. But I want you to help my students become better heroes. What do you say? Aren't you a little confident in your salesmanship? How did you ever get a sponsor with that attitude?" It was true, at least, that Nezu had put a lot of trust in Ronin. If he killed anyone, the heroes who didn't stop him like Nezu would be the ones to suffer. Problem was, he didn't care enough about Nezu for that to matter. "I knew some guys. I figured the honest and upfront approach would work best with you." Nezu smiled, tapping a packet on his desk. "I have the information for the rest of the assignment here if you want. Food and board would be provided for you, and your identity wouldn't be at risk. Well, it won't if you're smart. I won't reveal your identity, whichever way you lean. I'll leave it up to you how you want to handle that." "So," Nezu cocked his head, holding the packet. "What do you say? If he took that packet, he'd be agreeing to go out for a week to babysit a bunch of idiots and be surrounded by fakes. His identity would be at risk. And for what? To make more people that could catch him? Damn straight. Now hand over the packet." He had another month before the training camp, and a time to come to UA. He'd be going with the class and teachers instead of arriving independently. Seemed a long way away, so that was fine. But, for that, Ronin would be training in some kind of forest. So first off he had to get used to fighting in a forest. He had to pick what he'd bring, too. 1 month to get one of his guns under control, and he knew the one he wanted to do and the one he'd probably do. Unfortunately, those were not the same gun. He'd have to seek out him to get advice on the final gun. It seemed to be missing some parts, but it was so old-fashioned it was hard to tell. He was pretty sure it was illegal, but he wouldn't be using it as intended. Mao could tell him where to get the final parts, if he really wanted to. Maybe it was better to just try and get them on his own. Ronin didn't really think about where he was going again, just moving quickly and teleporting around. He stopped at his favorite school club to check up on the gun parts he did have, sorting out what he could before assembling the piece and documenting the parts he knew he was missing. Might as well start trying to fix it, even if it only took a minute. More reason to knock it out. He finished adding it to the notes and changed outfits, grabbing his shotgun and flipping it by the lever with one hand. Took a lot of practice to get that good. Even at something that stupid, might as well get a little more practice in. And he knew just the human trafficking ring to test it out on. The stranger was back again, tearing up a warehouse. Whatever his quirk was, it allowed him to tear apart doors and play with people like ragdolls. Some people would run quickly when they were finished after an entrance as loud as that, but the stranger would usually just walk away, blasting anyone who crossed him before disappearing. They weren't sure where he was going or where he came from, but his impact was felt and seen, literally. Tsukachi watched the medical crews pry a man out of the wall. Either that guy's getting more powerful, or he wasn't using his quirk fully before. It's like someone flicked a switch. The medic nodded to the leader, embedded into the wall. Every shot was stronger than the weakest from last time. He's holding back less or he's getting better at this. And we don't like either one. Tsukachi nodded and patted the man on the back. You're doing great work. Keep me updated if you find anything weird. Other than the fact that nobody died, nothing major yet. The man looked at the scene and nodded, moving away to deal with more important things, like the people who had been tied up and starved. Think he has a relative here or something. His partner nodded to the containers where they'd been tied up. He might be going on a rampage after someone got kidnapped. If his appearances end with the closing of this case, maybe? Tsukachi thought it was possible, but only possible. He's a villain though. They're crazy at the best of times. And with one this violent, I'd just be happy if a hero strong enough to stop him showed up. He is at least helping us take this down, even if he leaves us with all the paperwork. His partner shook his head, sighing. Chief won't like getting one-upped by a villain. News is gonna hear about this eventually. Not our problem when it does. Tsukachi looked across the scene, eyeing the impacts in the wall. It wasn't like a bullet or punch. The impact was like a huge ball collided with it, like a meteor creator. It was the work of the stranger's quirk, whatever that was. He uses a gun, but his quirk seems to do something to the bullets. Check that when looking for perps. Understood. Both of them were taking notes on the scene. It wasn't pleasant, but it was work. The stranger checked the gun's new settings. He upped the voltage to experiment, and the gun was holding up fine. The increase in kickback was barely noticeable because of how the air bullets moved. It dispersed the force for him. He flipped the gun again, ready for another shot as he entered the third warehouse from the window. He looked over the scene and lined up the shot, eyeing each initial target as he charged the blast. Gotcha. KBLAM. The force tore down from above, crashing into the victims like a wave. It was impossible to see coming unless you followed where his gun was pointing, and even then it had a weird spread. Still, men plummeted to the ground like rocks. This force was only good to use up close on people with defensive quirks, but from a range. These blasts were rated E for everyone. He finished charging the second shot and stopped moving around the rafters, pointing his gun down. KBLAM. More people were crushed under the force, and they finally noticed the gunslinger in their midst. It was about time too, because he was just leaving through the same window he came in from. Someone, there's a guy, get outside. They graciously started to pour out from the exits, right as he aimed the third shot he'd been charging at the nearest door. KBLAM. Thanks for lining up all pretty and proper, at least. He kept moving, charging the fourth shot while they pointed and shouting, trying to chase after him. He was already on a roof though and had plenty of time to escape, if that's what he wanted to do. The shotgun's normal blasts could only go so far, but with a charged shot, all bets were off. The stranger spun and hit the ground, resting his gun from a kneeling position for better accuracy. He breathed in as he lined up the shot, then breathed out slightly to tense his body and stopped, his entire body still. Then, all he had to do was a little twitch of the finger. KBLAM. And another rousing round of whack-a-mole. It was hard to stay serious when it was this easy, and when the targets were this dumb. He lined up another shot, squinting and searching for a target before giving up and repositioning. He hopped from building to building with a running start. Momentum was very important to Parker, and with his arms holding his gun it was more difficult than ever to generate. Usually, you could pump up your arms, but he didn't get to do that. The stranger jumped back into the now severely undermanned warehouse, treating the first people he saw with another blast. It was a great game of tag, but it had to come to an end. He stalked the rafters, lining up shot after shot against the idiots without ranged quirks who kept coming in. They couldn't hit him if they even tried throwing bricks, but they kept coming in. Soon, he could hear the sirens. People had stopped coming into his little shooting range and were now just running with their tails between their legs, giving him fun target practice from the window. The cameras and the police would probably find all of them anyway, but it was better to be safe than sorry. He dropped down, quickly checking the storage containers. His method of lockpicking was quick and graceful, just shooting the damn things. The bullet broke locks like it was nothing, and then he could skip to the more important part. He opened the door while stepping back into the side in case of attack, then entered slowly. People tied and gagged like food to be shipped. Evening everyone, don't you worry. Heroes are on the way. Pissed him right off. He went through the warehouse, searching for papers and taking pictures of what he could. He could hear the sirens staying in place. They should just be outside the warehouses. Time for his exit. He exited the office, the place with all those papers, and took a quick jump to the top for his exit. Took a bit off a running start on a rafter, but he leaped out and into the sunlight, ready for his next hunt. Sorry, this isn't exactly my specialty. Ruku walked in with her intern in tow, apologizing to the cops. She was the biggest hero in the area, and with her ability to fly might be able to give that sharpshooter a run for his money. Ruku, the dragoon hero, usually dealt with supersized villains though, and this felt a little awkward. Remember to give him a wide berth, Nire, and try to keep to cover. You're not bulletproof. Don't worry, Nire smiled. We're just to follow the villain, right? He's already on the move. Both the heroines looked over. Already. Well, Ruku moved away from everyone as she changed forms. I'll do my best. Midoriya blinked, then blinked again as, slowly, something came into his field of view. A large creature, easily the size of a house, spread out gigantic wings and took the sky slowly. Is Maruko here too? Just to F me over that little bit more. He shook his head but didn't stop running. There wasn't any easy sewer access here. And what did you know, some idiot still didn't take Yamato. That's it. After this, he'd even be bringing Yamato into the shower. He instead had to rely on those legs he had been using his whole life to carry him to safety. He dipped off the rooftops the first chance he got, bouncing off a trash bin and scrambling to get his feet under him, grabbing his shotgun again and running. There weren't many sewer accesses in the warehouse zone, so he'd be running a while. He slipped the shotgun into its holster and locked it away. When the shotgun was holstered, it was nigh impossible to draw quickly, so he never did it until now. He pumped his arms, appreciative of just how fast he could go when he actually knew what he was doing, but he could still hear the flap of wings. He didn't look back, something that would slow him down, and only focused on his mental map of the area. He knew where the exits were, and he knew where he was, but worst of all, he knew he wasn't fast enough. Ruku, the dragoon hero, flew over him and started shouting at him. Stop trying to run and turn yourself in villain. At least she kept it straight and simple. It was why he still liked her. Learning martial arts wouldn't really help her as well, so he didn't have that complaint with her. Overall, she was a solid heroine. If he had to name one complaint though, it's that he had to deal with her without Yamato. Can't even have Yamato and beat her with it, then rename it Dragon Slayer. Damn it, can't have sit in Detriot. He just said nonsense to motivate himself to try and run even that little bit faster. At least she wasn't attacking him yet. If his memory was right, the area he'd escape into was too small for her to do anything before he hit the sewers. If his memory was right now, she'd be passing and landing in his way right about bam. Now he had to get around her too. And what was that sound? He turned just in time to see two giant yellow Twizzlers moving towards him, making him dive out of the way as it hit the ground. The impact was oddly similar to the ones created by his own guns. He looked up to see a blue girl in the middle of the air. That was a pretty good dodge. Why are you running? Because prison food sucks. He kept running, now glancing backward to check her position and moving out of the way of her attacks. Some kind of energy quirk that created spiral blasts. It was easy enough to dodge most of them when he was paying attention to her, but he had other fish to fry, like the other heroes. Are you supposed to be a cowboy? Maybe we should have sniped here. Then you could do that thing where you duel by the big clock. She pulled both hands back and swung them forward dramatically, despite the motion seeming to have nothing to do with her quirk. Her spirals became even bigger than before, and even slower. It wasn't hard to dodge that one. You know, most fights don't have this much talking. He ducked between buildings instead of just running straight, still slightly confused about how this sentient blue gumball was flying. But you responded. Hey, you're really good at running. Is that your quirk? He stopped dead and lined up a shot while she was making another one of her big blasts, whipping out kindness. Do me proud. Bang. She could still move, but she always slowed down when she did the big blasts. Given human limits, she could only output so much energy at once, and flying took a bit. It required constant force and a lot of training. So, with the concentration divided and her moves slowed down, the faster air bullet struck her body. She had tried to dodge, but other than the sound effect, it was impossible to see. No one other than him was truly aware of just how wide the air bullet was, and he only knew because of his experiments. She was sent backward and her shot miffed, crashing through the air. He fired a second and third shot, but now she stayed clear of wherever he pointed. She was a little quieter when on the defensive, but only a little. That's pretty similar to my quirk. What's yours called? How come yours is spinning but I can't see it? What's with all the questions? He was still moving away, taking quick potshots whenever she tried to stabilize to throw her off again. Her attacks were now more infrequent, and never even came close, just being friendly. She smiled and created another big blast, then zoomed straight at him while firing it. By closing the distance, the blast didn't travel as far and seemed to move with her. Unfortunately, that went two ways, and she didn't seem to know you never got into shoot-offs with nameless strangers, especially when he had been holding a weird button since his last attack. With both hands in front of her, she was a small dot, her entire body pointing at him to give him as small a target as possible. The problem was he didn't even need to aim. He still did though for fun. The charged shot wasn't just bigger, it was better in every way. The charged shot used more energy, it hit a wider area. To top that, it was even faster than the normal shot. It ripped straight through her attack, hitting her like a baseball bat to the dome and knocking her clean out of the air. The blast stopped quirk use in its area, but all for one seemed to never notice. That might have been because the usual blast only lasted half a second, but the huge air of the charged shot ensured she'd get a piece of it as she plummeted. Nire. Ruku dove forward and out of position, breaking formation to try and save the blue girl. The stranger smirked, using the opportunity to escape. Ruku overestimated the blast. The girl she called Nire would have been fine in just another half a second, but she didn't know that. And in this nameless gunman's book, it was a good reason to break rank, especially because it gave him the chance to escape. He knew Ruku was too good of a person to put the mission over her. Sidekick. He wasn't sure, but Ruku let emotions override the mission, and he got out scot-free because of it. He ducked through buildings, taking alleyways to lose line of sight, then dipping out where there should have been no cameras. Another pseudo-win for the sort of bad guy. One of these days, he was going to get a clean win under his belt that didn't come from him running away. I'm fine. Really, Nire laughed it off, flying a bit to prove her point. Didn't even hurt. It was like getting shoved around. The problem was my quirk suddenly cut out. It came back though right as you caught me. If you're sure. Ruku looked away from her student and bowed to the other people present. It seems we weren't able to help this time. At least no one was hurt, the hero said, then glanced down at one of the goons. Well, no one on our side. Besides, no one could get to you in time to serve as backup. We just don't have anyone with the agility to get there in time. Hey, do you think we'll see him again? He was really talkative. Nire didn't seem too bothered by the whole thing. He used this gun and blasted at me, but it didn't fire bullets. It was weird. Didn't fire bullets from his gun. What was he firing? One of the detectives spoke up, and Nijime had to think. I dunno. I don't see him fire anything, but this wave of energy hit me. I also don't see a lot of guns either though. It was. She gave an estimate with her fingers. The eyes big and black, kind of an L shape, the capital L though. Some kind of pistol. So you couldn't see it. Tsukachi took careful notes. He knew of someone with a gun like that. He didn't have a shotgun last time he saw him, but he did have a pistol like that. You couldn't see what hit you. Yeah. He pointed the gun at me, then boom. You get it. She was so hyper she kept saying things without him asking, but the loud firing noise lined up. He remembered seeing the videos, and that gun was pretty loud. If he used a bigger gun, the noise would probably also get bigger, creating the large blast that the stranger was synonymous for. Thank you, this answers a lot of questions. It didn't answer all of them though. Namely, if this was Ronin, why didn't he teleport away? It would have been a much easier way to escape. Unless, does he have partners? Does who? This villain? Ruku asked, eager to be of some help after she messed up the capture. When I flew overhead both times he was alone. Thank you for your time, but I think we can handle the rest of the wrap-up. You all have a good day. He bowed as the heroes left, then turned back, thinking over the work he'd need to do to test his new theories. He returned to the school again, slinking in like a wet dog. It was kind of difficult to kick this much ass. Ronin hung up the coat and put the guns away, then sat back and relaxed. He had to wait so long to make sure Aiko wasn't here. Didn't want her catching on, but she probably already knew something was off about him. He had to imagine that, for all his lies, it wasn't hard to see there was something different about him. He just hoped she wasn't interested enough to check. He checked his pieces and fit them together, but he was missing too much. The AEC wasn't even recognizable when he pulled it from that metro. It was just a big hunk of metal that looked weird, so he stole it. The entire barrel was gone, for starters. Most of the moving parts were too, leaving him with just a framework. He'd have to ask about getting into contact with Mao. The easiest way was through Aiko, but the best way was through All for One. That meant finally finishing and shipping off that book he'd been sitting on. Doing the pages was mind-numbingly easy. All he needed was half a day to sit down and work the rest out. Ronin checked the time, then sighed, rubbing his hair, and grabbed his materials. Looks like that fight with the flying gumball was his last fight for the day unless some idiots tried to start some sit on the way home. Midoriya began to sort the paper and fold, readying them for the sewing. He yawned, not from sleepiness but from boredom. The work was done, as tedious as it was. He looked out, he had a little time. If he was fast enough, he could get it done quickly. He rose, putting on his cloak and wrapping the book up so it was presentable. He wouldn't be bringing the book since he was just setting an appointment, but he didn't want to do any more work whenever the appointment was. He then moved out to the usual spot, with the sun still having a little bit of time left in the sky. He checked in at the golf place, taking a paper note and writing quickly, throwing in the times he would be ready to drop it off and left. Tomorrow the winning time should be marked, and he'd know when All for One was ready to receive his weird book. After that, it was straight home. Tomorrow he had more goons to take down, equipment to pick up, and his Parker appointment. If he really started carrying an AEC around, his Parker would need to improve. It'd be too big and heavy for his current style. Maybe he could start with a bag of rocks. Midoriya woke up and stretched. With his finals done, he didn't have to go to school. But, true to his word, he grabbed his backpack and waved goodbye, heading out and stopping by the river to get a few rocks. It wasn't accurate to what he was going to have to do, but the weight was awkward enough to be close enough. He then headed into school and swapped outfits, down to a new bag. This was the one he usually delivered possessed items with, and the weight was fine for the training. With his guns, rocks, and magic sword in tow, the stranger hit the streets. He had some punks to practice against, and a crime ring to take down. Might as well train as much as possible while doing it. Hey, do you think we'll see that gun guy again? Ruku and Nire sat side by side, looking down the street in civilian clothes. They were watching one of the locations mentioned in the warehouse from Tuesday. Nire just finished another section of her finals and was still eating lunch. If he's not thinking clearly, yes. Ruku had reflected and given much better orders this time. Nire was to stay close so that Ruku could protect her if things went wrong. But on that note about the stranger, attacking 2 days in a row was absurd. The gangs would be waiting for him right now. The heroes were just watching the bases to see when they made a move. If they tried to leave with their supply of kidnapped people, they'd be the easiest to take down. Inside, moving vans and trucks gave weak defenses and spread them out. The heroes could crush them. It was easiest for them to wait. KBLAM. The shot shattered one of the windows and threw the surroundings for a loop. Before panic spread across the street like a wildfire, people screamed and ran away as Ruku stepped up. He's here. What's he thinking? Nire, it's too crowded right now for me to use my quirk, so I'm going to help evacuate. And I'll stay beside you, right? Gotta stay safe this time. KBLAM. The sound was muffled, but it was definitely coming from inside the building. No windows were visibly shattered from the blast this time, but people started to jump from the windows as they tried to escape the chaos inside. A figure moved past the window. A blink and you'd miss its sight as the stranger raised hell. KBLAM. Ruku and Nire worked to get as many people away before they intervened, hearing the occasional loud blast echo from inside the building. You know, he's not using that big blast as much as I thought he would. Nire let her thoughts drift aloud as they walked over. And why is no one exiting from the doors? Everyone's jumping from the second and third floor. Yeah, it is weird. Maruko ditched her jacket and grabbed the door, starting her transformation. It didn't even take half a second as her muscles grew. And that increased muscle easily broke the door down. She reverted as quickly as she changed, not even getting a fourth of the way through her transformation, but it was enough. With no large targets, her large form would just cause more damage. She wasn't defenseless. She knew how to use her claws and teeth well enough, even if it wasn't close to what she was capable. All in all, this mission was best suited to her when taking out transports. She could just lift them into the air. This interior work wasn't for her at all. What happened here? She didn't notice because she thought the door would be locked, but all the doors were missing their handles at best. Most had been partially covered to stop anyone from getting through them. It was like someone set it up so there was no escape. Nire, stay behind me. Got it. How long do you think the stranger was in here if he set all this up? Oh, do you think the stranger thinks his name is dumb? It's such a mouthful. While Ruku agreed that the name was pretty idiotic, she had different things to focus on. This mission would benefit more from being quiet, something Nire wasn't great at. She'd have to focus on that later. Rat-a-tat-tat. I don't recognize that one. Nire didn't stop walking but had rolled up her sleeves to get them out of the way. That sound was new, and it didn't sound good. Rat-a-tat-tat. KBLAM. They were two distinct sounds from the floor above them as two people engaged in some sort of shootout. The blasts continued to ring out as the heroines reached the stairs. Then the second floor. The sound of shots rang out, and two people stood on opposite sides of the room. One man spun his shotgun around with one hand like some sort of yo-yo, showing off as he stood from behind a knocked-over desk and hammered the entire wall. The other man reloaded his smaller gun, then sprayed around the corner he was hiding between. The two were engaged in an awkward shootout, with the first to go in being the first to lose. Nire raised her arms and blasted at both, forcing both to try and react. The one with the automatic gun turned and tried to spray at her, but Ruku stood between them. With just a slight shift of form, the low-powered bullets bounced off. The stranger stepped out and blasted the other once as he broke cover, then continued to nail him with smaller, faster shots, no longer flipping his gun between shots. The man with the machine gun was blasted into the wall over and over like a ball being dribbled until he stopped trying to stand up and let gravity take over. The stranger stood up from his crouched posture and put his shotgun away. He didn't even look at them as he walked around the office, looking over the papers. His dirty coat swayed as he moved, some of its stains just dirt, others a dark crimson from the blood. What? You were a lot more talkative last time. Don't you have something to say to the big bad guy? He picked up a paper, reading it over and reaching into his jacket. Freeze villain. Come in quietly or the stranger snickered. ... or else we'll have to use force. Wahaha. Didn't you two see anything when you came in? He laughed again, taking a moment to collect himself by leaning on the desk, then began walking towards them. That's not what I was talking about, if I may. He held up a small object, about the size of a pen. I was going for something a little more like, please don't blow up the building, Mr. Villain. We can talk something out, you know. He nodded behind them, to a strange box on the stairwell. You guys didn't properly investigate the area before coming in, did you? The reality of the situation hit the heroines like a truck. Ruku started thinking fast, trying to remember how many of those boxes she'd seen while coming in. She was making rookie mistakes here. She had been saying how the stranger was rushing it, attacking 2 days in a row, and she rushed in without properly waiting for backup. Being in the top 10 heroes, there wasn't much she couldn't handle, but this wasn't a threat to her. It was a threat to everything around them, especially if there was more than one bomb. They had come in before checking that the surrounding buildings had been cleared, and the property damage would be huge. Plus, the people below them. What about the people downstairs? The victims. He wouldn't blow them up, aren't you here for them? It felt weird appealing to a villain's humanity, but heroes had to do a lot of weird things. It'd be her fault if she let them get blown up. And this was more important than breaking position to catch a falling girl. She couldn't mess this up, for their sake. Maybe. He waltzed closer and closer, giving Ruku a chance to hit him. If she hit him in the head, she might be able to knock out the cowboy in one hit before he could press the detonator. But if she missed, I think you're right. Why would I blow them up, after all? You do it. He swung forward, making as if to punch her in the stomach. Nire was behind her and couldn't help much, since at this range they were both in danger of being hit. And who knew what would happen if the detonator was hit? Ruku went to slash at him with her claws, but his hand slipped up and into hers. He slipped his thumb behind hers and pulled it down. Click. Well, adios chumps. Tell the bomb squad I said hello. His hand slipped straight out like an eel, leaving her holding the detonator while he stepped back, holding a similar-looking device in his other hand. Oh yeah, chase me, and this one gets clicked. Also, you shouldn't move too far. Radio signals and all that. If the signal gets choppy and cuts out for a second. The stranger shrugged, then jumped out a window and took off running, leaving Ruku holding the detonator. He wasn't even the first person to jump out that window. Ruku was screaming at herself. Somehow he had read her like an open book. Ruku could be angry later. It didn't look like the box had a timed detonator, so she just had to wait and hold the button. It was just a tactic to let him get away. The only reason it worked was that she couldn't take the risk that Nire or the kidnappies would survive the blast. It'd be better to let the bomb squad arrive, hand off the detonator, then leave. With a little luck, he wouldn't be too far ahead. He got too far ahead. All cameras had lost track of him after not even a minute. Ruku rubbed her head. Her ego wasn't important, but letting the same criminal go 2 days in a row felt bad, especially when it was her fault he got away. Don't worry, nobody died, and we got all the people out safely. Nire tried to cheer her up with her own usual pep in her steps, bouncing even inside the car. I don't know why Nezu wanted to see both of us when we were done patrolling though. Do you have something going on with him? Not at the moment. I already gave my report on you, so what does he want? He shouldn't be bothered by her recent failures. Well, he should and probably would be bothered, but it wasn't a big issue for him. She already knew she was slipping with what happened today and yesterday, so what did he want to tell her? The door was closed, and they could hear people talking inside. Ruku knocked to let the people inside know they had arrived. Oh, seems the guests are here. Come in, come in. The door opened without anyone touching it, and the two heroines walked inside. Nezu beckoned them inside, laughing. Ah, hello Nire. Tatsuma, are things going well? Sit down, relax. Oh, don't worry, just stay put. His words were a little confusing, but they sat down. He pushed an oversized button, shutting the door automatically. Nire spoke up quickly. Pretty good, Principal Nezu. We met this weird villain, but other than him, everything's going great. Yeah, other than that villain, we've been doing well. But I let a dangerous criminal escape. Twice. Ruku was as hard on herself as ever, and now had a minute to feel sorry for herself. She had literally been handed a detonator. Well, I have some worse news for you, but it's pretty funny. For me. Nezu snickered and picked something up. In his paws, it looked pretty big, but in anyone else's it'd be quite small. It was a thin blue object, with a button on the top. Ruku recognized it instantly as the thing the stranger had put in her hand not even an hour ago. You want to hear about it? Do I really? No, but it's so funny I'm going to tell you anyway. Then I'll give you some advice. This little wonder, Nezu pushed the button down, then pushed it again, watching it spring back up, is a 2222 celebratory All Might pen. Sure, the All Might head fell off and the end got crushed shut, but this, my friend, is a pen. A broken pen. This pen isn't even mightier than a sword. You could visibly see the light fade from Ruku's eyes as she looked at the pen. There were at least real bombs, but they were set up by the gangsters. It was probably supposed to cover their tracks, but they all got their teeth kicked in before they could use it. Great job on recognizing the bombs. Bad job on recognizing this pen. Nezu was trying his best not to laugh while he held up the pen. Did you want this back? I might get it framed if you don't. No, I'll be fine without it. Ruku didn't usually work with bombs. It was a field that had almost no overlap with fighting giant villains. She didn't have bomb training. She had common sense, which is why she noticed what he said. There are real bombs though. Have they been taken care of? Yup. Thanks to a certain someone, the bomb squad arrived in time to take care of them. Nice work you two. I heard about what you did firsthand. Even if you forgot to search the area, you handled the bomb threat very well. Nezu focused on Nire. You shouldn't have jumped into a gunfight, but in the end, you succeeded, so your actions speak for themselves. Thanks. I had Ruku to protect me though, and she's bulletproof. Nire and Nezu were laughing and smiling while Ruku slowly felt worse and worse. But can she react to a bullet? A good gunman could have punched her ticket with good aim. Nezu and Nire went back and forth as they laughed, leaving Ruku to mull over his words, specifically how he knew about Nire had jumped into the gunfight, a detail that most people wouldn't have picked up on. Sir, did you say you heard firsthand? She was doing the math and it made no sense. It was just the two of them and the villains. Did he check security footage? Yes, he did. Can I leave yet? The voice sounded agitated and came from the door that hadn't opened. Standing there was a man cloaked in a dusty coat, a wide-brimmed hat, knee-high boots, and a familiar mask. I know where the support course is. I can get there myself. No, this is too funny. Also, it won't be done for another hour, but you need to see this. Come on, enjoy how right you are. Nezu beckoned him closer, still laughing while Nire pointed at him. Cowboy man. Was he a hero? Hey, are you a hero, cowboy man? Nire turned around to focus on him, still pointing. The stranger was now well aware of how dangerous it was to be pointed at by her and gently pushed her finger to the side. I would sit down, but somebody took my seat when I answered the door. I can leave and pick it up later if you're busy. He gestured to the door out, but Nezu shook his head again. It's fine, really. I'm so glad all of you can be in one room. Hey, Ranger, why don't you tell them what you told me? About how terrible our police system is? About the bombs? The stranger, Ranger, looked between them. Why? Just humor me, all right. I'll make it worth your time. Ruku looked between the two people, trying to piece together why the stranger was here, talking so casually with the principal of UA. Come on, stand over here so those lovely ladies don't have to strain their necks to look at your ugly mug. Ranger shuffled around the room until he was on the same side of the desk as Nezu, standing over everyone else. It was very awkward, looking at the man that had so confidently handed her a pen and passed it off as a detonator. He seemed more subdued now. He focused on Nire. What the hell were you doing? Hey, she blinked a few times. Flying solo in the warehouses, making a teammate rescue you, firing on an escaping suspect, entering a shootout with no cover, causing damage to the area. Aren't those all things heroes aren't supposed to do? Ranger's face was covered by bandanas, but his fury was palpable. And that was just the warehouse incident. Think before you act. My problems with you are just lack of forethought. You didn't take the situation seriously enough because I'm not a giant. His gaze cooled, but it was still steely as it locked onto Ruku. If you kept Nire close at the warehouse, I wouldn't have been able to get away so easily. In the shipping post, you didn't search the area beforehand but rushed in. No one would have noticed the bombs for who knows how long if I hadn't called attention to it. You're heroes. Your job isn't to fight, it's to save people by fighting. Remember that. Ranger carried himself like a teacher, debriefing them after a simulation, and the similarities only increased when he continued. On the other hand, you took the bomb threat seriously enough. The main problem was a lack of experience, but that's a problem with our education system and not you. Blue girl, you ambushed very nicely in the shipping post. You used the element of surprise and banked on your teammates' strengths, a good combination. His gaze was just as steely, praising them as it was ripping them apart. Ruku, you suffered from poor communication but otherwise did fine enough. Remember to call out if you're all right. You wouldn't want an accident from thinking someone's injured when they're fine, or worse. All in all, poor forethought but good hustle. Can I go now? The way he talked them through the problems he noticed, praised them slightly, then deferred to Nezu. Do you work here? Ruku wasn't familiar with all the teachers at UA. Was this Snipe? She thought Snipe had a different mask. He will soon enough. No, and never will. The two men exchanged glares. He'll come around sooner or later. Nezu laughed, patting him on the back. Ranger batted his arm away. Keep dreaming. You guys get along so well. What's your hero ranking? Nire leaned forward, eager to learn more about someone so close to her principal. Are you a professional hero or a manager? You're really fit and good with your quirk, so you're a hero, aren't you? Do you give tips to professional heroes? Do I have to answer every question? I'd like you to. I find it pretty funny. They bickered back and forth like old pals. They seemed pretty close, but Ranger wasn't giving any more answers it seemed. Ruku looked between them and spoke up again, still trying to sort it out. Ranger, right. Are you a professional hero? Nope. Just some idiot with a death wish. Now, if no one here actually needs me, I'll see myself out. Give me that. He grabbed the pen from Nezu, who was having a blast clicking it, and walked around the desk again, waving goodbye without a glance back. Nire and Nezu both waved goodbye to him, while Ruku tried to figure out what was happening. Who is that man? Ruku was confused by him, especially in hindsight. Raiding gangs day after day, being friends with Nezu, and not being a hero, his portfolio was diverse and confusing. Ranger, he's a lot of things, if I remember correctly. He's a big fan of you, but don't tell him I said that. Nezu checked over some papers, snickering. He's qualified legally as a villain, but I'd say he's more of a vigilante with a penchant for destruction. Why? Interested in him? A little bit. Why is there a vigilante in UA? And why are you so friendly with him? She wasn't sure if legally she should have attacked him on sight. But Nezu had made it seem so natural to be here, the thought only popped into her head now. Ranger off-duty seemed an entirely different person to the one who handed her a pen, pretended it was a detonator, then walked away, letting her panic and worry while he disappeared. Ranger is complicated. You know about Ronin, right? He's not really in your section, but he's been getting pretty famous. Ruku nodded. Every hero within 50 miles of Musutafu knew Ronin, the vigilante who could vaporize Nomus with a swing of his sword. He was one of the few vigilantes that heroes weren't supposed to engage on their own because he was so dangerous. Only the top 10 were allowed to try and take him on alone. But how did you take on someone that could kill you with a flick of a wrist? A lot of villains had that cred, but Ronin remained a vigilante because of his excellent control and help in the Hasu City incident. Is he Ranger's partner? Like, they're forming another league. A league of heroes, a league of villains, and now a league of vigilantes. Nire voiced thoughts that twisted her entire plan. They had similar guns, so they might have got their equipment from the same place, right? Oh, their equipment definitely comes from the same place. Nezu chuckled again, glancing out the window. No telling how many of them they are. Nezu meant it, but not in the way Ruku and Nire took it. The same body was under that suit, but other than that, Ronin and the one he called Ranger had barely anything in common. Ranger's destructive force was still focused. But while Ronin enforced fear from the shadows, almost every goon in the city was starting to get used to the sound of Ranger's shotgun. He really did wonder how many different styles Midoriya had up his sleeves, just from seeing him teach. Maybe he'd make one for each of his weapons. If so, Nezu was looking forward to the persona for the needles. He was hoping it would have some kind of Mad Doctor theme. We're trying to make a bridge between us, get him on the side of the law, even if it's just step by step. He did minor hand motions as he spoke to drive his point home. They're all very powerful, in their own unique ways. Really, but he just has guns. He couldn't even beat one guy with a normal gun. To most heroes, it didn't make sense that Ranger was as powerful as Ronin. Ranger might be more destructive, but Ronin was only less destructive when he held back. However, since he knew both of them were the same person, he had to wonder how powerful Ranger would be when he stopped holding back. Nezu didn't think about that one much, kind of scared him. Nire, you have your heroics test on Friday, right? Nezu put on that smile that made people very nervous. I think I've got an idea of what you'll be doing for your final. Midoriya checked the long, thin cloth he asked for. When he agreed to help that stupid training camp, he had a few demands, and this was the first one. Ever since he had first seen it and heard Kaminari talk about it, he wanted to test it out himself. Will I be seeing you again soon? Power Loader knew they were the same person. He handed Midoriya the instruction manual begrudgingly written by Aizawa and the tech department. Midoriya knew no one here liked him except Nezu, and they really wouldn't like him once they figured out what he had planned for this capture scarf stuff. I hope not. Nezu still has his plans though. Does Aizawa know when he'll see me next? Midoriya ran his hand along the capture scarf. Calling it a scarf was a stretch. The reason he had to wait a day to get his was that he wanted one far bigger than Aizawa's. He put a little pressure and watched it tense up, then let it go limp and began slowly folding it. The key seemed to not move too quickly. Or at least, the key when starting out was not to move too quickly. Should he? It seemed like Nezu had left out most of the details. Again, I'll be with him for some training for his class. I don't know much beyond that. Midoriya flicked the cloth out with his wrist and watched it straighten out, striking 5 feet in front of him before going limp. It seemed the straightening was how it was so easy to throw it out, then let it relax to wrap around a victim. The victim's own movements would keep them contained. I don't think he does. He didn't look depressed enough. Power Loader chuckled, working on something himself. Looked important and got him thinking. If anyone knew where to find obscure parts, it would be Power Loader. Do you know where I can get some gun parts? One of my pistols broke. He threw the bait, still playing with the capture cloth. It'd take training, but he thought he could get good enough with it to use in combat. Took a lot of practice, but this scarf could throw around 300-pound guys, so it should be able to move an AEC. Those things were pretty heavy when they were fully assembled. Besides here, and letting you look at the internals, I can hope. I'll write you some addresses, but Snipe's better at this than me. Just look at some of the places that sponsor him. Was hoping for a place a little more discreet. Not a hero, remember. That got a kick out of Power Loader. Not a hero yet. You come here more this year alone than most of the teachers, and I think Nezu's still gunning for you. Midoriya snorted with disdain, then folded the cloth slowly into his bag. Power Loader at least added 2 more addresses to the list and handed it off. Thanks anyway. Hopefully, we won't see each other for a long, long time. Midoriya didn't really care to guess how Power Loader knew who he was since UA seemed to work on different rules compared to the rest of the world thanks to a certain furry effer. He took his rocks, capture cloth, and paper slip in tow as he walked out, eager to get a little bit of practical experience with the cloth. Midoriya made to leave, but his least favorite rodent caught him on his way to the Gatat. He knew he should have teleported out through the basement again. Hey, Ranger, can you do something for me? Pretty please. Nezu was trying to look as friendly as possible, so this favor would either take a lot of time or be physically taxing. Just like Aiko, Nezu had a few tells the more you got to know him, especially if you only spent every second trying to rip him apart mentally. It'll only take about an hour at most. 30 minutes of work, but you'll probably need some setup. What is it? Spit it out already. Ranger glared down at Nezu, hoping he'd get to the point already. Could you help us out with our final exams? Nezu bowed a bit. I'll explain more in the office, and bring in some other hero. Maruko, Kamui Woods, All Might. You tell me here or never. Ranger made to leave, but Nezu started talking and was finally getting to the point instead of beating around it. We're having fights between pro heroes and students as final exams. You'd be fighting a third year. Nire, the blue-haired girl who was working with Ruku. You remember her, don't you, fanboy? Barely. She doesn't use her quirk well, and only banks on her opponents being too clumsy or stupid to dodge. I didn't even have to do anything special to evade her. If Ruku wasn't there in the warehouses, I would have just dodged my way out and gone underground. By the time your blue gumball showed up, I'd be long gone. Don't praise her too much. Nezu laughed, walking to the window so as few people as possible could hear even though no one was in the hall with them. We're trying to make the heroes overcome their weaknesses to be better, and while she's one of the big three of UA, you don't seem to be satisfied with her progress. Your guns seem similar enough to her quirk, so you're in a good position to tell her what she's doing wrong if you win. So you want Ranger specifically. Got it, but what do I get out of it? I have hobbies other than beating up high schoolers. You know, he had a life of his own. After all, he wasn't one of Nezu's teachers. He had criminals to punish. However, right as he was about to complain a little more, he got a great idea of what he could ask. What's that mean? Ranger, you're scaring me. He couldn't see Ranger's mouth, but by the glint in his eyes, he was definitely smiling. I got something I want. A few parts. I want you to get them for me in advance. I'll use them in your little test, but when all is said and done, I want to keep them. I'll write a list, and you choose what you will and won't approve of. Ranger pulled out his notebook, looking over the missing parts of the AEC. He had thought of ways to get replacement parts, and one of the easiest but most costly ways was to buy things with the parts in them. He already had a few listed, and it wouldn't be obvious what he was trying to make. He jotted down the list and passed it off. This is it. Nezu didn't bother to hide his excitement. I thought you'd ask for something illegal. This will just be costly. Still, we should have most of this already. We could drop it off if you gave us a location. I'll pick it up myself. Thank you, just put it all in one spot. Nezu might want to find his workshop, but he probably already had his guesses. Midoriya was head of a crafting club. After all, wasn't difficult to guess where he'd craft his weapons. He'd at least make Nezu work a little more to find it. So, we have a deal. Ranger chuckled. If you do the paperwork so I don't get domed by Ruku and arrested on the test day, sure. When you want me, Friday at 10:40 to 11:40 if you want to show up at the building. Got it. Do you have any of the parts today? Not yet, but we can. Come. Ranger turned on his heel and followed the hyper rat thing. He didn't want to keep helping that furry effer, but he needed parts for the AEC, and this was the easiest and cheapest way. An hour of his time for a ton of tech. That was a good deal on his part. Besides, he was fighting the same girl as earlier. If she didn't learn anything from the first fights, she'd be a cakewalk. Even if she did, he'd start planning every way to tear her apart imaginable. For now, though, he had parts to collect and Parker to practice. It was time to move. He dragged the scraps through the sewers, Yamato turning it from a labor to a stroll. He threw everything in the crafting room and shoved a tarp over the mess. Didn't matter if Aiko saw that. It just looked like a bunch of junk right now. No point in hiding it, so he left it in the open while he did the next item on his Wednesday agenda. Parker practice. He practiced inside the Parker gym with his backpack, flipping around with 40 pounds of junk inside. It made his flips more like flops, but that was kind of the point. A functioning AEC weighed over 300 pounds and would be extremely awkward. He could practice ways to try and make it easier to move with, but he had no doubt there would be no Parker when he brought that thing out. So, he now was trying to climb over a ledge with a running start and a backpack weighing him down. Weighing him down a little too well, actually. Hey, mister, why do you have a backpack? You suck today. Sleepy made fun of him as he tried to climb over a ledge. You look like a turtle. Haha. Very funny short stack. He fell back down, then burst upward, getting an entire arm up on the ledge, then swinging his other arm up and getting stuck. Again. Shut up. What are you doing? Sleepy squinted at the flailing figure, then shook his head. Midoriya couldn't even get a laugh these days. Training. How else am I supposed to improve? Midoriya huffed, then dropped back down and tried to swing up again. He got an arm and a chin this time, but fell off when he tried to get the other arm above the ledge to push himself up. Are you trying to be a hero? That got Sleepy scowling. Midoriya looked up from the mat. You got a story or something? That sounds like a plot hook if I ever heard one. Midoriya's bad video game joke missed by a mile, but at least he was trying. I'll tell you if you tell me. Sleepy was looking plenty angsty. The least he could do is hear the kid out. That might help the midget clear his headspace. Come on, say it, Sleepy. Do it. Midoriya tried to flip up like usual, but his backpack had other ideas. After 3 tries, he just rolled over on his stomach. What are you worried about? Just say it. Fine, Midoriya smirked, putting his arms under his head. My parents. I don't want to say it. Fine, but I won't respond to you then. Midoriya stuck his chin out and closed his eyes like he was looking down at him, but messing around aside, this probably wasn't good. Most people didn't hate heroes for nice reasons. But this seemed to be on the kid's mind, so might as well lend him an ear, whether he wanted to or not. Constantly thinking about it and letting it fester was how villains formed. I won't. Yup. Really? Yup. Fine. My parents died. Midoriya wasn't a counselor, but he was pretty sure they skipped a few steps. Like, all of them. Died from what? He wasn't really sure what was happening. Were they casualties from a hero being reckless? He didn't think it'd be this serious. Now he felt like a dick. My parents were pros. They died and left me. Oh. That was pretty bad, and he was sure he wasn't anywhere near qualified to deal with this. But deal with this he would try to anyway. If not for his own interest, just so Sleepy could talk about what was on his mind. He had this same detached air as long as they'd known each other, and he was pretty young to be carrying that. Your parents were pro-heroes. Midoriya tried to explore around a bit, make sure he got his facts straight. Sleepy was tearing up a bit but nodded. You live with your aunt now, right? Yeah, but she's a pro too. So are all of her friends. Sleepy didn't seem to like that. He might not feel as alone if he was with a non-hero family, but he seemed to expect his new family to leave just like his first one did. Not a good mindset. What, you're worried that all your family is gonna leave? Midoriya kept probing and trying to confirm what he thought. He wasn't helping anyone if he was barking up the wrong tree, so might as well get his facts checked. No, he definitely was. Listen, man, listen. You've already been told your parents wanted the best for you, haven't you? At this time it'll be different. He rolled onto his back again, adjusting his backpack of rocks. He glanced at the nodding kid, who probably wanted to hear that everything would be fine but couldn't believe it anymore. Who knew they installed mirrors in this place? It won't. He could feel Sleepy's gaze on his head as he worked, trying to go as low as possible to confirm what Sleepy was already thinking. You got left behind. People die and the world moves on. But it doesn't have to, Sleepy. He smiled as his brain worked a mile a minute. He hadn't really said anything positive or helpful. He was just sort of bashing Sleepy's dreams more so far. He probably should have thought this out before he opened his mouth. It was time to stop agreeing with Sleepy's perception and add his own twist. A world can change, and real heroes are the ones who change it. Real heroes save people, even if it kills them, because they care about them. Real heroes stop villains even if it kills them so people like you and me can keep on living. Because they care about us. It wasn't the best. Hell, it wasn't even good. But it was a speech. He tried and was now certain he should have said nothing. He said earlier that there was no harm in trying, but he was wrong. This was way worse than not trying. My parents, Sleepy sniffed, seeming to be on the verge of tears after Midoriya effed everything up. Are you saying my parents died because they care about me? Midoriya smirked at that one. Well, that depends, kid. The man twisted slightly, looking the child in the eye. Are you saying your parents were real heroes? Well, that was pretty stupid. Time for his exit. He effed everything up enough. See ya next time, Sleepy. He rolled to his feet and took this time to bail, not even giving a glance back. He needed to do some research on how to talk to people and write speeches before he ever tried some shit like that again. He hurried back to his club room and got to dismantling everything, trying very hard and failing even harder to not think about the cringy lines he said. At least taking this apart was relaxing. It gave him something to focus on. He had to check what he could rip apart and what needed to be in prime condition. The good news was that all the parts he got weren't actually that expensive. There was just a lot of small things. Magnets, wiring, casing, it all came together to make the AEC slowly grow from a lump with a handle into a real gun. But he didn't want a gun, he wanted a cannon. By the end of the day, he had finished most of the repairs he could to the gun, but his pride was beyond salvageable. He swore that not only would he get that stupid hunk of metal working, but he'd also buy a book on giving speeches and study the shit out of it so he never effed up that badly again. With a hole in his pride and very sore legs, he trudged home. He had a lot of work to do to set up for the Friday thing, but he needed to get the AEC done quickly. That meant he'd need to find a certain gun expert who wouldn't ask any questions. He'd sweep by the gun shops on Thursday and try to find Mao. Actually, he should probably go to Mao first. They might go back to some of the gun shops again if he went to them first. He swept through his home, happy to eat a free meal, and prepared for bed. He never seemed to get easy days. He'd kill for a little bit of rest these days. He woke up bright and early since the hardest part of the day might have been tracking down Mao. Might have been, at least, once he thought of a method that might work. He hadn't been in one place for a while, and Mao seemed to pay attention to Ronin. So if he switched costumes and made a ton of noise, Mao should come to him. That would explain why he was walking down the street, showing off that shiny sword on his hip as he moved to the next hideout. He didn't have any work planned. It was supposed to be all gang hunting until he found Mao, and the best way to do that was to make a scene. He nodded to people on the street, his left hand firmly on Yamato's sei and his thumb pushing the tsuba, pushing just an inch of the blade out before letting it fall back in. His right hand swung freely. All in all, it was a good time. He nodded at the fake heroes and got a kick out of their reactions. Most assumed he was another hero, just by his casual walk and the way he greeted civilians. His calm nature didn't make him seem like a villain, since what villain waved hello to heroes and exchanged small talk with old ladies? Well, a smart or confident one, but that wasn't the point. It helped him, so no point in questioning how stupid the fakes were. It seemed most people forgot what Ronin looked like for some reason. Most people probably knew the name, but it wasn't like he was always active. Villains were famous for their mugshots and crime lists. But Ronin didn't seem to have any because his mask looked so generic and all his crimes were the same 3: theft, battery, and trespassing. Didn't matter to him. Made his job easier, like the days when everyone thought Ronin was just a guy high out of his mind on cocaine. Now, he had to work fear instead of ignorance. He already had before, making people jumpy as their numbers dwindled to something in the shadow, but he still preferred the easy batting of nobody taking him seriously. After all, these schmucks never knew the difference. It was the hero's opinions and reactions to him that had changed. He'd have to do this quickly to avoid the heroes, but loud enough to attract Mao, however many buildings that took. The number didn't matter, they needed to go down anyway. The heroes knew about these places too but were sitting on their asses and watching. Pissed him right off. He walked past his first stop, smiling. He had gone guns blazing so many times, he hadn't gotten to do anything stealthy in a while. This was where he shined, and it was time to get started. No more crappily aimed shots or bad speeches to kids. This was what Ronin was good at, good old-fashioned stealth. Ronin moved around the building twice, eyeing it all down. Lots of boarded-up windows, metal doors to block off, people moving around to avoid. The speed of his fidgeting with Yamato slowly sped up. He was getting excited. This would be fun. He slunk around the outside of the building, eyeing each target and picking which order to tackle them from. What communications they had, who had weapons, where they could run to. If this was like last time, there would be heroes around here somewhere waiting for the crooks to do something. That meant he could skip over the outside guards and go straight for the center. And there was no better place to start for that than the place that would force them to run outside. The top. He didn't care who got the credit for the takedowns. He just needed to let Mao know he was a part of this. The heroes wouldn't mention him, so he'd have to force people to become aware of him. Not at the start. That'd get in his way while raiding this building. Before he left, though, he'd need to give a sign. That shouldn't be too hard. Ronin drew a line through the roof, then listened through it. He could hear people talking inside. And as he waited, slowly worked out that there were at least 6. Using one of his gloves, he blurred the smoky line, making it from a crisp line to a big smear that he could look through. He stuck his head through, looking around the room. 4 people were in the room, and 3 more were moving around outside of it. There were multiple exits, but he couldn't hear anyone through the others. Ronin pulled back, releasing the first peephole and creating a new one above a new room, then listened through it. When he was confident he couldn't hear anyone, he stuck his head in, then the rest of his body. There wasn't so much as a tap as he climbed through the hole he made, dropping and rolling onto the floor. He listened through the doorway, then drew Cupid and shot the far wall, withdrawing and hiding again. The talking stopped for a moment, and one of the men was sent in. He moved through the doorway, just a foot from Ronin's crouched form, and looked around slowly. A beer can had fallen over. Somebody's beer tower did a little tip. Shiro. Seriously? What the hell? Stop stacking so much, sit and throw it away. He went back out of the room, and after the group glanced at him for a second, their attention turned to one of the people, presumably Shiro. They didn't notice the second figure moving closer behind the investigator with a hand on his sword, preparing for a drawing cut. Hey, I would if you could bother to throw out the shink. The sword flew from its sheath as Ronin exploded forward, within 5 feet of everyone in the room. The first to go down was the man in front of him, Ronin using a front kick to force his knee out and bring him down while his sword rose, striking him in the back of the skull, right above his neck. He crumpled like a sheet while Ronin moved forward around the table, turning his drawing cut into an overhead slash. Yamato struck the next man on the arms as he tried to block, but powered through his guard and still hit his head. He was dazed, but Ronin drew the sword back up and brought it back down on his head again, the man's knees giving way as he fell to the floor. Ronin kicked off his slumping body, moving across the table and kicking up papers and cups at the face of one of the remaining targets. The third man had stepped back and snarled, leaning his face forward right as papers and drinks struck him, forcing him to close his eyes. Ronin jumped off the table and hit him in the forehead with his pommel, then draped his arms around the man's neck and kneed him in the stomach twice before letting go with a headbutt. He fell like a sack of rocks while Ronin turned, dashing with sword drawn and cutting sideways. His feet planted, hips turned over feet, shoulders moved over his hips, and his lead arm straightened like swinging a baseball bat. That swing hit the retreating fourth in the leg, Yamato cutting his leg off and leaving a white wound. The man fell to the ground, too surprised to scream as he tried to step on a leg that was no longer there. Ronin didn't bother with a second sword swing, stomping his head further into the ground and leaping off and out of the room. The 3 men outside had heard something was wrong, and 2 looked into the room. They had started to move back as Ronin pounced forward, cutting off both their heads and cutting through some of the door frame. He spun, sweeping their bodies' legs and then charging the final victim. His last victim screamed as the sword rose, cutting him cleanly in 2. You could see the confusion on his face when he realized he didn't die, but his 2 halves began to slip away from each other. He tried to pull himself together as the flat of the sword struck the side of his head, knocking him out. Ronin went back, knocking out the other 2 victims before releasing Yamato and returning all the cuts to smoke in the breeze. There was no sign of any cuts, other than the horror tales these criminals would tell when in prison. But that wasn't his worry. Ronin moved downward, ready to continue his work. Heroes watched as men ran screaming from their hideout, utterly confused. That's the signal, but what's happening? Is it safe to go in there? Maybe they accidentally armed the bomb. The heroes knew the story of Ruku and Ranger's standoff, and most of the hideouts seemed rigged to blow. Possibly an order from on top to try and destroy evidence, but with Ranger on the scene, it hadn't worked once. However, did Ranger show up? I didn't hear him. Heroes worked to quickly take down the fleeing criminals, but the criminals were seriously scared. But Ranger's shotgun still couldn't be heard, only screams from inside the building. Gradually, the flow out of the building slowed down. A single large man lurched out, taking advantage that civilians were frozen by the confusion and grabbing a nearby man as a hostage. Hey, I got a hostage. Don't you move or else. The voice was as calm as a stream and steady as a mountain. It wasn't loud but carried a great deal of weight as the figure exited the building. His coat flitted about in the breeze as he tossed his 39th victim to the side. The light glinted off his helmet, outlining just how emotionless he looked. He spun Yamato once, getting some liquid off of it and splattering it on the ground. I ain't scared of you. His muscles bulged as he began to strange his hostage, leaning forward only 20 feet from Ronin. Some heroes were closer, but no one was moving until SSS Schick. The sword flicked as he closed the distance, cutting the man's arm off at the shoulder. Are you done talking yet? The arm fell to the ground and the man stepped back, grabbing at his shoulder before screaming as the hostage bolted, also screaming. After the hostage moved out of the way, his sword danced, chopping off one of the man's legs so he couldn't escape and then slamming the pommel into his temple, then hit it again with the flat of the blade. He crumpled like wet newspaper. Glad you heroes were here. Someone might have gotten hurt if you weren't. Now, his voice was thick with sarcasm as he looked over the scene, spinning his sword around with one hand while taking everything in. The rounded up criminals, the bomb squad going into the building, the heroes who started remember their jobs and surrounded him. Freeze Ronin, he didn't have time to lecture them on their sloppy reaction time. How did they pass their hero exams, let alone graduate when they were this bad? What did they teach in those fancy hero schools? He didn't bother to give a snappy one-liner, just cutting through the ground and falling into the sewers, then hitting the release button. All the injuries Yamato had inflicted faded away, and the dismembered parts would become whole. He already knew his next target. Yamato began to cut space in half as they moved together, the living weapon and the weapon made from the once living. They had a lot more places to bust before they were done. The second went down even faster, and he got to hear the members talking about him and his takedown while slamming a goon headfirst into a sink. There was just less at the second, less building, less people, less time spent overall. He shouted Mao's name before he left, then sunk through the floor again. He really thought they would start preparing something in the sewers to deal with him. But it wasn't a bureaucracy unless everything took years longer than it should have. Now, he was in the third basement, sitting in the rafters and waiting for the guards to move. They were only aware of one of his raids here, and he was impressed with their information network. It seemed they were still talking about the first raid, though. The second raid seemed too small to be important. He adjusted his stance and entered a controlled fall, landing on one of the guards and driving him headfirst into a wall before kicking off his body like a starting platform, drawing his sword and cutting the next man cleanly through both arms at the bicep and his chest, leaving his body defenseless except his legs. Ronin wasn't interested in the body though and just shoved the body over while he kicked the head repeatedly. The body spasmed twice before the eyes lost focus, slipping into unconsciousness. He looked over the victims who didn't even see him, all tied up and gagged. If nothing else, this gang was very organized. They were informed when one gang went down, had a large number of bombs set up at most hideouts, and had a single method for tying up their victims. Made it easy to untie them when you got used to it. And some rescue workers were well on their way to getting their not merit badge because of his work breaking and exiting, leaving the rescue workers to clean up his mess. He crouched slightly, turning on his heel and drawing his sword again, cutting another man in half. Yamato made strength irrelevant. All he needed was speed to cut down punks like this. His latest victim had tried to get the jump on him since he was blocking the way to the upstairs. Yamato danced, Ronin's two-handed grip elegantly slicing through any attempts to fight back. After dicing, he slammed the blunt of the sword into his newest victim and breathed in. He held his breath, eyes scanning the scene as he stepped back, sword ready for a new target. Only after looking around and making sure no one else was coming for him did he sheath Yamato, letting the wounds fade into just painful memories for his new unwilling training dummies. It was always weird to watch them piece themselves together, but that was probably because he hadn't done it a lot. If this was his quirk from birth, he wouldn't think twice about it. If this was his quirk from birth, he probably never would have thought to try and apply it this way. Ronin looked over the three men, judging the size of this place. 3 guards in the basement wasn't much, but with this many people getting ready to be shipped off, it seemed pretty big. Maybe most of the people were upstairs. And speak of the devil, he heard the steps of someone coming straight to him and punted his victims out of sight. His thumb played with the tsuba, eager for one more drawing cut and to see just how many of these effers he could dice up. He was starting to like this. Maruko couldn't be more excited when she got called in to deal with the schmucks running some trafficking ring. Right until she found out they were going to be sitting back and waiting. Not her style at all, especially when she was sure she could just go in and beat the shit out of everyone. Those beaches couldn't even use their own bombs right. They were as scary as a toddler with a knife. All they could do was hurt themselves. Then she heard that today something was different. They wouldn't be seeing that new vigilante, stranger or something. He had returned and was carving up a storm. Even better, his path was headed toward the base she was stuck at after she transferred. So she might have just shouted at a different hero to switch spots with her. Now, he was coming after taking down his 5th gang today. He was moving in a clear path, barely hiding. It wasn't a matter of where, but when. Sooner or later, he'd come to this dump and carve them up, then she'd come to him and beat him flat. She hated having loose ends or regrets, and Ronin's constant one-upmanship was pissing her off. He had even disappeared for a while so she couldn't get even, but now, Ronin was back, and she'd make sure she got a chance to fight him and get the last win. It wasn't the first hit that won the fight, but the last one. Ronin emerged inside the building through the wall through the 2nd floor, hiding underneath a table and moving slowly. He tried to never attack the same floor he entered, so they wouldn't be sure how or when he got inside. He did attack the same floor a few times, but that was to mix things up. Didn't want to get formulaic. He was trying to avoid being predictable. From underneath the table, he sliced the ground and peered through at the 1st floor. Everything's ready to ship. We just need a word from the boss and we're gone. Ronin counted his future victims, organizing a plan of attack and looking for a good place to slip in through. Bathrooms, closets, places no one would notice a new person inside. Behind large objects was good too. Ronin backed out, then widened his hole so he could move through more easily, and went for his default position when the floor wasn't a good option, the ceiling. Most of these places had rafters on the bottom floor that he could climb on, but he tried to not visibly from there, like attacking so no one other than his victims could see where he came from. If someone he didn't knock out saw where he came from, they might alert the rest and make his job much more difficult. He moved like a spider, now well acquainted with moving along ceilings and defying gravity. There were rows of shelves on the 1st floor, diving the scene and separating them for him. He picked the leader instead of the easier target. That was the person who should have the detonator for the bombs littered around. He wrapped an arm and leg around the rafter to anchor himself in place while he drew his sword, slashing down and making a portal that'd lead him straight to his target. Ronin adjusted his grip, then breathed in. His hold on the rafters loosened as he leaned forward, falling gracefully through the portal and into another fight. The figure literally appeared from thin air, landing softly on the ground and cutting their leader down the middle with barely a whisper. Its sword carved 3 people in 2 with one blow as the thing spun like a top, each swing large but precise. He chopped them to bits, throwing in kicks and pommel strikes as they fell. A strange fog radiated off of him, flowing along the floor and creeping around their legs. The remaining men stepped back as Ronin looked over each of them, then jumped upward and disappeared. Ronin reappeared, cutting the man's legs off and hitting him with a spinning back kick into others, then jumped up again and disappeared. A few seconds later, he returned and struck one of the shelves, sending it crashing down onto the unlucky gangsters. "Where is Mao?" The voice seemed to come from within the fog itself, surrounding the last standing members. "Where is he?" It wasn't a question, not with the way that thing said it. Another one of them disappeared entirely, then fell from the ceiling right onto the survivors. Some managed to get out of the way, but the rest got sliced up by a phantom blade. He appeared atop the chopped bodies, faceless and emotionless. Where is he? They all tried to charge him. Not out of confidence but out of fear. If they didn't beat him now, they might all be slowly whittled to nothing. Unfortunately, they didn't notice that they entered a mass of fog that was up to their necks. Ronin's arm seemed to twitch as his sword disappeared into the thin fog, reappearing in them as it left white lines on their body that ran through their whole bodies. You don't seem to know. Ronin spoke as their bodies were chopped to bits without him even approaching them. At least he's not involved in this. I might put him down if he was. He looked up, eyeing the stairwell and thinking of the people that'd be hidden throughout the floors now. It was his job to mop them up since he started this. He just had to make sure every one of these schmucks would be asking about Mal when they woke up. He kicked another disembodied head, then sheathed his sword as he sorted through the room. He was getting pretty good at this, but he could always use a little more practice, and after he finished gathering up the bombs and detonator, he could cut loose against the rest of the schmucks upstairs. This wouldn't even take 10. Yamato carved the floor open, making some of the schmucks fall into his grasp as he cut them into pieces. The portals on the floor shut as quickly as they opened, leaving the entire floor a dangerous spot to stay. It was fun to watch them. It was like playing the floor is lava. He'd move outside the building like how he came in, but he couldn't be sure where the heroes were watching. Instead, he came straight up through a small hole, sheathing his sword and making himself as small a target as he could, with arms and legs tucked in. His legs kicked out after they went through the portal, his feet landing on either side of the hole. His legs bent at the ankle and knees as he tensed, leaning forward for a bit of forward momentum. Usually, I say style right about now. He exploded backward instead of forward, spinning his entire body to build up momentum and cleaving the man, the desk, and the wall behind him. Now, I'd say which form it was. He pushed off the wall, using a small set of slashes to teleport to the far side of the room and drive his sword into the next one. Then, he pulled upward, splitting the body and drawing up for the next attack. His leg came up and kicked his victim in the stomach, pinning him as the flat of his blade crashed into half of his head, and both sides went out like a light. Then I give the name of the style. He backed out through the portal, the same one he used to cross the room to his second victim. The crowd tried to swarm him while he played with his second victim, but by moving through the portal, he was now on the opposite side of the room and behind them. He turned off the portal and charged as they turned around, slicing sideways through all of them. Limbs and torsos flew as Yamato danced, his right arm carrying the weight of the sword while his left chose the angles, making for quick, precise strikes. He took a step back and scanned the room, with the enemies now on the floor and screaming, the detonator in his grasp, and the heroes with their thumbs up their asses outside. All was well. He sheathed his sword but left it on as he knocked the remaining victims out, then released Yamato's smoke. Their bodies were patched together while he began to sift through the evidence, picking future targets and taking pictures. Just before he left, they were all tied together. It was time to exit. He went down the stairs as he replaced Yamato's batteries, checking on the hostages. He cut one of them free and pointed to the exit. Get out. Heroes are waiting. They'll help. He disappeared as the man took off his gag and bandana, looking around to only find smoke. He stood, looking at the others, then hurried outside. He would give the heroes plausible cause to enter, letting them take the things inside as evidence while Ronin made tracks. Yamato came out, slicing through the ground and letting him fall into the sewers. All in all, it was a great raid, but he'd probably be hearing from Mao tomorrow at this rate. He was making great time, at least. Maybe he should just ask Aiko to set up a meeting, but he didn't want anyone to pair the two of them together. He shook his head, muttering, at least that speech was easy. Did Yue have a class on giving good speeches? Maybe that would be his next demand, for whatever Nezu needed him to do after his little training camp. He just tried to keep it short and to the point. As god-awful as he was at inspiring courage and confidence in people, he seemed to be even better at inspiring fear and panic. He wasn't even trying at the end. With those portal attacks, he was just trying out moves to see how they went. Teleporting people through the floor seemed pretty good since it made his opponents take predictable stances, like on top of objects and walls. What's that noise? He had drawn Yamato to begin teleport running, but something else was in here with him. Irrelevant. He'd just outrun it. Gotcha beach. Maruko laughed as she rounded the corner, leaping off the walls and floor with ease. I knew you'd come here. All I had to do was wait for you to come to I. Stop running. Ronin took off, with his least favorite fan in tow, chasing him down. Looked like he was going to get to make up for the Parker practice he missed with his god-awful speech. You're pretty familiar with this place, rat. Maruko bounded down the sewers after him, their movements almost the exact same. Neither touched the floor as they moved, bounding off walls over and rounding corners at breakneck speeds. Ronin had to close all of his portals after he made them. Otherwise, Maruko would get to use them to catch up with him. It was really getting aggravating. I don't have time for your antics today, Maruko. Beat it. Hey, you trying to boss me around? She smirked, then sped up slightly. Somebody got a schedule. Boo-hoo, cry me a river. You're just some villain, and today I'm gonna grind you into the dirt. I seriously don't have the time for this. He gave her one last warning, then looked around. He should be getting close, and he could turn this L into a W if he was right. Here's hoping he was. Yamato stopped carving the air and scratched the ceiling of the sewer tunnels, giving Ronin a new escape route right as Maruko could have caught him. He jumped off her, making sure to drive a foot into her shoulder as he went to knock her back. He rose inside the warehouse, surrounded by kidnappers and the kidnappees. Yamato was glowing, radiating smoke. His cloak floated for a moment as his momentum carried him upward. Everyone stared in confusion as he switched from the one-handed grip he used with the X/ to a two-handed grip. Sorry boys, I'll make this quick. Yamato created more and more smoke, giving him something he could slip through. The smoke went active as he fell through it, slipping into the cold world his quirk made. He didn't think about or ever bother using this other world, but he could see through the other world, seeing the portals that lead out of it. The cold world was blue and frosty, easily 0 degrees. He couldn't stay in it for too long. He ran through the cold world on a ground that just seemed to be blue smoke, picking a spot and hopping through it, then slicing into his new victim before ducking back into the cold world. Maruko turned as he jumped from thin air, seemingly using his portal to enter the building. What, how'd you? No more holding back, Yamato. He appeared again, cutting down 2 more before falling back through the fog. It was pretty clear to see Ronin was getting faster. While they couldn't see him literally throwing himself through portals in the cold world, they could see his momentum increasing every time he disappeared. He carved through them, always staying far away from Maruko. She chased after him, like a game of whack-a-mole with a single very hyper mole. He'd dive out of the smoke, then back and right as she sprung midair. The smoke kept spreading and giving him a wider range to work from until he skipped floors again. On the second floor, they were ready, but not ready for him. He rose from the floor with a spin, spreading smoke everywhere before sinking back through the floor and landing on Maruko, who had been trying to follow him, kicking off to go back to the second floor and diving through the smoke into the Cold War. He could hear them collide. The goons who jumped where he was and Maruko, who had followed him up again instead of using the stairs. He came out of the cold world and moved upward, leaving Maruko to deal with these mucks. He could hear her shouting at him, but what did he care about fighting rivals? She could sort out her issues by talking to a psychologist, not by kicking him in the face. Hey, get back F off. He could hear her screaming as he rose up the stairs, kicking the door down to divert their attention. Anyone inside the room's eyes would be drawn to that open door while he ran past and carved open the wall, leaping inside and tackling the nearest gangster. That split second of confusion let him take the initiative and tear through everything in his way, slicing and slashing through everything until the entire room was ribbons, coated in white lines. Get back here, Ronin. Ronin did one last sweep of the room, taking only 2 pictures before bailing out the roof. This was another small hideout, nothing big or important in here. Not even a bomb in sight. Right as Maruko burst into the room, he created a portal and went through the ceiling. Instead of following him, she jumped straight through the ceiling, doing a little flip so she landed in front of her own hole. You're not getting hay. Stop running, damn it. He didn't even stick around to see her do that little flip, though. He was already off and running as soon as he went through the roof. He knew roughly where his next target was, and it was way easier to find them above ground than below it. They took off in a duet of Parker, with one like a charging animal and one moving like an elegant dance. His steps were light, to avoid wasting energy and keep pushing forward as he moved through his portals. Maruko left a clear imprint with every jump, cracking the ground as she moved faster and faster. You waste energy on verticality. He leaped across buildings, creating portals midair to close the gaps his legs couldn't overcome on their own. Rabbits jump because their legs are designed to. You're just wasting energy. Shut the F up already. I'm here to kick your ass, not learn your opinion. Maruko was snarling, trying to hit him out of the air with tackles but always missing by the slightest margin. Did you know that when attacking, power comes from the ground? You pushing off the ground is what gives your hits impact. Otherwise, you might just push yourself backward instead of doing any damage. Kind of like what you're doing right now. He slowed down, letting her dive ahead and miss him entirely. He then sped back up while she had the fun of turning around and trying to figure out where he was. You spend too much time in the air. If you stayed on the ground, you'd hit much harder. What do I have to do to make you shut up? She leaped through the air again, and this time he went right under her. Stop running away like a spineless beach and fight. Furthermore, you don't have any mobility in the air. He let her dive at him, then turned and ran an entirely new direction while she soared helplessly towards where he had been going. You can't adjust in time, so you waste time and energy overshooting. You really do need to learn restraint, at least. I won't kill you. I'll just make it very, very painful. She jumped off a building and squarely at him, while he stopped dead and turned to face her. I didn't mean restraint for my sake. He only swung the sword twice, but she went straight through the new portal. The world went entirely blue for a moment before it returned to its usual shade as she was surrounded by strange people inside of a building, all standing around a screen and looking at her. It's Maruko. Kill her. All of the men tried to jump her, but she tore through them easily, bounding off the walls, ceiling, and floor to crush them. It seemed Ronin had sent her into his next target. She was fuming as she slammed one of these jackasses into the floor so hard it cracked. Ronin, I quote, I'm going to effing kill you. Ronin kept on moving after sending Maruko in. He might have shouted more about Mao, but he kind of wanted to get away before that. Since he'd been moving in a straight line for so long, he was going to start running out of big buildings soon. Maybe he should get a ride or something, like a motorcycle or car. It only took the briefest memories of trying to drive the police car to throw that idea out the window. He kept moving over the buildings, with a few shouts from below reaching him. A few people outside of the heroes seemed to recognize him, making him feel pretty good. He checked his layout for a second, overlooking the final target. It wasn't big or dramatic. He saved some easy ones for the end when he figured he'd be tired. Only 20 or so people inside, easy pickings for him. Plus he could go slowly now that Maruko was tied up in legalities. She had to finish up with the current villains and the paperwork before she could chase him unless she had some way to weasel her way out of that. He breathed out, stepping away from the ledge and gauging the distance between him and the target building. Then going into a dead sprint before pushing off the ledge. He flew over 10 feet easy, over half the distance between the buildings, then flicked his arm out and created a portal right before gravity gave him a close look at the alleyway below. He stepped out onto the roof of the building, listening to the quiet for a moment. He tried to pin where the heroes were in case he made an above-ground escape again. Then cut the roof and listened, and heard nothing. It was oddly quiet going in. Put him on edge, whatever it meant. He slipped an eye in, suspecting an ambush but only found an abandoned room. Nobody was inside, from gangsters to hostages. He fell through the roofing and looked around the room, listening. In the distance, he could hear something below him. Fighting. Were the heroes already here? Wasn't his problem if they were, but he had to make sure at least. It wasn't like Maruko, at least. There were still the screams and heavy impacts, but they came together much faster. Not as much movement overall, but whoever it was, they were crushing the competition. Was this person one of the gangsters? Another rogue hero? A vigilante? The third and second floors had also been abandoned, probably to try and fight whatever was on the first floor. Heavy breathing and a deep laugh. He'd recognize that tone anywhere. He stopped at the stairwell to watch the man perform his craft. They didn't come one by one but swarmed him. He pulled his jacket off, whipping it over his head like a flail while laughed before throwing it at the rushing crowd, stepping back and going sideways. His left leg came up, his right bearing the weight as his left became a blur of kicks. Every hit was aimed to crush the opponent, hitting exactly where the giant wanted. Mao laughed as his leg slowed down, spinning his entire body as to kick with his right instead of his left. His right heel clocked one of the gangsters in the arm, snapping it like a Kit Kat while Mao just laughed harder. Come on, show me what you losers got. While Ronin had to go quietly and stealthily, Mao was better the more people were there. The bigger the numbers, the bigger the thrill was. He grabbed one of the storage containers the kidnapped victims were in and ripping a door off like it was paper. Then slammed it down like a wrestler would slam a chair down onto the head of a man even larger than him. The man on the receiving end had been trying to charge him but lost all momentum and staggered into Mao's uppercut, which sent him cleanly out of the entire building. There was a new hole in the building as Mao laughed, egging them on. More, show me what you weaklings can do. Mao laughed as he moved through the crowd, using his body as a battering ram to crush the enemy. While Maruko tanked hits, Mao used his legs to slam his body into anyone stupid enough to try and hit him. He swerved around the room, blocking attacks with his arms, grappling anything he could and literally throwing them around like ragdolls. Come on. Mao took a step back, slamming a foot down as laughed, clawing the air his voice echoed out. Now the heroes were trying to get in, taking one look at Mao, and stepping down to try calling in backup. Effing spineless beaches. Damn straight. Ronin carved open the floor, squatting slightly as he watched the show. And here I thought I'd be wrecking sit for a week before you showed up. Ain't nice to keep a beach waiting. And you're the most loyal effer I know. Mao laughed, punting one of the gangsters out and taking out two heroes. Wanna go? Right here, right now. Nope, I need your help. Follow me and... Ronin widened the portal for Mao, then gave him one last look before he slipped in. Try to keep up, K. Oh, somebody's cocky. Mao laughed, taking heroes' attacks to the back like they weren't sit. He turned slowly, feeling the hype build up enough to use his third quirk. It usually worked automatically, but he never got enough energy to use it most of the time. Right now though, the red energy coursed up from his heart and into his hands, making them glow red before he slammed them down. The red shockwave made the building shake and sent everything in front of him flying back. He laughed as he stepped through the portal, dropping into the sewers. The two ran through the sewers. Ronin used the light of Yamato, and Mao saw the entire world in shades of red now. While neither had great vision, their instincts could make up where their eyes were lacking. Eventually, they came out of an alleyway and got to see light. Ronin got to marvel at the new Mao, although it wasn't too different. Mao had put on weight, and not in the fat sense. He seemed even bigger than last time, still showing off his muscles without a shirt, just his leather jacket which he had been throwing around like a fighting character throws Hadoukens. He now had a helmet on though, and it was very familiar to Ronin. It was the first full helmet Ronin had worn, after all. The helmet hid his identity. A little. He'd take what he could get. So, it won a fight now. Mao focused on the goal, differently from Maruko. Maruko had gotten distracted by a grudge match, while Mao had noticed Ronin and finished what he was doing before pursuing him. It helped Mao's case though that Ronin seemed to be seeking him out, while Ronin was trying to ditch Maruko. The difference in mentality though split them and made sure that while Maruko would be a problem, Mao would be dangerous. That attention to detail was a bigger threat than any of Maruko's instincts. Now that Mao finished clobbering goons and evading capture, he was on to his next goal, Ronin. Ronin wasn't of the mind to play around and got to the point. You know about guns. I have some of a gun I want to build, and you're the best person I can trust with it. You trust me. BWAHAHA. Mao managed to get 3 whole words out before laughing. To be honest, that was 3 whole more words than Ronin thought he was gonna say. Me, and yo, I need help getting some parts for an AEC, so I won't be able to get the parts legally. The chillers were about gun smuggling, so you should know where I can get the parts. I'm willing to pay. He walked out of the alley, confident no heroes would be here as he walked inside an old office. There were still bloodstains from his first gang raid. Good times. Chairs were already set up, and the parts of the AEC had been moved here this morning. It had been an annoying run, but at least now he was only taking the important parts. Are you interested? You wanna buy some gun parts? I'm game, but I got a question. Mao took a seat, spinning it back so he could sit and rest his arms on the back of the chair. Was an AEC. Ronin nodded to the mess in the corner. Big gun. I got most of the essential parts. I think the guy I swiped it from was trying to make a new gun out of it. Mao didn't even get to rest a minute in the folding chairs Ronin had dug up, sifting through the parts as his brow furrowed. It seemed, like Kaminari, Mao had a few subjects he was unrivaled in. While Kaminari's was really weird, Mao made a career out of his, fighting and guns. I think I need to know what an AEC is. Seriously? This thing's the firing chamber, Rig. What's it firing? He fingered the firing chamber, which was big enough to shoot steak knives. Do you want the full story or the quick one? Quick. Mao sifted through the parts, muttering. I know a couple o guys who might know where you can get it, but it's pretty pricey. What price range we working with? Broke is it. I've got 800,000 yen saved for this. Mao whistled tried to whistle. He couldn't and was just blowing air, but the effort was there. That sum of cash was around 8,000 in American dollars. Pretty expensive for a gun on its own. He'd been saving his money and taking a little more from his victims as ranger recently for this. And it wasn't like they were usually short on cash, just taking 1,000 yen ahead. Only took 100 guys to get to 1/8 of what he got, and he was fighting about 20 a building, 3 buildings a day at least. Damn, and thought quick story. Was AEC stand for? Mao was starting to get an idea of either how many parts they'd need, or how important these parts would be. This would be pretty pricey if Ronin expected to spend 800,000 yen on this. Anti-elephant cannon. Now, when can we start getting the parts? Is today good? Wait. Wait. What? You want that full story now? Will it make your elephant thing make sense? A little. Shoulda known you'd be talking a lot. That's why you brought the chairs. Mao sighed, rubbing his head and sitting down, draping his arms over the back of the chair. Ronin tossed him a drink. Mao checked to make sure it wasn't something disgusting and popped it open while Ronin gave him a little history lesson. Mao couldn't help smiling as he spun the bullet between his fingers. So long it could have been mistaken for. Well, he wasn't sure, but it didn't look like a bullet. It was just too big at almost a foot long, a twisted hunk of metal that had its own grooves to help it spin when in the air. He bought this one for his collection, and a second one in case Ronin let him fire the AEC once. He kinda wanted to see what it could do. Ronin finished forking over the cash and checked the list. They had gone to each of the stores Mao could think of, picking up parts for the anti-elephant cannon, and should be almost done. Ronin. How much left? 7 parts, but we needed 50 when we started. Ronin picked up 2 of the larger boxes, nodding over to Mao to pick up the rest. They weren't that heavy on their own, they were just awkward because of how many boxes there were. Some of them went into bags, some stacked, but either way they all had to get moved somehow. They left, with sacks and boxes in tow, to drop off all the new parts. They had been going from stores to the office over and over. Mao wasn't great with math, but this thing would be pretty heavy when fully assembled. They both moved very quickly. Even when Mao had almost no hype, he could carry a lot of weight. He'd been working out to try and solve that problem that he was a slow starter, and it paid off right now. This could even be considered another workout, especially when chasing behind his rival. Despite all his muscles and strength, Ronin moved much faster with the same amount of junk tied to him. It was fun to have a goal again. He didn't have goals for so long, and now that he did, he could barely wait to crush this one. The parts were placed around the office, and they went on to Mao's next shop. Mao got more and more excited as they moved through the sewers, and Ronin could use that fancy magic sword of his to fly. The trips to the shops were always the faster part of buying all these things, and way easier than when he was selling them crap. He was pretty sure he was the one who brought in some of the parts Ronin was buying, which is why the sellers couldn't hide that they had it. Mao kept track of all his dealings for the big man on top, who was always telling him to pay attention to finances. They arrived at the docks, Mao leading them down the yard as he eyed each ship by name, trying to remember without pulling out his phone what the next shop was named. They had 3 more to go if this one didn't pan out, but the AEC was a foreign gun and this place dealt in a lot of imports. It'd make sense that they might have a few parts from Africa. Mao's eyes flickered between 2 ships until he recognized one of the people, pulling Ronin along with him. Ronin had switched to some weird cowboy outfit, with a stupid as F looking hat and a ton of guns. Looked stupid and funny as hell. He made sure to let Ronin know his opinions on his lame outfit, and what he should be wearing. And was with that big coat. In this weather, you dumbass trying to burn to death. Gotta put my guns somewhere. We can't all just headbutt through walls, you know. This the boat. Ronin was playing with the shotgun that was hiding along his right leg, usually covered up by his coat. On the opposite leg was that magic sword of his, also hidden by that weird giant coat. Looked kind of familiar for some reason, but Mao couldn't figure out why for the life of him. Oh well, couldn't be important. Yeah, just follow me. Mao stepped up and through people, walking like he owned the place and shoving aside anyone stupid enough to get in his way. His big grin and confident standing were enough to show his standing in the dockyard, literally head and shoulders bigger than the other people. They moved up the docks, Mao greeted some people, and they went below decks in under a minute and on to business. Mao wasn't one for dawdling around and kept things going smoothly while Ronin got down to brass tacks. They picked out the parts. Mao threatened to throw someone into a wall a couple of times. Then they recognized the shotgun Ronin started playing with and they lowered the prices a little more. After the threats and bargaining, the dynamic duo of dipshits dipped out. Ronin put all the parts together, looking out over all the junk like a giant puzzle. Each part had a place, and it was his new job to find that place and make sure everything came together well. Oh, and Mao was still here for some reason. He forgot to haggle with him. You want payment, right? 10% of what I paid for the parts, for getting me the shops and saving me money. Sound good? Hey, 5%. And I get to fire the gun when you're done. Mao held up one of the bullets he bought. Ronin figured he might try this since Mao didn't have any other reason for the bullets. You can fire at once, and not at any buildings, including indoors. Didn't want any major property damage coming down on his head. Mao's smile got even bigger though, and he grabbed Ronin's hand with a crushing grip, laughing as he shook the smaller man up and down. Perfect. My number so you don't have to go blowing so much shit next time you want to talk to the main man. He let go and exchanged info with him. Next time you go on a rampage, give old Mao a call. It'll be a blast. Don't you have a job to do? Mao just laughed it off, waving goodbye. Maybe. See ya soon. Sheet, this gonna be a blast. Ronin shook his head in disbelief as Mao jumped out the window, laughing as he crashed and climbed straight over the next building before jumping again. It was like watching a little All Might, if All Might was a gangster and actually American, and had a couple of concussions. Ronin refocused and started opening packages, setting himself for a very long work ahead. This would probably take a long time, and with a little luck, he'd get it done before the test. He should be getting a quick update of the rules. But if it was anything like the last test he did, it should be difficult but not impossible. Focusing on their weakness to force development seemed a little stupid. How could someone conquer the weakness in just 30 minutes? That took days of practice at best, usually weeks. Some people never got over their weaknesses and just made it worse. And yes, he was bashing Maruko and her stupid movement style again. He began to piece together the AAC very slowly. This would be a long night, and he'd be late. Maybe he could get something to eat on the way home, cause he didn't think he'd be getting home in time for dinner. Nezu went over everything one last time with the heroes who came in to help, and the teachers who'd be stepping up their game to challenge the students. The heroes had to be specifically picked to force each student to grow, whether they were from in-house or external. One of those external challenges was the first person to arrive and had been resting since he arrived. His cowboy hat pushed over his eyes as he leaned back, catching a bit of sleep before his fight against Nire. He had listened to the rules when he arrived and been sleeping in the corner ever since, next to a very strange and suspicious object. Most of the heroes were too interested in themselves and joking around to notice the extremely shady figure trying to sleep on the transport, taking up the front seat behind the bus driver. The ones who did, unsurprisingly, were the teachers he knew him, even if they didn't know they knew him. Is he going for the same style as you? Midnight squinted at Ranger, then looked back at Snipe and tried lining them up side by side. Why's he asleep? We're supposed to be testing in under an hour. At least he showed up if he was that tired. Although I'm not sure how well he'll do, 13 said as she ran another check on her suit. Who's he for? A third year or second year? Not sure, but if Nezu picked him. Snipe left that sentence unfinished because they all knew the kind of people Nezu tried to pick. He wanted to put Mirio against the Namu from the USJ to see how well the next generation of heroes would do, but instead had to settle for just letting Mirio fight All Might. Focus on your own fights. From underneath the hat, an extremely tired voice whispered, ... If you have the time to waste on me, use it on yourselves. Aizawa, why are you dressed as a cowboy? Midnight shook her head in confusion, but Snipe offered a good perspective. Well, a relatively good perspective. People see him in his usual outfit all the time, so now it'll be harder to recognize him at a glance. Snipe adjusted his own outfit, making sure the gas mask was snugly attached. A weird outfit to do it though. Just like yours. Aizawa slurped juice, sitting across the aisle from the stranger. What are you guys doing? If you have the time to be standing around gossiping, you have the time to focus on your jobs. Are there two Aizawas? Midnight was tempted to move that dumb-looking cowboy hat, but Nezu had just come out to give them their final words. All the heroes gathered together to listen to him go over everything before going each to their own arena. The tired cowboy dragged himself out of the bus and into one of the large cityscapes, the terrain his challenger would be most used to. He had asked that Nire get as many advantages as reasonable, so he could hold back as little as possible. He had stuck wheels to the bottom of the AEC so he could drag it around as he surveyed the scene in person. He already had gotten the layout, but it was different than seeing it in person. You couldn't get a feel for the magnitude until you saw just how small you were compared to everything else. Hey Ranger. Ranger himself didn't even spare that furry F for a glance, planning out how the battle could go. He could see it now, blurrily, but the more he learned about her and her style, the clearer it would get. In order to get everything under control, he'd need to fire the first shot. So, Ranger, did you have any custom rules for your match? You already said getting to the end doesn't count as a win. He set the AEC down, stretching. This train wreck started in 10 minutes, so he had 10 minutes to set up. Didn't want to waste it talking to Nezu. Yup. Might I ask, her mobility's good enough? It's still terrible, but it's not a major problem. It's only bad against other flying opponents, and I don't have the skill to force her to improve. I want her win conditions to be to beat me in combat, whether she arrests me or incapacitates me. He finished his stretches, trying to protect his back as much as possible before the mess got started and started to hustle, taking refuge under an overpass. Nire seems bad at information gathering. One-on-one combat, ranged combat, melee combat, and close quarters combat. I'll take care of information gathering by missing on the first shot, leaving us just focusing on her combat skills, or lack of any combat skills. I wouldn't go that far, but I would. I want this to force her to fight. She's got the mobility, she just doesn't pair it well with her fighting style. A better matchup would have been Hawks, a fellow flying and ranged hero. Instead, I'll just challenge her range skills and force her to effing aim and stop wrecking everything. I'm gonna stop beating around the bush. What is that? Nezu nodded to the AEC, which Ranger set on its side like a barricade and adjusted his stance so he could rest his arms atop it and line up his shots. You know how people say it's time to bring out the big guns. Ranger looked down Cupid and Kindness's sights, then adjusted. This is that gun. That was pretty stupid, yeah. It seems the vigilante who shoots first talks second is bad at talking. Does UA have courses over talking to people, like calming them down in a volatile situation or something? We do. You could attend it if you became a teacher here. Nope. Just wanted to make sure the next generation of heroes are learning that much at least. Alright, I'll be going now. A siren will mark when the matches start. Ranger nodded, checking all his guns one last time, then smirking at the retreating figure. This was gonna be a fun test run. Nire read over the dossier again, highlighting anything that seemed important, but that seemed almost everything. Her opponent wasn't a faux villain or some robots, it was a real villain. Ranger. Her victory requirements were both easier and harder than the usual ones. She was allowed to damage more property than usual, but she had to beat Ranger in combat, either arresting him or incapacitating him. That wasn't her specialty, especially when Ronin had shown he could dodge her attacks in a one-on-one fight. They both fought with ranged combat, but nobody who'd seen both would wonder which was the better. It seemed she'd be pressed to practice her combat skills. She looked at the timer, sighing. It was almost time. She adjusted her gloves, giving herself a once-over. Handcuffs were ready just in case, medical supplies on hand, and her earpiece to talk to the supervisors was working. As the siren went off, signaling them to start, there was no reason to put it off anymore. She'd have to sink or swim. Nire-chan remembered their last fight, and what getting hit with the bullets did. How her quirk had been cancelled out for a moment when hit with the blast, sending her into freefall. It seemed the safer option might be to approach on the ground, or at least not to fly too high. She pushed off the ground, staying only 5 feet off the ground to start with. She wasn't worried about finding Ranger. Her dossier included his location down to the street. She had plenty of fights in this city and knew her way around it by now. As she walked onto the street, Ranger holed himself into. The first exchange kicked off. 2 shots whistled in front of her, forcing her to take cover. While she was an obvious target on the ground, covered in different shades of blue, Ranger wore browns and grays, making it harder to see him at a glance even without the gunfire forcing you to run. Even after the first shots had been fired, she couldn't see exactly where he was. Nire shifted routes, going over one road so that Ranger couldn't shoot her without moving, and approaching that way until she was 1 street over and 1 street under his position. Ranger was positioned at a T-section that led into a bridge support and put himself against that support to prevent attacks from behind. That support beam was too sturdy for either of them to break, making it effectively divide the city in half. The part they could attack each other from, and the part they couldn't. Nire prepared to round the corner, charging both hands for as powerful an attack as possible. Ronin could dodge them before, but she was going to try and get the jump on him. Plus, this attack wasn't meant to hit him, just dislodge him from his current hold. But as she stepped around the corner to attack, she moved out of cover and into the line of fire for Ranger's twin pistols. Ba-bang! The twins fired off almost simultaneously, blowing her backward. Not bad, but stealth. With your colors, not good either. He kept on shooting her with ease, his shots hammering her backward and giving her the momentum to escape by flying backward and away. It looked like she could use her quirk as long as she didn't use them in the air blasts. The problem was his attacks were much faster than hers, leading into each other and giving him a continuous attack. He didn't seem to need to charge his attacks as she did. Nire had to do some odd combination of fly running that she hadn't had to in a long time, probably since her first year. The shots pushed her further away, proving, to her at least, the first part of this fight would be to dislodge her opponent. He didn't have to chase her, which she had to imagine was pretty good for a marksman. In a chase, she could fly away while he just shot after her. If he didn't take her out, she could always try flying away to escape. The first encounter didn't seem to go well, but it gave her a lot of ideas of what was to come. Ranger didn't chase her any further, retreating once she left the effective range of the pistols. He would be sitting pretty at the overpass, waiting for her. She needed something that could throw him off, and usually, her wide attacks would do that easily. The problem was, if she could shoot him, he could shoot her. She took another angle, relying on the dossier and the line that mentioned that she wouldn't need to worry about collateral. That was an order that came in for areas that were already destroyed, or when villains were threatening city-wide destruction. Realistically, this permission wouldn't be given to deal with someone like Ranger, but it was given for a reason. Ranger didn't have the destructive potential to destroy a city, so it was given to her to help her grow. It seemed to encourage the use of wider, bigger blasts. She moved down a few streets, charging a blast, then peered around the corner and shot it down the road without stepping out of cover. The attack quickly spread to envelop the entire street, but while there was no return fire, there was no sign of Ranger at all. She looked around again, then ducked back as another blast came out from behind the bridge support beam. You have the accuracy of a toddler using their quirk for the first time. You know what aiming is, don't you? His voice actually carried pretty well, despite the distance between them. I can aim. She fired a small blast at the source of his voice and missed him entirely, without him even needing to move. He didn't even give that one a return shot. She fired again, this time forcing him to move behind cover. What's with that big hold up? Are you wanting to see how fast I can shoot? He replied to her terrible small shots with some of his own, firing 6 in the time it'd take her to get one off. I'll at least admit I was wrong. It's more like the handling of a car crash. How long have you had this quirk for again? 14 years. I was a late bloomer, they say. She fired another charged shot, now charging all her shots from cover before reaching out to attack. He was getting more accurate with his attacks on her position, so she needed to move unless she wanted to step out and get domed instantly. She took a few steps back, then ran forward, flying across the road and behind new cover on the other side of the street. She'd been thinking about it before, but she was now sure of it. The shootout, the rolling dodges, the banter between them. This was definitely like a cowboy movie. She always wondered what it'd be like to be in a movie. Some heroes did it and they made it seem fun. She didn't think her finals would be her first real taste of it. You handle your quirk like a sledgehammer. What happened to precision? Is power all you have? He fired on her new position, with both of them now on the same side of the road and just over 100 feet between them. The gun blasts only hit like a quick punch at this range, showing their limits. However, they were fast and followed each other nicely. One good hit could throw her out of cover, and then he could move toward her while keeping up the barrage. I need a lot of power to knock down the big guys. Sorry, I'm just used to it. It was a little weird to get advice from your opponent, but Ruku had said if you were good enough at listening, your opponents would give you free tips. She probably didn't mean like this, but it made sense to listen to him. The big blasts might do more damage, but they didn't hit anything but other than the stuff she was supposed to be protecting. Didn't they teach you the square cube law and concentration? This is ridiculous. That line didn't make any sense, and she wasn't sure what he was talking about, but thinking about it for too long would give him an advantage, so she skipped over it. He had some weird trick where he would charge his shots as she did, but instead of being bigger, it was just stronger. She could tell since when the normal shots missed, she just felt a light breeze, but the charged shots could throw her around if she was too close. Her hair got thrown back every time he used one. His shots were all focused and fired quickly. The reason she was allowed to break things up wasn't so she would use her big attacks, but so she could attack without worrying about the environment. Right now, Ranger was doing less harm to the surroundings than her with his small and quick shots. But since their quirks were so similar, couldn't she do those kinds of shots too? Instead of developing a new big attack that required a long charge up, she worked backward. Instead of charging another huge shot, she hid behind the corner, experimenting with small blasts and shooting them into the air. She had created blasts like this before, but she never used them in a fight. They were just for showing off or to practice generating the energy to shoot things. She had to concentrate pretty hard at first since it kept wanting to spread out. But this whole cowboy thing gave her a great idea. She took a look down the road, then ducked back as a charged shot sent her hair flying. She had a great idea. Ranger checked his guns, making sure that all his preparations for this shitshow were in place. He was glad to be running out of reasons to put up with Nezu. The AEC was now finished, and he knew places he might be able to get more parts if necessary. The quick-draw sheath that he never used was working and sitting nicely on his left hip. The only things left were to learn how to use this stupid helmet and maybe getting a better bodysuit. But his fingers weren't crossed on that bodysuit. He had changed all the batteries before coming here and even brought spares. He was wearing the Ronin body armor as protection just in case and was ready for the kickback when he finally got around to using the AEC. Well, if he didn't cap Nire-chan in the head before then on a different note, who picked their real name for their hero name? Well, it seemed weird, but who was he to judge? He didn't even get to pick his own names. He fired 2 more shots at the corner she was hiding behind. He just needed to keep up the pressure and stall her out to win. Right now, he won if they didn't fight and would crush her if they did. If things didn't change, it was an easy win for him. If she stopped wasting her quirk, though, she might have a chance. A speck of blue leaned out, and there was a small dot of yellow coming at him. He counter-fired, then ducked as the attack weakly scooted past him. It was smaller like he intended, but it wasn't focused. The energy overall was just less. With a smaller size, you could put the same amount of energy into it and get better results. That was the idea behind bullets. The power of a tiny explosion focused into a small chunk of metal to do more damage than the explosion could on its own. What, you trying to poke me to death? He fired his own shot in response, then a dozen more to drive the point home. With 2 guns versus 2 hands, they were theoretically on an even playing field. The big difference between them was experience, and unbeknownst to everyone except Nezu and Ranger himself, she edged him out in that category. In theory, problem was, before the warehouse incident, he had never heard of her. She seemed to be some no-name UA student, but then he didn't know how she got an internship with one of the Big 10. It made no sense that a combat hero would be as bad as she appeared to be in combat. He had even gotten a few of her fights to look at while waiting for the ride here before he had started napping on the bus. Her technique focused on power over precision, just like another student he had been asked to teach. But unlike Kaminari, who figured this out through introspection and trust, Nire-chan was just going to have to find this out in a fight, which made no sense. If you were still learning things in the middle of a fight, you were learning them a little too late. That was what prep work was for. Another weak shot or 2, and another couple of rounds in reply. He still had over 20 minutes to go, and enough batteries to weather this. Calling it a storm felt too generous. To weather this mild breeze. The AEC would be pointless here. I thought you were supposed to be a combat hero. Knew this was a waste of my time. He stood fully upright, leaving cover in what might have been suicidal against a good opponent, and walking straight into the middle of the street, holstering both guns. If you're just gonna waste my time, let's get this over with. He stood dead onto her, letting the wind blow past him and pushing his coat back. It felt nice. He didn't get this usually when he fought. Maybe he should ditch the gun aspect. It went too much against the rest of his style. But that did really make it seem like an entirely different person. Not sure what I should call this one. Mandem, Crossfire, High Noon. So many references to choose from. His right hand threw back his coat, showing off the shotgun nestled on his right thigh. Whatever it is, it's gonna be the 4th form of duty's call. Come on, mercy. Is this supposed to be a cowboy shootout? She sounded so excited, which was ridiculous. She wasn't firing and was giving him a clear lead on where she was before he even drew, practically handing him the victory. That implies you'll be shooting back. This was probably going to be the end of it. He didn't have the time to waste on someone who couldn't figure out how to aim. He sat back, waiting for the signal he knew was coming. She couldn't stand to not make the most of this moment, so she'd shoot, and when she did. That sounds like a challenge. A more cautious opponent would realize the trap, but maybe she did and was just that confident in her skills. She went back to her wide energy blast with both hands, full charge, output level 40. Seriously, he had to wait for her to shoot for this technique to work, so might as well do it too, as stupid as speaking out loud was. Duty's call style. Spiraling surge. The energy shot out of her hands, forming a massive wave that could easily crush an opponent if it hit. Fourth form. His hand grabbed Mercy, his shotgun, sliding it out of the holster and pointing it at the oncoming wave with a calm unbefitting someone this close to being blasted down the street. Nejire wave. Crossfire. One was overflowing with excitement, and the other sounded bored as hell. The AEC. What was the AEC gonna do? Accelerate the ass-kicking from under 5 minutes to under 5 seconds. He only came here to get the parts, but if he just put in more effort and coordinated with Mao, he could have got them all without wasting an hour here. Opposed to his bored attitude, Ranger and Nejire's different energies slammed into each other. At first glance, it was a contest of power, but that was only from the eyes of someone who didn't know the quirk air cannon's full effect. Energy hit wind, and the wind devoured the energy like a starving man, adding what had been Nejire's power to its own and crushing the attack. It didn't absorb all of the attack to Ranger's surprise, but it absorbed more than enough to overpower what was left and crash into Nejire, sending her spinning and flying backward, unable to activate her quirk as she was slammed through a building about 100 feet away. So it does have a limit. Interesting. Wonder if it depends on the size of the blast, or is a hard limit across all of them. If it's a hard limit, looks like the pistol's quick shot function does have a use after all. He rambled more for his own benefit, looking over the hole he punched in the corner Nejire had been hiding behind. Her own attack had given his the power it needed and then some. I wonder if a charged shot can absorb more or less energy. Looks like this wasn't such a waste of time after all. Oh yeah, and I'm supposed to be teaching right now. He remembered the real reason he was in this mess, not to practice with guns but to teach some girl in 30 minutes what she hadn't got out of school in under 3 years. He sauntered over to the hole, gun at the ready if she tried anything funny. If you are still conscious, make a noise. Oh, fantastic. If you need medical attention, say so and the fight's off. Nope, KBLAM. Then I will try to fix that. He spun Mercy by the lever, readying for another shot. You still don't have enough focus. Your smaller attacks were like getting hit by a super soaker. Your quirk doesn't seem to need to be bigger to do more damage, so stop spreading it out. KBLAM. Just a friendly reminder, say when you can't keep going and I'll stop. Back on track though, you can't concentrate, and your attacks in a one-on-one fight are easy to dodge. You won't always have backup. Create settings where the opponent can't dodge, instead of relying on others to set them up for you or your opponents getting concussions and not knowing how their legs work. KBLAM. I'm running out of general tips, and I don't want to tell you how to win. Are you still conscious or what? He didn't want to enter what seemed to be an office, because if she was still fine, she could easily ambush him. He could see a large secretary's desk that she might have hidden behind and now waited for her response before engaging further. These blasts weren't powerful enough to cause serious injury without help though, so even if he had hit her she should still be conscious enough to give him a response. Crash still conscious. From the floor above him, the blast came straight down, shattering glass as it moved. It came down like rain, spreading to cover a huge area and turning the tables rather nicely on him. He could either point up, shooting himself in the face and taking care of the huge blast she shot out from the second-story window, or dodge. Ranger chose to not break his own neck and dove into the building right as she made that cheesy line about still being conscious. At least she responded well enough. Enough introspection. She's earned that at least. Ronin, Ranger, whoever the F he was, cleared his mind as he dove into the building, the road behind him shattering under the weight. The force seemed a little much, but so was what he did, so they were even. He heard her behind him and dove behind that desk he thought she was using, hearing the crackle of energy and seeing the room light up as she did the same trick he'd just done to her. The energy washed over the room, knocking everything back and moving the desk along the floor, with Ranger strapped in for the ride. Not a bad setting, huh? Not a great one either. He leaned over as she recharged and fired a return volley, but she flew up and out of the way. Now that he was facing her head on, he'd focus on the fight and stop being bored, at least so long as she kept this level of competency. She dropped down again, firing 2 attacks at full power, and he replied with 1 uncharged shot. This time the attacks cancelled out, meaning she was putting in more energy and learned from their first exchange. She used the wall of energy she created as a smokescreen, firing lighter attacks at him. Ranger weathered the first shot, unintentionally, and found out that it had all the stopping power of a charging 7-year-old. He tanked the second willingly, firing his own normal shot and forcing her to retreat up again. Your winning tactic was going back to poking me to death. His condescending tone made it clear just how weak the attack really had been. She dropped back into sights, and they exchanged another set of rounds. She led again with a heavy attack and stuck around to fire some lighter ones after the fact, her attack slightly winning out against his but losing so much power it didn't do anything. He tanked another light attack, stepping back at the impact. It was more like a push than a hit, if even. He powered through her weaker attacks and forced her back with another shotgun blast. Once again, she dipped out by going above him. Although repetitive, she was going a good job at keeping him boxed in. Unfortunately, villains won ties. If she wanted to win, something had to change. She was at least doing all right. She got him to move pretty far from where he had started, leaving some of his equipment around and being stuck in a building. He went into this wondering if the fight would last 2 minutes because she took an aerial approach and got shot out of the sky, then broke something while landing. It takes time to improve, and you've got less than 20 minutes, so start improving. Another exchange, but this time he moved to the side before she shot. Her blast went straight into the room, but his hit her sideways and cut through it. It forced her back, and instead of going straight up, she dove to one side first, probably due to the quirk-absorbing effect of the blast. It was a very strange shootout. Her next blast came without her entirely landing, just floating down far enough to attack then quickly rising. She seemed to be trying to turn this into an endurance match, which was unfortunate. He was spending way less energy than her, and most of his destructive power came from her attacks. He really was a bad matchup for her. I'm getting bored of this, Nire. Was this all the tricks you had? Instead of just shooting at each other, he drew a Bowie knife, one of the first trophies he ever claimed from a victim, and threw it at her as she entered his field of view. It moved cleanly past her attack, hitting her in the shoulder before her attack could properly spread out, and bounced off. Bowie knives, it turned out, weren't meant for throwing, but it was good enough. The hit shoulder moved, making one of the blasts miss by a mile, teetering off course and weakening the overall force. Meanwhile, he fired, then fired again. He now used a series of blasts as he advanced, intending to leave by blasting her out. As soon as the knife hit her in the shoulder, albeit with the blunt end, she clumsily flew upward and out of Mercy's range. She seemed to know this wasn't a battle she'd be winning. Ranger advanced, Mercy pointing up, ready to shoot her the second she came into line of sight. As he left the building, however, he wasn't ready for the shot from the side that threw him down the street. It seemed she'd taken a note from him about moving between shots. I think I got a few tricks left. She was now firing normal blasts while he rolled across the ground, spinning to his feet and then looking around for Mercy while weaving between her attacks. There was no point in trying to pick it up. He just wanted to know where it went for when this was over. After finding it and seeing it didn't look too worse for wear, he drew both his pistols and opened fire on her with both guns. It was a storm of energies from only just over 20 feet apart. Ranger continued to step back and snaked, while Nire used her flight to outmaneuver his attacks and come in from weird angles. She was doing good enough, using twists and the element of surprise to beat his superior firepower. The stalemate of before, taking turns to shoot at each other like riflemen, was gone. She was firing faster, mixing in weak attacks that he had to treat as seriously as the real attacks. She had improved since the beginning of this fight, and instead of just paying active attention to her, it was time to take Nire-chan seriously. It was time to bring out the big guns. Ranger's movement style changed, no longer bothering to fire back with his pistols as he seemed to slide along the ground, gliding like a phantom back to the overpass and that big hunk of metal he brought into this match. He used his coat to shade his legs, not letting Nire know what direction he intended to move until after the fact. As he danced and weaved between the attacks, he put Kindness and Cupid into their holsters again. Nire could tell something had changed, but she couldn't tell why. This change in style put more pressure on her, encouraging her to shoot more and more while he weaved. Some of her attacks hit, but his body would swivel and slide to disperse the force. Even the attacks that had managed to hit couldn't knock him down. Hitting him from the side wouldn't force him down. Her hits needed to be either more direct or more powerful. He used her attacks to throw himself around, pushing off her attacks to move faster and faster. He could now focus on her attacks entirely and see which ones were weaker, riding those out of danger. They moved down the street and back around the corner, moving back toward his starting position. You ever heard the tale of the AEC? He wasn't doing anything fancy like flips, just stepping back and lunging around. The most complicated thing he was doing was rolling. So far, nope. Is that a villain? Sounds ominous. She advanced, throwing attack after attack at him, showing not a single sign of weakness or being tired. She was good, better than some of the heroes he usually ditched. Shame he couldn't use his normal tactics, but that forced him to use new methods, like the AEC he wasted so much money on. Might as well fire the thing a couple of times. You know about the elephant disaster of 2077? Nope. Yeah, nobody does. 2073 started one of the worst quirk animal disasters in history. He kicked off the wall, dodging her lasers a little more fancifully now. An elephant family with the quirk called cannibal. They could eat anything, but instead of absorbing the attributes of it, they grew bigger and stronger. They were left unchecked until they had eaten everything in their habitat, and decided that humans looked pretty tasty. Oh, I see the problem. I hope you do. It's not exactly subtle. Animals can reproduce more when they have enough to eat. And since the cannibal elephants could eat anything, they multiplied like no other breed. Don't remember the exact numbers, but it was much faster than normal elephants. Those new ones ate and grew up rapidly, adding to the problem. Cities were literally eaten by elephants that were so big, tanks didn't do shit to them. One of the first major gigantification quirks too, now that I think about it. Africa was going to become as ruined as it was stereotyped to be if someone didn't do something. They could drop a nuke, but didn't want to ruin the land. So some nutjobs packed together to create the anti-elephant gun. He chuckled at the thought as he weaved through more attacks, remembering the research he did when he figured out what an AEC was. Didn't stay a gun for long though. The first models were too weak, so by the 5th version, the scientists just said F it. Let's make the biggest gun yet. No, F guns. We're gonna make a cannon. And slapped everything they could think of into one weapon to make sure it'd blow those cannibals to hell in one shot. Now he couldn't help but snicker at just how stupid the AEC development had gotten, making him stop his evasive maneuvers for just a second and nearly get himself pounded into the road. Seriously though, the development history of the AEC was more like a comedy than trying to kill a literal monster. They started skipping testing just to make it worse, and just before November of 2077, it fired for the first time. Did it work? The downpour of attacks paused for a second, Nire being oddly interested in a story about 50 scientists making as big of a gun as physically possible. Well, you tell me. He stopped dancing around and moved behind the overpass's support beam. They danced their way back to where Ranger started this mess, and leaning on the ground was his AEC. He grabbed the length of cord it was bound in and kicked it upright, standing it behind himself. That's a gun. Nire had the good sense to back off when he picked up something off the ground. Cannon, technically. Resting on the ground behind him was a 6-foot-tall metal cross, wrapped in what looked like bandages. The gunmetal gray peeked through the wrappings. It dwarfed both of them, resting against Ranger's back like a sack. I'm not responsible for any injuries you get from the AEC, so you better dodge. His legs swept the AEC off the ground behind him, planting it on the crosspiece with the bottom of the cross pointing at her. The binding cloth that covered the cross was tugged off, showing the full body of the cannon. The bottom of the cross was covered in a shell that split open to either side, exposing the barrel itself and giving her a great view as it whirled to life with a sound like a jet engine, emitting blue light and sparks while she ran for cover. Nezu squinted at the scene, amazed that he didn't know what Ronin was holding. When he first saw the giant cross, he thought it was a gun case, not a single giant gun. Well, it probably was too big to be considered a gun anymore. A cannon or some other form of artillery seemed more appropriate. He had his first match of the day with the second years, which would take place after all the third years were done. He didn't match up with any of them this time and would be sitting back, supervising everything. They usually didn't need much help, since third years were usually the most capable, but third years were also the most likely to create giant fights like this. He had done a quick Google search of the AEC when Ronin had mentioned it, but he was only finding guns attached to vehicles that didn't look like a comically large cross. Finally, he found a small snippet called Anti-Everything Cross, Test Fire Number 3. It looked like a strange test, with hundreds of test dummies lined up inside a faux city. A 3-man team set up the cannon, 2 bracing the cross while the third aimed with a small timer counting down on screen. The words and timer were in the captions so you could read along as they went through the checks, readied everything, then right before they pulled the trigger, everything went white. Then Nezu blinked, trying to make sense of the mess that he saw on the screen. He looked at his screen, then to the camera feed right as Ronin pulled the trigger. Oh no, the AEC didn't just solve the elephant crisis, it put the elephants right back on the endangered list in 2 weeks. It was only after the fact that someone decided to see how safe this weapon was. Now that no major cities were at risk of getting trampled and eaten, it was immediately decided that, while the AEC had been good for a weapon made in 2 months and done its job excellently, it should be banned immediately. This was decided after a firing test involving a simulated city, with thousands of test dummies lined up to see how many bodies the AEC could fire through in case a terrorist got a hold of one. Not only did the test not answer the question, but the bullet also was never recovered, believed to be disintegrated from how fast it was launched. Ranger's AEC didn't use a bullet, since that would just be overkill, but it was still like swatting a fly with a cannon, almost literally. The AEC created a vacuum as it pulled air inside, spinning and condensing until it reached a feverish point. Electricity buzzed. The air cannon quirk not just charged, but overcharged. The air inside became so dense it began to superheat, a spinning firestorm inside a barrel. Electricity sparked, the air was dry, and the wind was spinning around the gun's barrel as Ranger pointed in the vague direction of Nire. No point in hitting her, she just needed to be smart enough to run. Ranger pulled the trigger, creating one little click before everything went to hell. The real AEC fired a custom bullet that was designed to spin and launch itself at around Mach 30, 3 times the speed of a missile and about 30 times any rational speed for something considered a bullet. It was launched with a mix of electromagnetism and explosions to force itself past the speed of reason. There was a flash of light as everything went off, and a glowing ball of superheated air blasted out of the AEC, the shockwave alone shattering all the windows in the area as the air was forced past the speed of sound, the debris being caught and melted into the mix of the fire tornadoes that flew through the air. It was a tornado of fire and wind, the air glowing with heat and turning everything it hit into rubble, torn to pieces within a flaming pillar that blossomed from a tiny little cross. Every broken piece became another bullet, thrown out with enough force to punch a hole straight through a man. It took a second just to be able to see again after such a bright flash. The scene was dead quiet other than the ringing in your ears. The street in front of him glowed with heat, the last of the debris still falling down without a sound. It took another 20 seconds or so for the ringing in everyone's ears to stop. Ranger adjusted his headset, which still couldn't block out the full impact from this close. He definitely dislocated his right shoulder again, judging by how he was 12 feet from where he started. Even though the bodysuit blocked out some of the force, the AEC overwhelmed all of his defenses. It reminded him of when he first found out about the AEC, a forum post about weapons that might be able to kill All Might. Some of the other weapons were like nukes and dropping metal beams from orbit on his head, and it seemed a stupid option. Something called the anti-elephant cannon was going to kill the #1 pro hero. It seemed stupid. Looking out over the city, though, it was clear that this might not be one the #1 pro hero would walk away from. The street in front of him was melted. Asphalt and concrete tore off buildings and melted together to go flying into the distance. Street lamps were embedded in buildings, and he couldn't find an intact window anywhere. To no one's surprise, the papers were right. The AEC was not suitable for any combat inside a city, and he wasn't sure his was as strong as the real one. They each had their own advantages, but his seemed to be much less focused than a real AEC. Ranger gritted his teeth and shoved his shoulder back into place, working his arm and breathing deeply. He kicked the AEC up, shutting the barrel and opening the crossguard, removing the car battery he had to use and plugging in the backup battery, then putting the first battery away. If Nire didn't show up with some one-liner and a cheap shot at him, he'd call the match and deploy the search team. He didn't get an earpiece, but he had an alarm for if things went bad, and even though he made sure to shoot away from her, she might be injured by the collateral. The kind of power an AEC was packing wasn't unheard of in the world of heroes and villains, although it usually took a team of villains to get this kind of firepower instead of one idiot with a cannon that was over 100 years old. He could even think of one human potato who could pull it off and wouldn't nearly break his effing shoulder to do it. God, that hurt like a beach. He kept on working his shoulder, then flicked the binding cloths. It took 3 attempts to get the thing wrapped properly, partially because it was so massive, but mostly because his right arm wasn't up to the task. He kept on working that shoulder as the storm clouds rolled in. I guess there's a reason it's called God's gun. The heat evaporated any water in the area, making a warm front and changing the weather. He didn't think it would evaporate enough water to create rain, though. It really looked like magic as the gray clouds rolled into the fake town. You could do that the whole time. At least she wasn't stupid enough to stick around when the AEC was firing. She looked like she got sent flying herself anyway, though, probably from being in the air at the same time as it fired. What's your quirk? Can you do that again? Does your gun just let you do it safely? You weren't listening to the explanation about the AEC, were you? He kept on working his right arm, now moving his fingers. He shifted the AEC to his right side, wrapping the cloth between his fingers. If you're still good to go, we've got 15 more minutes. Well, it looks like you can't do that twice in a row. She charged up another blast as he stepped forward, applying a little force and twisting the cloths. The AEC spun as the cloths tried to tighten themselves, spinning like a saw and bouncing off the ground, flying up and over to crush her. Her eyes widened, and she had to step back into the side as the heavy metal crashed down where she'd been. Ranger hooked the cloth with his foot, twisting slightly as he pulled to make the cross spin again. It was wrapped in cloth as it returned to his side, and he stepped out of the cloth. Do you actually know how to fight this close? I'll try. She had to fly again to dodge the flying giant cross. Ranger was positive Aizawa made this thing out of magic. With the right pull or pluck, it would try to straighten itself out, sending whatever was caught in its folds on a wild ride regardless of weight. On a less introspective note, he had found another major flaw with Nire. Even after that giant blast, she didn't seem to be taking this seriously. Some of the roads were sticky, heated up by the AEC's blasts. It wasn't lava, asphalt just had a lower, would it be considered a boiling point? It started melting a lot sooner than most rocks, whatever it was called. That put him, the guy who was stuck on the ground, at a disadvantage if he stepped on the melted ground. At least throwing the AEC around as a runaway kite cooled it off faster. The cross had so much weight and momentum behind it, it bashed through Nejire's weak and normal attacks like the wind. He wasn't going to try attacking her with it while it was still cooling off from the first shot. That was how you gave second and maybe third degree burns. He just used it defensively while he worked his arms, spinning it with apparent ease while being so confused about how the capture scarf worked. Hey, isn't that Aizawa's scarf? How'd you get that? She kept on talking, not fully concentrating on the fight as she ran her mouth. She was now showing her better flying skills, and how slow it had to be for this level of control. It seemed she could fly much easier the slower she went. Not a big surprise. She wasn't attacking with the same intent as before though, or she was starting to run out of energy. He advanced slowly. As easy as he flipped the cross around, it did have some grounding. It was all in the legs. He had always wondered why in the few fights he saw, Eraserhead's mobility disappeared the second these things grabbed something. Your body had to have a firm foundation to properly throw things around. And that meant as little leg movement as possible. You got so slow. What happened to your Parker? She figured out it was her chance and stopped to charge another big shot. If he was using the cross as his weapon, he couldn't dodge her big attacks, meaning. Ranger kept a steady eye as she made distance, removing herself from the range of his flying cross, something she definitely should have done immediately. He was considering canceling the fight just to make sure she was mentally alright because this was just bad call after bad call on her part. Now she was charging a big shot, giving him a moment to recall his cross and brace himself behind it. Do you think that that's going to stop my big attack? You better give up, I'll take my chances. He set both pistols to rapid fire, a mode that he used exactly twice before deciding it was as useless as an umbrella with holes in it. He braced himself against the cross, sticking the pistols out from behind it. As she launched another huge wave of energy at him, he held the triggers down just to see what would happen. Instead of destroying the wave like Mercy did, Kindness and Cupid punched holes in it. Most of the wave still crashed into him, knocking him onto his ass and sending him rolling back. It took him a second to spin to his feet, letting his cross circle around him once like a flail before driving it down beside him. It seemed the pistols had the absorption power to stop her super move but didn't cover enough area. You give up yet? Or you want another? He got her straight in the head that time. It didn't matter how tired she was. That was sloppy for both of them. He peppered her with hits, smothering her since he didn't bother to switch from full auto back to semi-auto. Her quirk cut out and she fell to the ground, while he kept one gun on her, dropping Cupid entirely to grab the AEC's cloth and throw the entire cross at her. Physically, without her quirk, she was in pretty good condition. But against Ranger's great physical condition, she was barely able to roll out of the free fall and sure as shit wasn't able to shake off his suppressing fire. She had to dive out of the way of the cross and wasn't looking very dignified, ducking and dodging as she tried to keep moving before that massive cross ended the fight. Hey, how are you doing that? Even now she didn't stop talking. She turned her back to him, blocking her arms from his suppressing fire while jumping into the air. She fired a beam from her hands, crashing into him back first if he didn't sidestep, and give her a kick to the side for her troubles. She still flew past him, now fighting with a strange style like she was trying to ram him with her body. She slowed herself down by putting her feet down, dragging them on the ground while she fired from both hands. It wasn't a huge attack, so the cross would be enough. With a flick of the arm and a twist of the wrist, the giant cross slammed between them before slowly tipping forward and nearly falling straight onto her. She tried to step back, but this time Ranger pulled himself forward, anchoring off the cross to get close and personal. He was thrown forward like in a slingshot, barely able to stay upright and slamming into her legs headfirst. She toppled over while he kissed asphalt, spitting blood and checking his teeth weren't injured. What is this shit, amateur hour? He couldn't even say Nejire was doing bad, because he was right beside her and doing terribly. He spun onto his feet, shaking his head and flinching, then resetting his nose back into place. That might leave a mark. What? Trying to steal my moves? He pulled the cross towards him with a tug of the foot, hammering Nejire in the back and throwing her towards him. He sidestepped his own cross, switching Kindness to semi-auto and blasting twice. Nejire activated her quirk the second the cross hit, trying to fly out of the mess of Aizawa's bandaging, untangling herself with the help of a blast to the side of the head. The second shot missed entirely, and they separated completely as the rain started. Nejire floated 5 feet off the ground, generating sparks around her arms while Ranger kept his gun steady and on target, working his still troubled shoulder as he played with the cords, eyes locked right as the rain started. The wind picked up again, blowing small pieces of rubble towards the mess of a city. The pros would probably be coming soon to put an end to this fight after the usage of the AEC. Ronin disappeared back into Ranger, hooking his foot on the capture cloth while stepping forward, sending the cross spinning with a kick. Nire stopped stalling and jumped higher into Kindness's iron sights, then continued up and over Ranger as he fired, flying over and behind him before attacking, now using both hands independently instead of making one big blast. As reckless as she was in continuing after the AEC fired, she was learning at least, even if barely. Ranger tugged the capture clothes again, switching places with the cross and letting the attacks bounce off before launching the entire cross off the ground at her. She dodged by dropping to the ground, then fired a stronger attack with both hands while jumping backward. The cross came down, both to block her attack and to try and crush her, but her own attack had pushed her out of the way. Ranger walked forward, leaving the cross in the ground while taking potshots with Kindness. Nire fired an exchange of light shots from just her fingertips, making finger guns as she fired and proving just how little she was taking this seriously. Everything she was doing was pissing him off because he knew if they traded places, he'd win in under a minute. She dived out of the way after getting hit for the third time, throwing an attack with a kick. At least she was trying new things while effing around. Ranger tugged at the cords, calculated the risk, and jumped back into the capture cloth, feeling the cloths tighten and drag him to the top of the cross. He nearly fell off with how hard they pulled, but he managed to make the cloths go slack in time. Now, he held Kindness with both hands and fired from above Nire. "Now you're just showing off," she laughed. Then charged up another huge blast. He was stuck in place, so why not? She stepped back to let her attack spread out as far as it could, then released. Duty's call style, fourth form, crossfire. Kindness went full auto, but this time he added some aiming to the mix. Instead of just letting the bullets fly into the coming wave, he moved his wrist so none of the bullets hit the same place. This meant none of the bullets were wasted hitting the same spot as last time, and that one gun stole more energy from the attack this time than two guns did last time. Even with that, the attack still hit both Ranger and the AEC, tipping them backward. Instead of breaking his ribs or sending him flying, it just knocked him over. He wasn't even in pain as he jumped off the cross and rolled to a stop. Well, he wasn't in pain because of that last attack. Anyway, Ranger rose from the roll and squared off, holding Kindness with two hands, firing while advancing. Nire tried to attack back, but her light attacks were getting shot out of the air. Even with these lighter attacks, she couldn't keep up. The shots that didn't absorb anything felt like pushes, since Kindness was still in full auto mode, but any shot that had absorbed even a bit of energy felt a lot stronger. The shots that absorbed a full attack felt like full-on punches. Nire was beginning to feel her consciousness slipping. Ranger was too strong. His attacks overwhelmed hers, were faster than hers, and from the way he moved, his body was also better trained than hers. She tried to fly away, but the pepper of shots ate away any energy she tried to create, forcing her to run away the old-fashioned way, with her legs in the ground. Ranger wasn't even bothering to chase, just switching from full auto to semi-auto and keeping up the suppressing fire. She could at least run faster than he was moving, but anytime she tried to fly, a well-aimed shot would clip her leg. It was because of how obvious it was when she started to use her quirk, giving Ranger a clear target and window of time to shut her down. She cut behind a building, ducking through alleys and forgetting to start flying from how many times it had failed in the last 20 minutes. And even when she remembered, she wasn't sure she had the energy to. She had used so many large attacks in such a short time. Those huge attacks usually spelled victory for her, but Ranger tore straight through anything she threw at him like it was nothing, and would keep going until he tore straight through her too. She looked over her shoulder and kept running. She was trying to put a bright spin on this like mentor Ruku said to, but for the first time in years, she felt inadequate. How could she beat a guy who could blow up cities if he wanted, who was letting her get away, who just toyed with her the entire fight? Nire was too tired to think. She needed a break, but she didn't have time for a break. She settled for a moment to breathe and drink, trying to give herself a minute while she thought over the fight, thinking of any way she could win. Ranged combat. Range was literally in his name. Ranger's attacks seemed to absorb energy, and since he could shoot faster than her, for every shot she put out he would always counterfire, his shots absorbing her attacks and turning them against her. Melee combat. She could try a straight rush, but with that giant cross at his beck and call, she'd break a few bones even if she took him down on the first go, and there was no way in hell that would happen. At least she could try to smother him, overwhelming him before capturing him. It seemed the best bet. She finished off her water bottle, now wishing she had packed a little more for when she ran out of energy in a fight. She didn't usually have fights this long, or even half as long. Every time she lost before this, every defeat she had in her second and third years, they were all for the same reason: she ran out of energy. She thought she finally conquered that problem, but Ranger was here to prove her wrong. She had managed to last over 20 minutes of constant attacking, well over double her previous best, but Ranger just kept going. He didn't even seem tired, throwing around that giant cross like it was a cardboard box with only one arm. He even let some attacks land, showing off how little she could actually do to him. He wasn't just not a faux villain, he wasn't even a villain. Ranger was a monster. Nire didn't want to admit it, but she wasn't scared. She was terrified. Something was coming, its steps getting closer, carrying an odd tune on the breeze. She slowly looked down the road at the figure approaching. He whistled, off-key and offbeat, spinning a set of pistols on his fingers as he approached. She took an involuntary step back at the sight of him. His bandana that covered most of his face had small splotches of dark stains, his mask underneath hiding his identity like a cross between the Lone Ranger and a Western bandit. Behind him, that massive cross covered in bandages trailed. She tried to calm her breathing, tried to focus, and tried to prepare to fight, but she couldn't even manage to do a single one of those. Ranger stopped spinning his guns and cut the whistling. His duster was soaked in the rain, the heavy winds pushing the coat aside and showing that his shotgun had returned to his leg. While she had been panicking, he had collected all his weapons and was ready to fight again. The rain was pouring now, darkening the entire scene. She wasn't sure she could even make out a face underneath that hat. Tired. That single word didn't sound as cruel as he usually did, probably because he was evaluating if she had already lost and it was time to call it quits on this fight. It felt detached. I can still go on. She took a deep breath and faced him down, eyeing the distance. Can go on doesn't mean should go on. He gave her a once-over, flicking water droplets off his hat. You wasted too much time at the beginning of the fight and didn't think about the long term. What would happen if you had to fight another villain after this? 2 more villains. She tried to adjust her stance, tried to pick a way to go at him, but his defense looked as solid as ever. Unlike her, who tried to use her super move over a dozen times, he had used his big move once. She might have always been attacking first, but she never seemed to take the lead in the fight. You overspent yourself. I'm only telling you this because I'm supposed to give you a spiel after the fact about what you did. But I'm gonna be honest. I hate you, and I'm not going to spend a single extra moment dealing with you. He was still advancing, a pistol in each hand. She was going to be forced to take action soon, so she should act before it was too late. She rushed forward, creating an energy wave in her right hand, intending to get as close as possible and hit him with it from a range he couldn't block. You're a combat hero who doesn't get combat and is a liability. You're worthless in a one-on-one fight. You fight better when the opponent is distracted. Guess what? Everyone does. The pistols were holstered under his arms as she sprang forward, stretching out an arm to try and touch him. If she could just touch him, she could win. Ronin snorted as the persona of Ranger was discarded, not even bothering to grab her arm but stepped into her charge with a rear leg front kick, swinging both arms back to generate as much power as possible as he kicked her in the stomach. Her momentum was stopped dead as Ronin was forced back a single step, leaving Nire choking and coughing while stumbling around, trying to regain her bearings. The first thing you need to do in combat is control yourself, control your emotions, control your body, and control your thoughts. Ronin shook his head, watching the mess in front of him with something between disgust and pity. She had gone all the way from a joke to a threat to a proper challenge, and now to an insult, all within the same fight. He didn't need his guns for this. After you control yourself, control the battlefield. You were given the authority to destroy the surroundings but didn't capitalize on it, only attacking head-on. No clever flying tricks, no changing the terrain to benefit you, just shooting until you couldn't shoot anymore. She stopped stumbling and tried to tackle him. If he had to guess, she was assuming he'd be bad in close quarters, showing she didn't pay attention to her opponent and leading to the next thing he was going to berate her for. Once you control the battlefield, you can control your opponent, something you never came close to doing. His boots could have anchored him in place, easily letting him resist her charge, but he turned them off. He wasn't going to use a single quirk at this point. She rammed into him, driving her shoulder into the arm he protected his stomach with, his mostly undamaged left. That same left arm then grabbed her as he was forced backward 2 more steps, then held in place as he drove a knee into her stomach, stopping her forward progress in a single hit. You never forced me to do anything. I always had options. I could dodge. I could shoot through your attacks, hell, I could just cap you in the head. He dragged her upright with his left and clubbed her with an open-handed haymaker to the head, letting go as his right struck and sending her sprawling backward. He shook his hand, thinking over his next move while she struggled to stay standing. You've got 6 minutes. 6 minutes to beat me. He stood confidently, slipping out of his jacket and removing both Yamato and Mercy, wrapping them up before placing them on the ground. I'm tired of this back and forth. We're ending this now. Hurry up and pass, or hurry up and fail. Nire shook her head and raised her hands to shoot another blast at him, but they were in his terrain. The buildings here had been shattered. The road warped and debris from what had once been buildings and lights littered the ground. Rain soaked everything, turning the road into a slippery hell. Ronin stepped forward as she tried to charge and soccer kicked a rock into her stomach, making her double over at the last second and blast the ground, throwing herself onto her back. Nire flew up and back, hanging in the air for a few seconds before crashing back first into the ground, the shock freezing up her body for a second as she gave a suffocated scream in pain. After her scream, she stopped all movements to try and catch her breath, trying just to breathe, trying just to stay alive. She groaned as she tried to get up, rolling onto hands and knees and breathing for a moment. She turned her head to look at him but got a soccer-style kick to the stomach again, sending her up and back. While Nire staggered to her feet, trying to breathe, Ronin looked the epitome of calm. He kept his anger out of his hits, using it instead to crush the sense of pain in his arm and face. Nire screamed, trying to get some energy while she ran forward, generating energy over her fingers like claws and swiping furiously at him. Opposite her last stand, Ronin looked the same as he always did, bored, reading her moves and making sure he had to spend as little energy as possible. While her new use of her quirk could be useful, it had come too late. He stepped past each attack, admiring the colors as the yellow lines from her hands only hit rain. It sure looked beautiful. A shame it was so pathetic. Letting this continue any further felt insulting to both of them. She had to stop again, regaining more energy to attack again. That was when Ronin stepped in again. His leg sprung forward and struck her in the stomach again, hitting almost the exact same spot as before. His bored detachment as he gave up on this fight becoming even remotely difficult helped him pick his target, drilling her with a second and third kick to the same place. She spit out her first bit of blood after that combo. "You still want to continue?" He remembered to ask her when she wanted to give up, since this was quickly turning into a checklist for him. Ask if she wanted to go on, dodge whatever she came up with, then keep railing her stomach. "I am not done." Another kick to the stomach. This time a side kick instead of all those front kicks from before. That one had some power and actually pushed her back a little, knocking her back on her ass. "But you should be." He laid his opinions out clearly. He would not be pulling any punches with this until she gave up. His attacks weren't even using superhuman strength or incredible speed. They were just compact, tight attacks that he had practiced for hours, that couldn't be beaten by some ass pull technique she thought of while barely standing. "I can still win." It was absurd that she was so intent on winning. No one would look down on her for losing, especially once everyone knew Ranger was Ronin, which seemed inevitable, and continuing at your own risk was just stupid. Nothing could be gained by pressing yourself this far. There are no civilians to rescue, no city to save, no point in continuing this beatdown other than because you wanted to. The city, it had already been destroyed. She'd failed to save it. The people, if they hadn't evacuated by now, they'd either be running on their own or dead. No, she wasn't trying to do anything grand or heroic. She was just trying to win a fight that she had no hope of winning from the moment she started, not because of who her opponent was, but because she did almost everything wrong from the word go. Nire stomped, creating a shockwave through her foot and forcing him to take a few steps on the slick road. While he stumbled, she charged again. Her eyes were unfocused, only caring about this exact moment, risking it all to try and win. Was this what he had been like? Only focused on winning the battle in front of him? When he first met Mao, trying to tear through an entire organization instead of trying to step back and get help. It might have made sense at the time, but hindsight was 20/20. Damn, Midoriya chuckled a bit, then hit the ground. Nire was charging, handcuffs flying in the rain as she tried to topple the wall in front of her. That moment seemed to stretch forever for the one on the ground, looking up at her. He could lie there for just a moment longer. She'd grab him, handcuff him, and her raw passion would overcome her faults, giving her the win. All he had to do was nothing. But if he did that, would she grow from this? Would she learn more from a hard-earned victory, or a crushing defeat? He didn't know. He couldn't. But he had to make that call anyway. The man rose from the rainwater legs first, kicking her straight over him. She flew through the air, her eyes watering. She'd been so close. She was nearly there. "Come on, hero." The man tossed that stupid hat to the side, standing fully upright now. He got into a real fighting pose. Mao had taken some brat with a piece of garbage sword seriously to the end. What would he be if he trampled on the ideals he was first founded on? "You've still got 5 minutes left, and you haven't fallen yet." Nire got her feet under her, breathing heavily while looking at the man in front of her. Not a wall, not some monster, but the man. A shake of the head, and an even shakier smile, but she faced him again. "I'm not done yet. Heroism is a verb, you know, so stop telling me." He snickered, thinking of a certain green-haired brat who got kicked around a gangster's lair, who ran through the sewers while badly injured, only moving through a force of will. Damn, he really was annoying to fight. "Show me." Nire charged again, swinging her fists at him with all the coordination of a drunkard. His footwork kept him nice and safe, weaving through her attacks. "Good. Keep applying pressure, but use your feet. Get a solid stance." She adjusted her feet, pushing aside the small bits of rubble, and kept on flailing. She now kept up with him easier, her attacks no longer forcing her to overreach. He countered one of those flailing attacks, hitting her in the stomach with a well-focused punch. Remember defense. Protect yourself first. Attack someone else second. Get your body under control. She had staggered back from the hit, but when she returned her attacks were much more well-paced. No longer a flurry of flails, but having a real rhythm as she worked to block his counter-attacks and throwing some counters of her own. What the hell happened to your quirk? Did you lose it? If you're too tired, stall. Don't just move to move to hit. He let her next punch slide off of him, trading it for a kick at her stomach. She activated her quirk on the hand that slid off his defense, clawing at him and forcing him to abandon his kick to dodge her attack. She didn't use her quirk with every attack, a testament to how tired she was, but she was using it again, working it into her attacks to keep him working on his defense. The light and focus had returned to her eyes as she worked, weaving attacks together and adding in her quirk to force him to defend. Her claw attack actually hit, drawing blood as she slashed through the bodysuit. Come on, come on. The man spurred her onward, ignoring his own injuries to force her to keep evolving. He stepped into her attacks, taking 2 more slashes just to get a proper grip on her arm and throw her. His left grabbed her arm by the wrist, his right grabbed her shoulder, and together they threw her down the street. She rolled across the rubble, coughing and spitting blood but getting her legs under her. She came forward again, her smile once again genuine as she created one final blast of energy. The man couldn't help but smile underneath the bandana, seeing the last buildup of energy. He ran straight into it, breathing out as he focused completely on her arms. Full charge. Output level 20. She slowly raised both arms towards him, palms out. Violence no, savage Oni style. He dashed across the ground, bringing both arms in front of himself as if to try and muscle out the blast. Spiraling surge. 5th style. Right as she prepared to release the energy, he reached her. His arms, which had been covering his body and head, snapped forward and shoved her arms to either side as they collided headfirst with each other. Bull rush. Nejire's blast still fired, throwing her backward as the man's arms came back together, throwing 2 simultaneous hooks at where her body had just been. She stood wearily but ready. The 2 forces began to approach again when the alarms went off as time ran out. The fight and Nejire's finals had ended. Nejire paused for a moment, stunned, then slowly took it in. As close as she had gotten, she still wasn't good enough. Another moment of rest. Then she stood up, laughing it off. Oh well, thanks for the fight. You shouldn't be so quick to brush it off. Ranger rubbed his back, getting some of the gravel unstuck before picking up his things. You don't have to bounce back from everything. It's fine to take a second and think things over. She didn't look at him while he put back on his coat, or she didn't look directly at him. Hey, why are you here anyway? Did Nezu ask you to come in? Oh, were you arrested? And they said if you beat me you got to go free. That's why you were so mean at the start. Keep enjoying those fantasies of yours. I'm only here because I was asked to be. He finished resetting his belt, patting everything down before grabbing the giant cross by the straps and pulling it upright again. You need to take things more seriously. Being happy and peppy is great and all, but throwing yourself to your death with a smile is what most people would call psychotic. I didn't die. You would have. Your ability to control yourself is terrible. You lack restraint. I've got plenty of restraint. She scoffed, pouting as they walked back to the exit. Then you need plenty more. Ranger dragged the giant cross-gun thing with his left arm, moving his right in small circles. You have tons of stamina, sure, but you release too much energy. I'm not saying you should start every fight with that stupid poking attack, but you rely on too much power. Get some more options. Learn some more attacks besides how big of a laser you're firing. All in all, you have great control over one method of using your quirk, but not great control over your entire quirk. What you can do is impressive, but if you spread out and learn some new applications, you'll be better off. Ranger glanced up at her, peering with green eyes from under his big hat. You already are a good hero, but don't settle for good. Become a great hero. What? You can compliment people too, oh my god. You're shorter than me. She leaned down to get on his level, laughing. You know, Ranger, outside of combat, you're not so bad. I'm not shorter, I'm dragging a 300-pound cross. And tired. How are you so peppy already? He shook his head, taking a step away from her as she took a step closer to him. She didn't answer that question but kept exchanging quick lines as they exited the ruined city. She might have failed this time, but by her last test, she'd get him so good Ranger wouldn't even know what hit him. The groups had formed back up in the parking lot by the buses. Most of the people there were the heroes and students who finished early. The students and the heroes they fought splitting off to form their own groups and talk about how it went. They'd write their reviews when they had a moment to spare, either at their agencies or when they got back to UA. Ranger was inside the bus again, trying to use the AEC as a table to write his review of Nejire on. It was a little unruly, but he thought the writing was still legible. That was what he got for writing on a giant cross he could barely balance. He checked over his work, glancing outside. The clouds had been moving sporadically, but now he could see why. Just 3 cities over, All Might and some blonde kid that he'd sworn he'd seen before came out from their faux city. Or it had been a faux city. The entire thing was so destroyed it made the AEC's work look neat. That blonde kid seemed to make All Might go all out. He'd be one to keep an eye on in the future. Although right now, from this distance, not even Midoriya could figure out who he was, let alone Ranger. He'd ask Nezu the next time they met. For now, he was tired, he was in pain, and he was ready to leave. He'd give Nezu the papers, then teleport away. Even with the wheels he installed on the AEC, the thing was still heavy as hell. At least Blonde Boy and All Might had helped to clear up the weather. The rain was already mostly gone and the clouds just started to part. Ranger sat back with his dumb-looking cross, adjusted his right arm, and waited. A certain furry effer was bound to show up. And when he did, he could ask his questions, drop off the papers, and get moving. The less time he spent at UA, the better. Nezu surveyed the damage to each area, giving an estimate on how long it'd take to fix. There had been many fights so far, and it wasn't the best choice for them to try and spend the rest of the day fixing them up when there were still more fights to come. Most were in favorable condition, but 2 cities had been destroyed, and that was precisely the problem. Originally, he wanted to get on Ronin's case and at least negotiate the usage of that gun he brought in, the AEC. However, 3 cities over, Mirio had been learning how to use one for all, and had leveled the city with All Might. Made the AEC look pretty weak, actually. Because he knew Ronin, he was sure Ronin would point that out. It was obvious that there had been buildings inside that area not even 1 hour ago. And now there was only rubble. Mirio had been specifically told not to hold back, since this was about safely exploring his limits, and he hadn't gotten a report from All Might on how the boy fared. He entered the bus that'd take everyone back to UA. Following the giant cross he could see through the window, he was sitting in the front, massaging one of his shoulders with the AEC next to him. His face was hidden beneath his big hat and bandana. Nezu. Ronin took the lead over the conversation as soon as he noticed Nezu. My report on the blue gumball. He stopped messing with his shoulder and stood, stepping out of the seat and handing the smaller figure a small set of papers. It hadn't even been 5 minutes, and Ronin had filled out all 3 pages. He didn't write much on each page, but it still was a lot. Thank you. And thank you for coming in today. You really helped us. He didn't think Nire would lose as badly as she did. Towards the end of the test she had completely broken down. And the only reason she lost by timeout was that Ronin didn't knock her out. He at least tried to help her learn before the clock ran time. Yeah. Thanks for giving me a chance to test this thing. He nodded to the AEC and stretched his right shoulder. He seemed to have injured it, but Nezu didn't remember Nire ever hitting that part of him. He continued to answer Nezu's question before he could even ask it. I don't think I'll be using it like this again. Use it like this, like a whip or a flail. Nezu tried to piece together exactly what he meant by getting Ronin himself to say it. He wanted to know what Ronin meant, not what Ronin said. This version of the AEC is pointless. He pulled it upright, ready to go outside now that the rain had stopped. It's too strong. I don't have a use for it other than to blow up battleships and kill All Might. But it's so heavy he'd blow me away before I could aim the thing. Ronin wrapped his fingers inside the capture cloth, getting a solid grip before facing Nezu on. I think Ranger might disappear for a while. I don't like this fighting style, and I don't like guns. He'll come back when I get something worked out, but until then, you won't have to worry about any AECs blowing up the city. Ronin walked straight past him, making Nezu dodge out of the way of the giant cross. Not even a contract. All I have is your word. All I have is your word that you won't spill my real identity. Now we're even. Nezu seemed to remember something along those lines early, and it infuriated him a little bit. Was this how Midoriya felt when he got that letter? Now, adios. Ronin walked out of the bus, carrying that giant cross as he walked down the road. The sun broke the clouds, light bouncing off the slick and shiny road. His coat billowed, the cross glinted in the sunlight, and someone was whistling. Nezu had to admit, at that moment, he looked pretty cool. Until 10 minutes later when the buses passed him, and he was still walking along the road carrying the cross. It was still Friday, and Ronin had it mostly to himself. His right shoulder had been dislocated again. But it wasn't the first time he dislocated it while on the job. It wasn't even the 3rd time he dislocated it in his life. Maybe he just had weak joints. He walked out of UA, taking in the cityscape for a second or two before heading down the road with a giant cross in tow. To be honest, he was sick of being Ranger. It wasn't just the lack of risk from shooting people from 50 feet away with a set of pistols, it was the lack of finesse. He lacked control, the ability to dilate his abilities as he worked. You couldn't pull punches with a gun. You could just shoot somewhere less important. He did find out some useful things about his weapons, like how Ranger at first seemed best at fighting people who could only fight up close and personal but was actually the best at fighting energy attacks. The absorption part of air cannon made taking down those types of quirks a cinch. People stared and pointed at the madman with the giant cross walking down the road. But ultimately everyone made way for him. He didn't notice. He had bigger fish to fry. He had been putting off a lot of things, but with his latest shoulder injury, it was time to do a few of them. Finish the book for all for one. Get around to switching the last parts of his arsenal to possessed weapons. Hang out with Aiko. He'd start with the book. That was supposed to be due soon, so better get it done quickly and let AFO know. He planned his course, knowing he'd end up at the school either way, but first, he had to drop the cross off to a certain muscle-brained idiot who he promised could fire at once. Midoriya breathed a sigh of relief after wrapping his shoulder up for support. While anime had people wrapped in bandages constantly as a fashion statement, martial artists had a real use for it. It was to support limbs that weren't as strong as the rest, in his case, his shoulder. It had been way too difficult to do on himself, so instead he did it on Deku dummy and then rewrapped it on himself. With the knots taken care of, it was much easier to get on. All that was left were a few quick adjustments, and he was good to go. But he wasn't back in school to think about wrappings. He was in here to think about binding. That could have been phrased better. Midoriya slowed his breathing as he stacked up the homemade papers and punched the needle through each. The needle brought the thread through, tying stacks of papers together to create packets. The packets were brought together, also sewn together to form the pages. From there he applied glue to secure everything together, keeping the threads stuck tightly together and plastered down so they didn't get in the way. He next punched holes in leather, adding a layer of leather to both sides of the forming book and gluing the ends of the string into it, although the strings were so thick at that point it was more like thin rope. After gluing it down, he stuck a second sheet of leather over both leather sheets and what would be the spine of the book, sealing it first by punching holes then gluing it together, sealing the mess with more string. The book was, practically speaking, finished. There would be no gem this time, just small detail work. With a knife and an hour, Midoriya brought the book to life, following the instructions included in this order. Kurogiri had sent it to him after the fact, detailing what the book was supposed to look like. The last book had been dyed until practically black with a dark gem to complement it, while this one was to be a more natural tone. Deep brown and slightly muddy, it wasn't even an entirely uniform color. Midoriya thought it looked the right kind of shabby, looking messy while still being functional and not at risk of falling apart if shaken too fast. Midoriya wrapped it up to make sure it looked all nice and pretty when it got presented, and was safe enough to survive most accidents that might happen before then. He packed that away and got to thinking, planning what he wanted to do next. After delivering this thing, he wanted to get the rest of his arsenal upgraded. That meant he'd need to create the normal equipment first from the right material, then go to get it finished with some help from the world's most dangerous potato. The problem was the combination. When you made a possessed item when he made a possessed item he had to think about what quirks would be a good fit. He could get a rough idea of what he wanted, or just make the weapon and find a quirk that fit the weapon. That's where the problem started. All the rest of the equipment that was left was too complicated. For example, the needles. Making a single needle have a quirk was stupid, unless it was something like a multiplication quirk. And even then that was pretty useless because the needles were too small to put batteries in and have them still fly straight. This meant he'd have to see what quirks AFO was offering, picking a quirk and designing the weapon to suit it. The needles and jacket would need a quirk that fit them, and from there he could design the item to fit whatever quirk he found. Like if he found a quirk that needed muscles to work, he could make his next jacket out of some sort of muscle. Maybe he'd need to get more, and he wasn't sure it'd work correctly. The fact that the bodysuit didn't fall to pieces still amazed him. He stopped thinking about all the weapons he could make, putting everything that was left away and going to a certain golf course. He had things to do, messages to leave, and shouldn't just stick around thinking all day. All for One didn't give the laboratory a second glance as he strode through it, despite the unnerving things shuddering and screaming just feet away. Massive bodies contorted by quirks, both the ones he shoved into them and the ones the doctors used to make them. Namu creation had become easier than ever with the introduction of possessed items, allowing for All for One to not have to lend quirks to doctors or be there in person, using his powers to twist bodies into monsters. The usage of animals to turn into Nomus was another great step forward. Not because it was ethical, well, more ethical, but because no one gave a damn. Midoriya showed him that when he started hunting bears left and right, and not one soul batted an eye, gave an increase in production, and allowed them to experiment more. Give me the news, doctor. How are the high ends coming? All for One didn't ask questions, he demanded answers. Even those that worked for him knew not to push him too far. Excellently. They can retain their intelligence while being reprogrammed for new purposes. But the doctor nodded to some of the containers, where he could see gnomes so feral they even tore themselves apart. It seems to be a phenomenon only humanoid gnomes can go through. We're trying with apes in 2 days. Excellent. I've been waiting a long time for this. I don't want to bring her out of ice just for her to go ballistic. It'd lose the impact. Well, it'd lose some of the impact. It would have its own twist, I suppose. All for One paused to think things through, chuckling at the thought. This moment had been coming for years, and the plan was shifting. If his brother taught him anything, it was to never only think of one solution to a problem. I must ask, is it really necessary to lend all of these to Shigaraki? The doctor gestured around to the gnomes they'd be sending to attack UA's little camp. It seemed a waste of their work, and they were still making more. The doctor knew it wasn't good to push All for One, but the number one villain was confident and smart enough to answer and listen to his advisors. It's what he paid them for, after all. All for One didn't move on until he could give his supporters a satisfying answer. It is essential that he uses them. For the final victory, we have to refocus ourselves. Too long we've been trying to win the battle, but soon this whole war will end. He was still walking and didn't stop until he was in front of a glass tube where he kept his greatest weapon, kept alive on machines and quirks, just like him. He ran a hand along the glass, clearing the condensation. The procedure was nearing the end. He'd lost so much, but of all the things he lost, he managed to save one thing. He sensed the slow breathing, the pump of blood, and the body functioning. But the body was just a shell now, aesthetics. The mind had scarcely a single thought inside, kept alive by machines. For all their differences in life, they ended up the exact same. Soon, sir, we got the report on UA's finals, as you asked. The room went silent as the lackey interrupted All for One. The scientists took steps back in a panic. All for One slowly turned, eyeing the man. The air was frigid from the machines alone, but the look on his face seemed to drop the temperature another 100 degrees. Go on then. What are the results? The man was shaking as he thought over what he'd accidentally done, and continued onward. 3 of the areas were destroyed, sir. 2 third-year fights and a second year. He read over the files again to make sure he got everything right. Did you want the names of students and heroes involved? That was your objective, wasn't it? Keep going, Steven. I didn't call you here to see you implode. That'll just be a sideshow if you keep effing up. With such a cheery undertone to help him along, the lackey continued. The third-year fights were Ranger versus Nejire-chan and All Might versus Mirio, and very good. It seems you innards will stay on the inside a little longer, Steven. He gave Steven a pat on the back, smiling. You've done well. You can go now. The goon ran for the door after bowing with nary a glance back. All for One gave one last glance at his special project. Then the 100 gnomes prepared for Shigaraki's attack on the summer camp. It would seem overkill now, perhaps, but in the end, all would be necessary. He thanked the doctor for his time, leaving him to finish his own preparations. Kurogiri accompanied him from the door back into his hideout, helping him plug back in. He felt strength flowing into his body, smiling as his loyal servant went through the checks. You're looking better. Flattery, Kurogiri. At her age, you're shameless. Perhaps as a testament to just how powerful he was, even his jokes could sound intimidating. His body was racked with pain as he was plugged in, but he still had enough energy to spare to poke fun at his subordinate. It's true. Are you going to follow the plan to the very end? Kurogiri finished plugging him in, and All for One laughed again. I think we both know a certain person who will throw everything off. It wasn't just fatherly pride, but a fact. Ronin operated so differently from heroes and vigilantes he had carved out his own title. It was no wonder he was called the Super Vigilante. With no hard rules, an offbeat schedule, and his strange techniques, he would definitely reshape the plan. Still, we can adjust. I'm almost ready myself, although even I can see what'll happen next. Although, there was a strange sound, like leather and meat being torn in half as slowly and painfully. All for One's eyes opened for the first time in years. His eyes hadn't lost a speck of focus in all these years, still staring ahead, always planning ahead. I think it might be fun to watch. He looked across the various weapons and armors he'd built throughout the year, each varying in quality and condition. Some had tons of damage on them, like what had once been Mao's jacket, while others were never good in the first place, like his bulletproof pants thing. There were a lot of pieces that would need a rework. Midoriya sat in the classroom, marveling at how empty the school was. A normal school would have at least a few people here at almost all times, for clubs or something. But in Ishiyama, people only showed up to beat the shit out of each other. He stopped staring out the window and closed the drapes, then pulled his equipment from their various hiding spots. First up, his jacket. He had a lot of jackets over the years, and they never seemed to stick. He wanted a jacket, and he could make it even better now that he had been getting more practice. Next, the needles. He still didn't have a clue what he was going to do with them, but he probably should try. Maybe he'd think of something when he saw the list of quirks possible for the taking. Third, Muramasa. He'd need to replace the blade, but otherwise, this was the easiest weapon. If Yamato was anything to go by, making magic swords was one of the easier weapons. Still, he thought he'd model the new blade after the old one since that serrated edge was pretty impressive. Fourth, his kanab. Hadn't used that thing in forever, but it should be pretty easy to adapt. It was made from wood with small studs, meaning it could have almost any body part put in. If he found a quirk that only worked with teeth, he'd just put it into a bare head and plug the teeth in where the studs had been. Same for bone or claws, and he could wrap the kanab in other materials, like muscle. All in all, the weapon he rarely used would be pretty easy to upgrade too. He checked the time, comparing it to the note he picked up at the golf course on his way in. It was time to stop lollygagging. He packed up and shipped out with the package, going to his favorite golf course. Inside the bathrooms, there was a man in. Oh God, what was he wearing? Ronin. Kurogiri gave him the once-over from behind his giant shutter shades, adjusting them like glasses. Kurogiri. Ronin could look past the giant white t-shirt with an image lazily plastered on the front. He could look past the khaki pants even, but he couldn't look past the knee-high socks and flip-flops. It was physically impossible for him. Right this way, if you please. Kurogiri was smiling. He was sure of it. Ronin went along anyway, shaking his head as he moved past. He walked into the mist and stepped into what seemed to be some sort of throne room. It looked that way to him, anyway. All for One sat on a big chair with hundreds of tubes in him and faced the entire room. There were tons of computers behind him, their screens currently showing static. The big man himself seemed to be sitting a little higher than last time they met. You're looking healthy, sir. He made some small talk while he got the package out of his bag, holding it out while All for One brought it over with a wave of his hand. He skimmed over the pages, unable to see without eyes but feeling them with his hands, and probably sensing them with some quirks. He expected that the boss had a few great quirks he acquired over the years, especially since he could take quirks from dead bodies. Almost every great hero who had a legitimate burial probably got a visit from him eventually. Kurogiri said the same thing. This is good work, Ronin. He shook the book in one hand to emphasize his point. You said in your note that you want to speed up your production? Yes. How many possessed items do you want to make? Just one to start, but I'll definitely need more. I'm going to be replacing my jacket again. He bowed slightly to show his respect as he spoke. I'd like to look at the quirks you're offering, so I can design my next items around them. You might want to hurry up then. All for One didn't elaborate on that much, breaking to tell Kurogiri to get the list. I don't want to alarm you, but I'm not staying in Japan forever. You've got about 1 month left. Then I'm cutting ties with Japan. He'll be going on to serve Shigaraki. He nodded to Kurogiri. You remember him? Blue hair, lots of hands. He's forming a league of villains to try and uphold my legacy. Seems too generous. Take over when you're gone. All for One nodded, smiling. Even if they don't know that's what they're doing, my absence will create a void. One other villains will strive to fill, creating a new crime wave that will sweep this whole world. As will that bigot's retirement. His anger at All Might was palpable. I believe the list is here. Ronin took the list. Reading through each of the quirks, he'd want something versatile, an item that most people wouldn't figure out easily what its quirk really was. I've already got the bodysuit for defense, but it can't block the AEC's full force, so should I try to get another defensive quirk? I've still got some muscle left over, so maybe instead I can add the muscle back to the bodysuit. The regeneration might make it come together easily. Midoriya mumbled through, reading the list and noting that it wasn't tailored to quirks that would just be helpful on a jacket. Some of these would be good to implant into a person, like mutation quirks, and others would be good for weapons instead of armor. He stopped on one. It wasn't what he came here for, but he could work it. That quirk also answered what he wanted to do for his needles, and it should be the first time he mixed materials. Can I reserve a quirk? He read through it, nodding along as he read more details on the quirk. I would like that one. It floated from his hand, hovering in front of All for One. He wasn't sure how All for One could read, but it was probably a quirk. If he didn't understand it, guessing it was a quirk was a safe bet. Porcupine, a mutant quirk. Yes, it can be arranged. Do you want our orders all at once? I'll take 3, please. He bowed again to show his gratitude. All for One laughed, but slowly trailed off. Rise, here are the orders, but I have something I want to tell you. I want you first to know I'm not trying to win you over. I'm leaving in a month anyway, and it's a little late for that. All for One couldn't seem to meet his gaze, finding a glass tube very interesting as he stared at it. This is the next part of that story I told you last time. Do you want to hear it? Should I? I don't know, but I think you deserve to. Then I'll listen. Did you know about hidden quirks? Quirks that have no physical tell, but do exist within the body, unable to be activated. They're so hard to find, they don't have a real name. They can't be activated, don't show up in the medical traces, only abilities that can detect quirks can find them, and even then, it's difficult to tell what they do. Are you saying I have one? No. All for One at least didn't let him get his hopes up and kept him grounded. You are truly quirkless, however, the brother in my story last time was not. His quirk, One for All, was a hidden quirk that allowed him to pass his quirk on to others willingly. With that one statement, the entire picture came into focus. He was given a stockpile quirk, and could naturally pass on quirks. Yes, you've seen where it's going. One for All didn't just steal their lives, but their quirks as well. It took them, gave them more power than they could imagine, then left them broken. All for One closed his eyes, remembering the sight of his brother the second time they met after he passed on his quirks, how different he looked. He was unrecognizable. The body grows dependent on the quirk, and when it's taken, it's quite painful mentally, beyond the pain of rewriting the body. The more quirks you get, the worse it gets. But enough of my rambling. I wanted you to know the other side of One for All, and more importantly to you, Hirajiri, the medical records. Hirajiri seemed to know this part was coming, offering a file to All for One, who turned it down, shaking his head. Then the smoky man offered it to Ronin. Ronin wasn't sure what he was supposed to do when he looked at All Might's birth records. He skimmed through it, snorting slightly when he thought he found what the old man was talking about. He's Japanese. Who could have? How many people know? His original doctor, but that man's either been paid or long since dead. The principal of UA, who knew him before and after he got One for All. A few police. His former apprentice, Nire, the current heir. He already gave it away. He's lining himself up to die by my hands, like some sort of urge that got locked into the quirk. It's like the original suicidal tendencies got stuck inside. And they're all trying to see who can die the most gorily. Giving away the quirk not only passes it on, but it also takes your old quirks until you have nothing left. It drains you dry, then moves on to the next victim. Who's the next heir? A third year at UA. Mirio Tagata, the rising hero Lemillion. Kurajiri, passes file. The boy took the papers, reading through them slowly. His quirk, Permeation, allows him to move through solid matter. Alone, it's quite the powerful quirk. But inside of One for All, it's just another shiny trinket. The future users might not even be able to get it. Might not, so not every user can access every quirk it has. All for One nodded. The boy was learning fast. Compatibility, temperament, personal skill, who knows the reason? A quirk so fickle, it suits them. All for One chuckled, shaking his head. I thought you would like to know more about Japan's #1 hero, and deserve to know. If you want a word of advice, stay clear of him for now. You might be able to take them, but the world would get quite touchy if you messed with their precious symbol. That's all he is anymore, isn't he? Just a symbol, not a hero anymore. The light in his eyes was growing dimmer, still thinking of the moment. All for One didn't need to use any of his mind-reading quirks to know he was still thinking of that moment on that rooftop. The day that he met and lost his idol. If All for One inspired his own biggest problem in One for All Might inspired his with just a few hypocritical and thoughtless words. The boy had once met this truth before, and turned away from it, becoming a vigilante. Now, he was staring straight through the truth. All for One hated One for All. Shigaraki hated society. But the thing in front of him had all its hatred focused on a single person. All for One stepped in to make sure his son wouldn't do anything reckless when he did find out about All Might's little secret. The items will be done within a week. Ronin reformed himself, bowing from the waist and walking away. Until we meet again. Send him home, Kurajiri. He watched his boy leave, unsure of what words of comfort he should say, and so he said nothing at all. He couldn't just believe the #1 villain, so he ran home and started researching. There were no records of the name Toshinori Yagi before UA, and his quirk information was never released. To add validity, a hero student named Mirio had suddenly developed super strength alongside his old quirk, which allowed him to phase through matter. No one batted an eye, but it seemed total bullshit from an outside perspective. He just developed the same level of strength as All Might. Who the F would believe that? The masses, that's who. He shook his head reading it over, already believed to be the next #1 hero. All Might wasn't even retired. And the public didn't know that he'd be soon, and already his position was getting challenged. Sort of. Anyone who thought he was going to be the next #1 hero might be right, but anyone who thought he'd replace All Might was high out of their mind on the hype. Midoriya had to calm himself down. He was so tense his shoulder felt like it was going to rip itself off. He rubbed it while slowing down his breathing, closing his eyes, and helplessly dragged back to that moment. The first time in so long he opened up, hoping that he of all people could give him advice, just to get kicked down. Now that he knew the truth, it no longer disheartened him. It pissed him off. All Might, the world's greatest hero, was born quirkless and had the effing balls to tell him you couldn't be a hero without a quirk. He wasn't looking out for him. He thought it was impossible because he couldn't do it, the egotistical jackass. He forced his breathing to slow down, creating something between a snarl and a hiss. Wouldn't help to get pissy, not with this shoulder. He'd need to rest. He needed to heal so he could keep going. He'd work on his equipment. That jackass thought a quirkless person couldn't be a hero. That's it wasn't hard. Just took a little violence and follow some stupid rules. He didn't even need his equipment to do that. He should just wait it out. His shoulder would heal, he could return to vigilantism, and then he'd be free to cut loose. He should work on the items he agreed to make for All for One. Crafting the possessed items would be easy, barely worth his full attention. What was difficult though, and required some actual effort, would be taking down those criminals he'd been chasing around in circles as Ranger. He'd been chasing those effing human traffickers for long enough. It was time to hunt them down, like the sit stains they were. He had the perfect weapon to use to send them to God. And it wasn't some easy sit like getting free super strength, all might. Wasn't going to be with a big F, off cannon or some stupid guns either. The beast rose, still moving with practically a snarl. His shoulder hurt, his head was killing him, and he was pissed off. He'd been holding back for long enough. It was time to see what he could really do to those effers. He didn't even need to go out to get the materials for All for One's newest creations. None of the things he was requested to make were rare, or even difficult. A knife, a belt. The weirdest one was a gas mask. And that one was mostly pre-built. All he had to do was modify it a bit, wouldn't even take a whole day. He started with the one he was the most familiar with, the knife. Heat, hammer, and sharpen a giant fang until it became a blade, add a handle and throw in the circuitry. The hardest part was balancing it. The button became a slider, so it could be locked in the on and off position in case you threw it. Didn't even take 3 hours since it was a quick job. And he wasn't exactly trying to make a masterful weapon here. The hardest part of the whole thing was turning the mostly pre-made blade into a real blade. The handle and circuitry were bare bones and simple, barely requiring anything more complicated than 2 screws to hold it together since some mook was going to use this, and replacing the battery had to be easy. The switch was even easier to work with than the buttons he used for his own weapons. Then he got to go out with his mom. They didn't play sports with Midoriya's injured shoulder but walked around the city, window shopping. He could see where the less legal parts of town started, an area coated in garbage, both the figurative and literal meaning. His eyes lingered on it, and the fakes roaming around when there was no crime in sight. Nothing happened in the day. Being here now was pointless. After that, they watched a movie. It wasn't his thing, since he had to sit back quietly and not mumble for over an hour, but he put up with it since his mom liked it. Managed to squeeze in the best nap he'd had in forever at least. After that, they went home and ate an early dinner, breaking off to do their own things. Midoriya's smile slid off as he rolled his shoulder, grabbing his sports tape and rewrapping his arm. He kept massaging it, trying to use it as little as possible as he got back into working it. He hadn't been putting any strain on it, just moving it around. It wouldn't do anything yet. He had to push out the rest of those pieces for All for One. He went with the mask since he could hide most of the ugly parts on the inside. He'd try to make it small, but that was mostly just practice for the final piece. It was a gas mask he'd modify so that it could become a possessed item, and he already knew where the pieces were gonna go. He checked the piece, marveling at just how old this thing had to be, then took it apart to find the pieces he'd be replacing. He practiced disassembling and reassembling it until he could pick which parts would be best to switch out. The complete mask included a long tube that would attach to a gas tank, but he was missing that part, so he just had to imagine it was there. Since he didn't want to actually make the mask useless, he just avoided the mouthpiece of the mask. Didn't want to F over whoever was wearing the thing after all. After adding a layer of material inside the mask, he looked at his handiwork. Making all the items was going to be a breeze. Now, he needed to create his, 5th jacket. It was getting hard to keep track of how many jackets he'd gone through at this point. He could also throw in an update to one of his weapons. Maybe he'd lead with that weapon update. He checked the time, then shook his head, laughing. Time had cooled his head, but he did need to practice a weapon. He only had 2 styles that only used one hand, and he only had faith in one of them. The needles might annoy opponents, but they were too weak. Without his Parker, he'd be unable to win. That left him with one style, a power that didn't need style or accuracy. It used momentum and strength, and while his right might be too weak, his left and legs would carry the weight. He stretched one last time, then gave the desk a glance. Ranger's costume was just filler. This new costume would test new things he wanted to develop. His helmet had been left alone for too long. He shut his notes, stretching for bed. Tomorrow, he has a lot of work to do, and he couldn't allow himself to be tired. He'd need to face the day with his best and demonstrate his worst. He tried to meditate, but with his once idle thoughts clouded by a hypocrite, his calm breathing became snarling, focusing his anger and indignation into a beast's breath. After his work on creating possessed items yesterday, He only had one more he needed to make for all for one, and then the ones he wanted to make for himself. It was Monday, and since they just finished finals, he had some time off to himself for the summer. Naturally, he took all that freedom and free time and shoved it into the never-ending pit that was vigilantism. He woke up, cleaned up, and stretched. After getting some food, he delved straight into making the next thing on the list, a belt. Well, a belt was a strong word. It wasn't supposed to hold anything up like his sword belt, just wrap around the waist and activate when you pushed a button. Made this really easy. The belt was made to stretch, and all the tech was shoved into the belt buckle. The belt part took 10 minutes to cut, the buckle took 3 hours. Throw in another 20 minutes to put it together and make it pretty, and the project was done. He put each of the finished products into their own package, labeled so they wouldn't get mixed up when he got around to sending them out. After giving his products a once-over, he moved on to the stuff he'd actually use, like the cannon. He took out the 2 pieces of wood, checking their condition, and got to work patching it up the best he could. It wasn't much, just patching bits of wood and adjusting the studs. But every bit helped. Having finished his brief maintenance, he shipped out himself to get a few quick parts. His ranger outfit had been fun, sure, but it was just decoration with no real point. This time, he wanted to experiment around and test some new ideas. If they were good enough, he'd carry them back over to the main costume. Midoriya disappeared, but instead of using Ken, he used the third disguise again, the one he used once and then never again while hunting gang hideouts. This one completely hid his face behind what looked like skin, making him look like he had some sort of faceless quirk. He adopted Bakugu's old delinquent gait, but other than that, he didn't change anything else. With his face gone and his entire stance changed, he looked like a completely different person. This faceless person went down and out to the stores. Didn't want to connect this to Ronin or Ken. He picked up the materials to experiment with his new costume. A large wooden mask, hair, and padding for the headpiece. This was going to be as minimalistic as possible, relying on as much skill as possible. Back in the club room, he put it together. The mask was cut and repainted to become smaller, while the thickness remained the same. It needed to be thick for the abuse he'd put it through. The hair was sewn on, attached with threads and glue. The padding was added afterward, trapping some of the hair between itself and the hard mask to better seal them together. He adjusted the straps, picking it up and checking the time. It was only 2 in the afternoon, too early. He'd wait, patiently and quietly, for a better chance. Sleep now for the hunt later. He packed up, heading home to ready himself for the last step before the hunt. Inko didn't know where he was going to go, just that he was going to stay at a friend's house for the night. She waved Izuku goodbye at 7, smiling, glad he was so active and had so many good friends. This was the second time he had done this since transferring to Ishiyama. She'd thought it was a bad school, but seeing the impact it had on him, she felt a lot safer about sending him for another semester. Izuku smiled, waving goodbye with his left, his bag packed full of things over his shoulders. He was bringing an awful lot, but it was only his second sleepover. She shook her head, wondering if she should check in with Mitsuki. It had been a while since they talked, she might as well. It had to wait for the red light district to really come alive. Come too early, no one was there. Came too late. Well, you couldn't really come too late unless it was morning. It moved through the crowds, resting the kana against its neck. The bandaging helped the muscles, but it wasn't going to rely on its right arm anyway. It wouldn't need to. Among the freak shows that came out at night, the beast fit right in. A few people probably tried to nab its stuff, but all it was carrying was that big heavy bat. Didn't even have a shirt to steal this time. The beast moved down the streets, stopping outside of a gambling den, checking the gang signs for a match. It stepped into the alley for a better look, stepping right into the open arms of 2 men, both armed and smiling widely at him. "Aye, piggy, you lost." They were both missing a finger, meaning they were part of some Yakuza gang. Didn't know they still existed, and cared less than it knew. The right shoulder rolled, seeing how good it was to hit the 2. "Shit man, this guy probably don't even got any money. Look at this effer." One stepped up to shove him. And that's when the beast's left arm darted out, grabbing him by the wrist, pulling him closer, and slamming their heads together. The hard wood of the mask crashed into his skull, stunning its attacker for a second. The beast drove his foot into the man's shin, forcing his leg out and throwing him off balance. The second man had started to move forward, but he'd get his turn. The beast moved its head back, stepping back as the first man stumbled, then pulled them back together, dragging him forward again as he moved to tackle him, driving their foreheads together once again. His nose broke on the first hit, and the second sent him crashing to the ground. His skull bounced off the ground as the beast stood over him, standing boredly as the second man tried to punch him in the face. The punch turned his head and moved his mask. The restraints weren't good enough, and the mask was too weak. 2 hits. If the mask was steel, it would have only taken 1. It turned to the next man, who had taken a step back and had his hands up like he wanted to wrestle. Wrestle? It could wrestle. The kanab was still resting against its shoulder as it advanced, stopping only to kick the downed Yakuza in the side of the head, rolling him out of the way. From there, the beast snarled as it continued advancing, rolling its shoulder again to warm up for the attack. The Yakuza had the good sense to try and grab his arms, but clearly wasn't paying enough attention to how his buddy hit the ground. As the Yakuza stepped forward, arms out to try and outmuscle him, the beast's left snaked through his, knocking one of them to the side as he charged, Savage Oni style. Fifth form Effid. It snarled, its left grabbing the opponent by the head and dragging him forward as it jumped, slamming their heads together. Die. The Yakuza was forced backward, stumbling and dazed from the heavy impact. The beast's leg sprung out, sweeping the Yakuza's out from under him, knocking him onto his ass. You son of a beach. You think you can get away with thigh eye? The beast grabbed the kanab with both hands, bringing it overhead while raising the lead leg. That front leg stomped down, building momentum. The back leg was pushed off the ground, building momentum. The body leaned forward, building momentum. The arms raised the kanab overhead, turning all that momentum into power. From outside the alleyway, you could still hear his screams as his ribs were shattered with hit after hit. It was a long night, and it wasn't going to slow down at the first sign of beaches. It checked the graffiti of gang logos and turfs again, looked around, and walked into that gambling den. Hey, how'd you get in? Crack. Never thought the Yakuza would invite us in to help. Detective Tsukachi's partner joked, standing outside the alleyway. Yeah, with all these snapped limbs, looks like knuckle dusters in the area. Limbs were pulled out of sockets, ribs were shattered, legs were snapped. Even if it wasn't knuckle duster, whoever did this was pretty pissed. Doctors and reports say some of these broken limbs happened after they passed out. Tsukachi's partner traded photos with him, shaking his head. Did they do this barehanded? That takes some muscle. Did anyone wake up to give us a description of the perp? If they have, they left us out of the loop. Come on, we've got a job to do. Tsukachi led them in, marveling at the scene. Everything inside was broken. There were signs of quirk use, bloodstains, and the police couldn't even be sure what was from the perp from what was the norm for this dump. This would be a lot of work. Tsukachi gave his orders to the police, moving inside as a figure walked past the alleyway, only sparing a moment to look over the scene. It snorted from underneath the mask, watching useless heroes standing around, looking important while doing jack sit. The mask was still dripping red slowly from the last headbutt. If this was the only place they found, these idiots might never catch up with him. He slowly unwrapped his arm, moving it in slow circles. 3 people had grabbed it during their fights, but there wasn't any major damage. It slowly rose and fell as he tested his limits, leaving the bandages off as he stretched his body. He began meditating again, still using the third breathing style. In through the nose, out through the mouth. The air caught on his slightly tensed vocal cords, creating the snarling sound. His mind was only focused on the fights of the day, picking apart everything he did wrong. His mind's eye allowed him to pick everything he did apart, thinking it through and finding new ways to tear through his next victims. Ranger had been too flashy, too slow, and too weak. The guns didn't have the impact to take down the trafficking ring. Now he would. He'd tear them down, stop standing around so much, and crush them. He'd been so busy running away. He was just wasting time. He couldn't just take down the human trafficking. He'd have to rip everything apart. He finished meditating, putting away these thoughts for another time. He'd need to sleep if he wanted to keep hunting through the night. He went to bed, giving the mask one last look before he drifted away. The Oni's eyes stared back at him, tusks still coated with bits of blood the wipe-down mist, grinning as it waited for the next fight. Well, we figured out whoever this was. It wasn't Knuckle Duster. Tsukachi's partner was sitting back in his chair, waiting for Tsukachi to come back from another meeting with All Might and his new protege. His partner didn't know what the meetings were for, just that they happened regularly and Sir Night-Eye was involved. Really? Do we know who it was? Tsukachi's partner shook his head. Just that Knuckle Duster was 60 minutes north at the time, knocking out a drug dealer's teeth. The report we got on the guy makes them seem new, or at least under a new identity. Familiar quirk. Nope, generic quirk. Hard head, increased strength, and a side effect of a weird snarling voice. The victims who just woke up were thinking it's some kind of pig mutation quirk. Not a clue how reliable they are though. A pig mutation. And we can't get a solid ID on the guy. Did you search for people with that quirk? His partner nodded and handed him the files. 6th page shows a picture that one of the victims identified as the perp. Tsukachi flipped through, looking it over. Looked pretty big at first glance. Muscular, wasn't wearing a shirt, but they didn't have any injuries. And with how many people they got into a fight with, that was impressive. Most of their back was covered by red hair. No. Is that? Yup. The subjects say that when he started this, he had white hair. Damn, we just discovered that this wasn't his only stop last night. That might be the real reason the Yakuza went to us for this. His pace is insane. His partner left him to stew on that and read through the profile while he got them both coffee. Is this really only one person? It seemed insane. Their outfit had no practical defense, just a set of baggy pants, some shoes, and bandages around both shoulders. They said he started with the bandages though, so maybe they went somewhere before all of this to get those injuries. They didn't seem to slow them down at all, so another idea was that they were covering tattoos. The most interesting thing was what he couldn't see, the perp's face. The perpetrator walked past the camera with their back turned and never looked back, according to the report. He'd have to check the footage in person though to make sure it was true. His partner came back, handing him his cup. Ready to interview some of them yourself. These reports might be pretty faulty without you. They might think they are true. The limits of Tsukachi's quirk was that the targets only had to believe what they were saying was true. Perspective messed with it, and from what he could see, these guys might have been as honest as politicians and it wouldn't make a lick of difference. No matter how much they lied, they didn't know anything helpful. Work on this person's motive. They had a string of targets, find a related element. Beat you to that too. Did you just read the first page? Wouldn't want to deprive you of your speech. Tsukachi took the new papers from his partner as he continued speaking. All the same gang, the Iron Brands. Same one Ranger and Ronin were hunting. Ranger and Ronin. Shit, he just got a report from All Might on the firepower Ranger was packing, and Ronin was Ronin. That did lead to a new problem. Hey, there's a league of villains and an association of heroes. You don't think? There's a group of vigilantes. He shrugged. Not our problem. That's a mess for the heroes to sweep up. We just gotta find them all. You do have to admit, it's a wild variety of people. His partner leaned back into his chair, staring into his coffee. All starting with R, but each with their own signature style. Ronin's swordsmanship, Ranger's marksmanship, and whatever the hell you call this new guy's SH tick. Think we get to come up with his name, or the Heroes Association going to steal that from us again? Focus. This new group, if it's real, could be quite dangerous. None of them had ever been active at the same time. Yet, if they started working together, it'd be difficult to deal with them. This is just a theory right now, but we'll probably be setting out a search team for him. We're already doing that, aren't we? Page 9. Got it. The wooden mask was chipped and now reinforced with metal. He adjusted the padding and straps so it'd be harder to knock aside. He thoroughly cleaned the mask, then gave it the once-over. He had redone the eyes. Visibility was always a problem when wearing a mask. It was just a question of how bad the problem was. After such a large experiment, he had a lot of data to work with on how to improve the first design. He added more padding to the forehead, adjusting as he tried it on. Many different versions went by in one day as he adjusted the design, only stopping when it was satisfying, not when it was acceptable. Checking the time, he sent one last message to his mother before completely descending into the beast. It wrapped both shoulders, moving its arms to make sure there were no problems, and standing up, it picked up the kana, wandering back out into the night, ready and excited for another chance to show off just what some quirkless bastard could do. The streets were crowded even at this hour, but the alley was quiet and motionless. The wind swept through the alley, blowing the garbage and covering some of the bodies with trash. It was cloudy with a slight drizzle, making the ground slick and shiny as it washed away the blood. The murmur of people was loud, but with a keen ear you could just pick out the screams as it crushed its victims, bruising flesh and shattering bones. The tinkle of breaking glass as someone was shoved out a window, crashing in a pile of mangled limbs and glass. He was still screaming as something slowly descended the stairs inside the office building. It was walking slowly, working its right shoulder for the next hit. The man babbled as it approached, the thing still dripping with blood. Not even the rain could wash it all away as it walked over the shattered remains of a door, entering the mist and going straight for him without batting an eye at the surroundings. The mist made it hard to see what happened in that alleyway. What exactly caused all those screams and broken bones? When the police pulled in the next morning, it'd be their work to piece together what caused that mess. The beast dragged the escaping prey back by his ankle, ignoring the screams and scrape of nails on the floor. Its body twisted slightly, spinning to build momentum before throwing him into a countertop. He landed back first, trying to get his feet under him as a front kick struck him in the face, pushing him against the hard top of the counter. The victim tried to grab the counter, tried to keep on standing, but his hand missed, grabbing another man who had already been beaten into submission instead. His hand was slick with blood, making him lose his grip and slide down into the next kick. It forced him back, crushing him against the counter and the floor. Above him, the beast stood, massive as ever. Its left hand grabbed him by the hair, lifting him before throwing him back down into its knee. He was spitting blood on the first hit and losing teeth by the 6th. By the 11th, he was no longer conscious and got discarded like a rag doll. It stood in the midst of all this carnage, detached. This was the 10th building tonight. The main problem it had with the mess was that its knee hurt now. It went back to the counter, prying out the canab out of what had once been the door, resting it on its shoulder as it walked out. This had been the third gambling house he'd broken into tonight, with the rest of the buildings being offices. Blood ran down the canab, pooling around its hand, but as it stepped into the rain it was all washed away. The rain had grown heavy since the start of these raids. The streets were mostly empty as the beast left the scene, its hollow eyes fixated dead ahead with a growing taste for carnage. The canab rested against its mane, dyed red from the night's work. It idly checked the time, then laughed. It could squeeze in a few more fights tonight. On the surface, nothing Ronin ever did changed anything. To the average Joe Schmo, Ranger didn't change anything. But from the common man to the politicians, everyone knew of the monster that hunted Yakuza at night. The news started posting pictures of its rampage. Limbs snapped like twigs, blood splatters repainting halls, the buildings and people the Yakuza hunter had crushed, broken in its rampage. Tsukachi shook his head as he looked over the pictures. The Yakuza hunter wasn't lethal like the other villains, but it was more destructive by leaps and bounds. Not just Yakuzas, tables, doors. Almost anything that could be hit was broken, smashed to pieces. The villain had been steadily escalating, from just a few broken bruises to sending all his victims to the hospital. They couldn't speak properly, talking about some strange giant with a club who shattered men by just walking into them. Tsukachi's partner came back with their coffee, sliding him a glass. "You're not still worried about him, are you? He only targets gangs, doesn't even kill them. He hasn't killed anyone yet. Who knows when he crosses the line?" They had nailed down his time of operation, his targets, and his method of entry. They had stationed police and a few heroes around to try and arrest him tonight. That's a problem for the heroes, Tsukachi. What are we supposed to do against that? He pointed with his mug to the centerpiece of Yakuza Hunter's work, a man laying on a small table, all of his limbs snapped. Bone was sticking out at some places, and the man had passed out from the pain, still groaning. However, opposed to the violent beatdown, someone had given this unfortunate man medical attention. It didn't look pretty, but someone had made sure nobody here was biting the dust tonight. In a single week, Yakuza Hunter had changed everything. The crime rate dropped to an all-time low as it hunted, sending weaker criminals running in fear and having stronger villains pulling in their resources and trying to assess the threat. The police couldn't use their quirks. Some detectives had guns at least, but not even all of them. And not a single police officer did. Against a monster like Yakuza Hunter, they wouldn't last long. Some of its previous victims were out of his league, but every one of them was twisted and broken like dolls. Whatever Yakuza Hunter was, it was dangerous. Normal people never stood a chance. The beast screamed as it charged with a knife in its back, lifting its attacker off the ground with what looked like a football tackle, crashing into a wall before taking a step back. The attacker was barely dazed as the beast stepped back in, body twisting as a kick struck the man's jaw, dislocating at his heel-met cheek. He screamed and stumbled to the side, but was dragged back into position. The fear in his eyes was palpable, and it was delicious. The beast was smiling as its left came up, clubbing the man upside the head. He tried to get away, but the beast just kept tearing him apart, throwing him into that wall over and over. By the time it was finished, both its hands and the walls had a red paint job. It huffed, smiling down at its battered victim, then took the knife out of its back, rolling its shoulder to check for any major injuries. "Die, you basta hard." A new victim charged from the shadows, just when it thought the fun was over. He charged in, holding his bat overhead as he came in, screaming his throat out. The beast's grin spread from ear to ear, showing some of his red-stained teeth beneath the mouth of his mask. He brought the bat down, hitting that monster straight in the head dead on. The shock of the impact traveled up his arms. It should have been a good hit, but the beast didn't flinch. It didn't even try to dodge. It chuckled, tossing the knife to one side, then extended a finger, gesturing for him to come forward. He stepped in again, throwing attack after attack. The beast took every hit, and after the first 5 hits, he was sure of it. It was laughing. "Die, die, why won't you die?" He was crying as the bat struck the mask again, snapping in two. He swung 2 more times before he realized he was missing most of his weapon, looking down dully and blinking. The beast picked up the piece of the bat that had snapped off. A wooden bat. A metal bat wouldn't have done this, it would have just bent. Poor choice of weaponry. Oh well, it was too late for him. "Please, no." The man took a step back, dropping what remained of the bat before turning to run. The beast swept his feet with a single kick, hooking both easily. Practice made perfect, and the beast never stopped practicing these days. It loomed over him, smiling behind its mask. The final prey crawled away, picking up the leg of a table to try and defend himself. The leg of a table that the beast had already broken, grabbing someone by the head and ramming them face first into over and over until he shut up and stopped screaming. Until that previous victim stopped moving entirely. It grinned at the memory, adjusting its grip on the broken bat piece as it moved in. The man tried to stab with the broken table leg, getting it in the gut. Instead of flinching though, its right hand locked onto the table leg, making sure this guy couldn't dodge as it began stabbing, laughing. They thought they could get away with this sit. They thought it was some weakling who'd give up at the first sign of pain. Who the hell did they think it was? The beast rose, still laughing and now drenched in blood, looking down at the barely conscious victim. Any further and he might die. And nobody wanted that. The suffering would stop if he died. It stood in the midst of the carnage, glancing around the room as it dripped in blood. Ronin would have taken twice as long to get these results, and only God knows how long it would have taken if he kept trying to use Ranger. This was the best method for winning, efficient and powerful. It capitalized on the fear they created, unlike the rest who did nothing. The beast snorted, then picked up its prized can-app. It walked out of the office, not giving the police officers it beat into submission a second glance. Those weaklings and fakes tried to stop him, tried to defend criminals. Heroes didn't protect criminals. Villains did. It was a hot, humid night, and all this blood was making the beast quite sticky. It walked under the stars, moving quietly as it prepared for the next target. Those police FRs who sat on the sidelines with their feet up their asses wanted to try and stop it. Let them come. I'll break them, like I've broken everything else. Everyone was gathered up at the final house. The Yakuza had been ordered to get out of the hideouts, and the final house was filled with heroes and police going over the incoming fight. None of the heroes were very worried. Yakuza Hunter has some kind of pig quirk. What could he do against them? The police were taking this a little more seriously. They knew that Yakuza Hunter wouldn't so much as bat an eye at beating them into a pulp, like he did everything else. He was ravenous, hitting and smashing everything in his way. They were each focused on themselves, barely trying to work together to bring him down. Everyone had their own plans, and there was barely any communication between the two sides. They shared a common enemy, and as far as they cared, that was it. I must advise you to take him seriously. Yakuza Hunter is to be considered an armed threat and a danger to everyone if he isn't captured. The guy with the stick. What's he going to do? Knock us out with that baseball bat? One of the heroes laughed. Maybe he'll scream our ears out. You heard the audio. So much yelling. Another one laughed with him. They had never gotten working footage of Yakuza Hunter, but it seemed he didn't know how to break the microphones. He doesn't talk. That was the Yakuzas that doesn't matter. The police were at their limit working with the unprofessionalism of the heroes. The heroes thought the police were taking one little villain a little too seriously. Lighten up everyone. One of the heroines patted everyone on the back, laughing. His name's Yakuza Hunter anyway. If he finds out about this, he'll just leave. Then we just gotta chase him down. He doesn't, we jump him. Either way, I'll make sure all he can do is sit back and laugh. Tap, 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 tap. The steps were slow and calm. The uniform it stole worked wonderfully, with no one looking closely at the extra officer. The clothes were still slightly bloody and dirty, torn from where they were ripped off. Tap, 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 tap. Closer and closer towards its victims. Its face was hidden, covered in fabric to fake a faceless quirk. It had scoured the building, already knowing that there was no Yakuza here. For hunting them, this was pointless. Tap, 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 tap. Dot, 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 tap, dot, 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 tap. But these fake heroes and police thought it was stupid enough to fall for this sit. They were mocking him. Did they think it was some weak little sit like them who needed numbers and quirks to win, that it wouldn't crush them? It stood behind a hero, still talking with a stupid-ass smile on her face, barely aware of what was about to happen. It slowly grabbed the police baton the officers had, easing it out with a quiet smile. It didn't know who she was supposed to be, but just her levity and quirk misuse pissed it off. It moved behind her, rolling its shoulder. Ha, Ms. Joke. Please take this a little more seriously. The police tried to maintain their composure, but against Ms. Joke's quirk, it was near impossible. The others were swept in, laughing along. She took it a bit too far, some of them having to lean on things to stay standing. Behind her, the faceless figure snorted. It chuckled, then began to create its first sound. It was a crass sound, a deep laugh. She turned to look at the beast as it rose from a slouch, putting a hand on her shoulder to make sure it didn't miss. Her smile froze as it opened its mouth behind the thin cloth, the blood in its mouth seeping through and dyeing the face cover red. As its mouth and the red stain spread wider and wider, the blood-stained cloth began to snap, string by string. Beneath the mask was a dark mouth, dripping red with scarlet teeth. Blood and spittle ran down as it laughed, seeming to rip open its own face to laugh as the baton came down on her head. The first hit staggered her, but most people didn't notice until the second, so caught up in their own laughter that they couldn't notice their surroundings. Its leg hooked hers, pulling her down as it swung with both hands, clubbing her upside the head. It was still laughing, still bearing those red teeth beneath a blank face. The police hat fell off as it moved, letting the white hair dyed scarlet fall gracefully as it battered her. This fake hero who couldn't understand the gravity of the situation until it was too late tried to stop him. But it was obvious she wasn't well trained in combat. She tried to block the beating with her arms, exposing her body. A vicious side kick struck her ribs, punished her poor choice, its heel cracking her ribs and forcing her down. The heroes weren't prepared for the sudden attack and were stunned. The police wasted time with protocols. These weaklings would sit by and let this idiot die if it wanted. One strong kick to her head and her neck would snap, forcing her to pay for her disregard for the situation. The beast would have done it, still laughing all the while, but something tugged its foot away. It blamed the blowback it would get and the increase in the pursuers if it finally killed somebody. Whatever the reason, instead of stomping Ms. Joke's head into the ground inside the Yakuza's warehouse, it stomped on her ribs, crushing them with ease. Her howls of pain were like music to its ears, making it smile bigger and bigger. Yes, this is what it must have looked like when he was weak, when he was on the ground. Who would help her? Who would help him? Which one of these weaklings would be a hero? Sonafe Batch. He's a shapeshifter. An arm cannon was raised at him, aimed to blow his head cleanly off. This wouldn't stop it from killing the idiot before it died, though. This man didn't think things through. He was no hero. He was countered with the baton, which beat his arm to the side. The beast leaped off of Ms. Joke, tackling the gunner by the waist and lifting him off the ground. If this was Midoriya, he'd come up with some cheesy name for this move, but it was moving past that. The beast threw the man down while preemptively sweeping his legs. His ankles twisted, his body went sideways. And the last thing he saw was its foot, stomping on his face over and over before losing consciousness. The police tried to charge the beast as it stomped, still laughing. Its chest rose suddenly, then shrank in bursts as it laughed, working the core muscles to force the air out. Its whole body felt hot, wrapped in euphoria. The officers sprung forward all at once in a messy attack, slamming into the villain as a human wave. Feet were planted as per Savage Oni's third style wall, but against so much force it could only slow down the advance. The beast was forced back as they struck him wildly, giving the others time to recuperate while they advanced. Old tactics needed to evolve. No more defending. He'd been playing defense this whole time, and look where it got him. Why would it keep going? Their batons struck its body rapidly, but they lacked something. They struck its bandaged arms, scarcely leaving so much as a mark as it was forced back one final step, breathing in. Muscles swelled and tensed. Its body toughened through the past. The wounds that once held Midoriya back, the tattoos of Ronin's past, the mistakes of Ranger, it all became the emblem of the beast as it lowered its guard, welcoming the pain. It lowered its arms, accepting the incoming wave and tensing its body. They pressed into the monster, smothering themselves by moving in too close. With no room, they couldn't generate enough force to make any serious wounds. The beast stepped into the mess, breathing out slowly, creating a snarl as it opened both hands and latched onto the target in front of it, fingers wrapping around the first officer's throat and pulling him forward into a headbutt. They crashed together for a moment. The officer's own momentum added to the blow. Although the officer had more force behind his attack, the beast's defensive stature meant it was mostly reflected onto the officer. He was dazed as the beast stepped in front of his leg, one hand maintaining its crushing grip on his throat while the other grabbed his side, throwing him to one side as it advanced. They wanted to charge. It could charge too. The mess was made worse the moment one of the attackers was thrown to the side. Some of the officers had to either dodge the man or catch him while he flayed, succumbing to his instincts and making more of a mess instead of taking the hit and rolling out of it. With one instant to breathe, the beast's lungs swelled again. The red stain on its face was spreading, showing those teeth in their wide smile. What might have once had the chance to be heroic had been twisted into something villainous, a monster. The crimson mane flowed as it moved, outlining just how white the face usually was. Instead of using full blows, it used its elbows and knees, climbing onto its opponents as it fought. They flailed, their swings cramped while its hits always went straight into the opponent and beyond. They were trying to hit the monster, but that monster was trying to hit straight through them. Due to the cramped quarters, only one of their wishes came true, with the beast's every hit striking forcibly one of the men, pushing them back. In only a few seconds the wave of men had been pushed and beaten to the side as the animal hunted. It was making a sound, something between a laugh and a snarl. It stepped off the fallen, using its parker to quickly move around the room while crashing into the officers. Anyone who tried to get up was beaten down. Heads were grabbed and slammed into concrete. Legs were broken at the knee with a stomp and a sharp tug from the beast. Ribs were crushed with a series of hooks and kicks, forcing everyone onto the ground. There were many blows exchanged, slowly removing the shell of a human the beast wore. It ripped off the entire shirt, showing off the arm bandages it wore underneath and the canab tied to its back. It was hunched like an animal, ready to continue the hunt with its new breathing style. It looked over the fallen prey, the initial heroes who acted as individuals and couldn't help the group, putting aside their pride to win. The police who lacked the power to take it down. If one person had both sides' benefits, they could have played with the beast. It was slowly becoming clearer and clearer to the beast. Midoriya looked over the scene one last time as he finished applying the bandaging, taking a good hard look at the people he once admired, and he was no patching up. He knew some of these people, had spent hours gaining info on them, admired them, praised them as heroes. But really, They were just egotistical weaklings, playing a game they didn't know how to win. There are no heroes. Not anymore. Midoriya shook his head as he took out a mask from the stolen pants. He gave it one last look over before reattaching it to the wig, completely descending into the beast. It held the mask up in the light, checking the metal and cushioning pieces for any wear and tear. The new design was holding up well, easily taking blows and dealing them out with just as much ease. It ran fingers through the now matted and brown hair, mumbling. It grabbed shampoo and conditioner, cleaning the hair with slow and deliberate movements. Its body was covered in bruises and cuts, but not a single one was major. 7 heroes, 12 police officers, and not one of them could overpower the beast, just like the weak fakes they really were. Always coasting along with just their quirks and the positions handed to them, never putting in any real effort to actually earn anything. To the beast, it seemed that natural talent stood no chance against hard work, but that might have been because those idiots never even heard of working. It held the mask up into the light, checking for any damage when Midoriya's phone rang. It checked the ID and co. It slapped on a smile and a nice little voice, giving her a few excuses before saying goodbye and hanging up. It had a lot of work to do, and it wouldn't be wasting a single moment away from the hunt. A handful of officials were sitting around a table, discussing the current villains and who was the biggest threat. A few old-timers came up, like the League of Villains, Muscular, and the local gangs. All for one was never mentioned. And even if they did, there was still no official confirmation that he was behind the League of Villains, especially with how inefficient they were. Ronin came up after the old villains as the most famous, technically a villain but not the biggest problem at the moment. It was his second time being brought up at one of these meetings and marked a little over a year since he actually got serious. Nezu had provided practically all information on him and continued to keep an eye on him to this day. Ranger was barely mentioned, and even then, the AEC was talked about more than Ranger himself. After Ranger came Knuckle Duster, one of the last items on the list, and he naturally led to the next big issue. Currently identified as Yakuza Hunter, the second most violent criminal they talked about. He had attacked yet again last night, hitting almost 100 places in just under 10 days. The heroes they had sent to apprehend him weren't just beat, they were broken. He'd watch them try to stand up just to break their legs out from under them. He'd take their attacks to show how weak they were. He was a villain straight out of the Silver Age, standing comfortably right beside Muscular and Knuckle Duster. Nezu read through the reports as the topic shifted to Yakuza Hunter and all conversations turned into hushed tones. The room full of whispers with no real motion in any direction. The pictures spoke for them. There was so much blood, you could follow Yakuza Hunter's path just by the footprints. They were on the walls, the floors, the bodies, they were everywhere. It was like an animal tore through the place. The ambush was supposed to happen at a Yakuza warehouse. They had 7 people stationed, with some backup from the local police stations. More than enough to take care of most solo operating villains. It had seemed ridiculous that any more would be needed, but the inflated egos of the heroes recruited wouldn't allow any more heroes to get in on this and risk getting recognition for defeating the famed Yakuza Hunter. But in the end, they only had audio, but that was already enough. This joke must have used her quirk, but just by the sounds, you could pick out which one was him. It started like a snarl, deep and guttural before exploding as something, or someone, was struck repeatedly. They could picture the brutal impacts as the sounds played out, and it was clear that the hunters had become the prey. They tried to react, tried to regroup, but all they could hear was that hideous laughter. Nezu could do the math. Ms. Joke would have either been dead or unconscious by now, meaning this laughter was genuine. The laughter that covered the exchange of blows as the heroes tried to stop him was genuine. Yakuza Hunter enjoyed this fight. Nezu had at first thought this was just another persona of Ronin. His fighting style didn't seem to use a quirk, focusing on martial arts and weapon usage. They both were highly mobile and created an atmosphere of fear through complete physical supremacy. But those were stylistic similarities. When it got down to the details, they were like night and day. Ronin's style was graceful, efficient, merciful, the least number of hits to take down his opponents. Yakuza Hunter just broke everything in front of him, an animal lashing out at anything that moves. No sign of grace, no shred of mercy as it broke men like a mountain breaks the waves. Reports and testimonies said Yakuza Hunter didn't try to dodge, just taking blows and laughing them off, before repaying them double. Ronin used tactics and skills that seemed to be completely foreign to Yakuza Hunter. He either lacked or didn't bother with precision. The monster had literally no weapon variety. And most of all, the most damning piece of evidence for them being different people was Ronin's advanced technology. Yakuza Hunter was beating everyone up with what was essentially an advanced baseball bat, while Ronin had tons of different toys, teleporting swords, jackets that worked like armor. Even his guns were advanced technology. The difference in firepower separated them cleanly as different people. There has been a dip in all crimes outside of vigilantism. The League of Villains has gone back into hiding. The shy Hisekai are pulling in their forces and cutting down activities. and villains without backings are stuck indoors. The recent surge in high-powered villains is making the smaller ones reevaluate themselves, and it doesn't look like some of them are coming back. Yakuza Hunter was many things: violent, powerful, terrifying, worst of all, effective, regardless of if he was another persona of Ronin or not. You had to add them together to see the effect of the new wave of vigilantes. Vigilantism had more options than just Yakuza Hunter's monstrous style. However, it invoked more fear than the law ever had. Its success made the heroes look bad, especially when one of them mangled any heroes in his way with his can. Like it or not, Ronin and Yakuza Hunter were changing the world, one broken body at a time. We should get one of the top 10 to deal with him. Nip this in the bud. Nobody opposed that plan, but the problem was deciding which one to send. This wasn't about which hero operated where or who could come to help, since Yakuza Hunter had now been seen in 4 major cities and at all hours of the night. There was a 50-50 chance that he had interacted with any hero in the books area. This was about publicity, disguised as reason. Just send All Might and call it a day. Yakuza Hunter might be tough, but he's no match for the number 1. Yakuza Hunter favors cramped quarters. The amount of damage in taking him down could be huge. We should send in Best Jeanist. He can definitely catch him. Haven't you seen him? What would Best Jeanist do? Yakuza Hunter doesn't wear cloth. Even his pants wouldn't be affected. He doesn't. What are his pants made out of? Maruko would be a great mirror match, and reports say her super strength is better. She should win that fight, but she's just as reckless as him. They could turn the surroundings into mincemeat. We should send Endeavor. Endeavor will just burn his head off. We should try to get him alive so we can question him. Ronin might be in contact with him, and if we get one, we'll have a chance of getting the other. Edshot can get him instead. But seriously, how do we know what his pants are made of? Is there someone running tests on that, or? Ryukyu's too big and Wash doesn't have enough power to hurt him. Nezu picked through the options no one voiced yet, thinking it through. For the sake of publicity, it should be a top 10 hero to take down Yakuza Hunter. Crust might have the defense, but probably couldn't hit harder than him. It'd be a competition of who's stronger, the hammer or the shield. Gang Arca would be good too. With his backup, he could provide enough people to force Yakuza Hunter on the defensive. There were a few good options, a few bad options, but they were all just options with no certain ending. That was because they only could think things about Yakuza Hunter. They didn't know anything for sure. Reports were varied, mismatched, and some people wouldn't even talk at all. His chaos and fear weren't just weapons against crime. It was a defense that protected him against anyone opposing him. They debated for a while before settling on Maruko, who shared his style and was only 1 hour away, and Crust, who both countered and was countered by Yakuza Hunter while being 3 hours away, who'd claim most of the glory for beating the Yakuza Hunter, whoever did the best. The competitive environment encouraged competitiveness, so each hero would do their best to win. The officials moved on, barely giving another thought to the criminal they debated over just a minute ago. Yakuza Hunter might be good at bashing up a few people, but who could take on 2 top 10 heroes at once? Some men were crying, some men were screaming, some weren't doing anything anymore. Only one was actually moving as he was beaten, his legs pinned underneath a cabinet. Over him, it stood, waiting for him to get up, waiting for the hunt. If he didn't get up, he'd be crushed like everyone else. He knew it. He tried to move the cabinet, trying to worm his way out, but couldn't get enough leverage to pull it off. He had to sit up to try and get it off, setting himself into the perfect position for a canap to the back. The beast stepped in, striking him in the back under the base of the neck with a golf swing, with just enough force to hurt. Wouldn't want to knock him out this early. He was forced to fold over on himself, face planting into the cabinet. He covered his head with arms, screaming. He didn't notice the beast adjust its stance, so it was no longer behind him, now standing beside him. The canab flew again, hitting him in the face and throwing him back towards the floor. His nose shattered on impact, and he went unconscious before even managing to hit the floor. Being unconscious didn't stop the next 2 hits to the body as his ribs snapped like twigs though. It only stopped when he stopped reacting to the pain. One step back to survey the area. Hollow eyes swept the scene, finding an exit that it didn't leave open and taking it. People were trying to run away, trying to escape. What, did they think they could just leave? Actions had consequences, and it would be theirs. The beast couldn't contain its smile, adjusting the canab grip so it could properly follow them. Those fake heroes knew about places like this, and while they didn't pursue them, the beast would. It'd hunt these criminals and make them suffer. Tsukachi and his partner just stared at the scene. 2 men hanging from the fire escape, tied in place by what once had been their own shirts. They showed signs that they had been beaten like punching bags after being strung up. The snapped legs gave away whose handiwork this was, and the night had barely even started yet. So that's why the Hero Association stopped messaging us. Looks like their little ambush failed. They were both becoming used to the sight of mangled bodies, but seeing them out on the street gave them an odd sense like Yakuza Hunter was slowly spreading and branching out. It wasn't a good feeling for sure. That was 2 days ago. They might have been organizing their information for a public release on his threat level. Despite his own words, Tsukach's opinion on heroes was taking a dip, seeing just how little they could do to stop one man. Most villain organizations were large, spanning dozens of people, working up front and behind the scene. Not Yakuza Hunter though. He came in, crushed everyone, then left without a word. Worse than that, the Hero Association tried to cover up their failed ambushes and attempts by simply never mentioning they existed. No word to the public about the dangerous criminal who just broke through a multi-hero ambush attempt. Not a mention of the seemingly psychopathic monster that prowled the streets beating men within an inch of death. Yakuza Hunter didn't keep people alive to help them. It denied them a clean death so they couldn't escape the pain. These were sociopathic levels of violence, and the Hero Association was trying to cover it up. How long do you think this is going to go? Seeing bodies splattered out like ragdolls was slowly becoming the new normal for them. They moved past the 2 bodies the paramedics were getting down and into the actual scene. The blood repainting the room had already turned from red to brown, with just a few sections still wet. Not sure. The heroes can't seem to beat him, and until they do, they examined the scene again. The Yakuza Hunter will keep on hunting. The police weren't even trying to track it. What was the point of them? The fakes were too weak to beat it. What was the point of them? The officials could talk all they wanted, but when it came down to brass tacks, all that talk didn't get anything done. What was the point of them? The beast snarled, shaking its head and holding up the mask. Cleaning was always difficult, taking a lot of time and patience. It checked the hair again, then put it back in the water as it scrubbed. The minor maintenance between hits gave it time to plan its next action. It had torn through everything it could find and was starting to run out of gang houses to attack. The next hits were gonna be in Hasu City. It held the mask up again, smiling at its handiwork before setting it to dry and checking the bandaging. The right shoulder was healing well. It moved a limb slowly, testing its limits with no weight. It should be healed enough within 3 weeks to use both hands while fighting. The bandages slowly wrapped around its body again. A slow work when you only had one good arm, but the extra length made it easy. It had a lot of bandaging, and there was some spare it didn't use. If it was going to start using its hands, it should increase its protection. It had been wrapping its hands up for a while now, but that was just with bandaging for protection against hurting itself. No, the bandages would just serve to give it the idea. Now, all it needed was some leather strips and a few metal studs. For students, summer was just getting started. It was just over a weekend and they were having the time of their lives. It seemed a great time, with laughs and joy all around. For the heroes, the summer slaughter was just getting started. Every broken body was worse than the last, with Yakuza Hunter outdoing himself on every victim. Maruko tapped her foot impatiently while Crust nervously checked his outfit again. It had only taken him 1 day to get there, but in that time, there had been 8 incidents of the Yakuza Hunter. 8 incidents in a single night. His work ethic put entire organizations to shame. And they actually got paid for their work. Yakuza Hunter only seemed to fight, never tiring, never slowing down, only getting more and more violent as he went on. So, should we pick a strategy? Crust wasn't nervous about the fight itself, but what it represented. His quirk was defensive and meant he wouldn't be at much risk for the whole fight. However, people with much better offensive quirks than him had gone against Yakuza Hunter and broken beneath his bat. He could only slow the villain down, with no chance of beating him on his own. PFT. Strategy. I'm gonna hit him until even thinking of moving is painful. Maruko was the problem. She was incredibly durable for some reason, but once again, Yakuza Hunter had dealt with that problem before. She was supposed to be the one to actually take him down while he blocked any attacks, but that'd require them to work together. You're just going to get in my way. Let's see how useful that stick of his is when I punt his head off. We're not supposed to kill him. Crust checked his mask, making sure it didn't slip over his eyes. We need to take him down and subdue him. Yeah, sure, whatever. She was definitely not going to follow any orders from the government. There was a good chance that this would be Yakuza Hunter's last hit ever. Maruko smirked as she stared out the window, already ready to smash the little porker when he showed his ugly mud. The bones seemed to be easier to snap every time. It had become routine, with the beast practicing exactly where to hit to best break them. It had pinned victims with a foot, then the Kanab would make short work of them. But that was when they were on the ground. It could break people who were standing just as easily with a swing to the leg, letting their own body weight bring them down. It charged around them, moving with ease and no wasted movements, striking as efficiently as it could. The leg snapped under its victim, bringing him into the ground and setting up its signature finishing move, consecutive two-handed overhead strikes to the body. The current victim screamed as he was struck for the 20th time, another rib cracking. It was his fault for having a defensive mutation quirk. This would have been over sooner if he just laid down and accepted it, or never even joined these weaklings in the Yakuza. Another 13 hits before he stopped screaming, either because he was unconscious or because his throat gave out. The beast didn't care. It turned away from the final victim and moved on to the next site, already ready for the next fight, ready for the next hunt. The next ambush happened inside a gambling den. It was quiet as the dead, with Crust being forced to give up on trying to plan with Maruko. She wouldn't listen anyway. Maruko stared outside the window, constantly fidgeting. She wasn't anxious, just excited. This victory wouldn't be that hard, but it would at least take some work. After losing to vigilantes so much, she wanted to prove to herself that she could at least beat one. Most heroes didn't figure that Yakuza Hunter had some connection to Ronin, but most people didn't know about the first time Ronin met Maruko, something not even Nezu knew. The time he'd broken her ankle with a bat, just like the one described by Yakuza Hunter's victims. Her leg tensed at just the thought of how her bones had cracked under the impact. She still remembered that hit, and she intended to pay it back someday. But much to her and her revenge's chagrin, Ronin had gone into hiding with his buddy, Ranger. Something about working on a gun she didn't know, and she cared even less than she knew. Yakuza Hunter was the current target, and she'd beat him until he spilled about the bat and Ronin. Hey, chill guy. He's here. It grabbed the first man by the head, its own momentum toppling the man and driving his head into the wall. The beast then swept his legs while shoving him forward, slamming him headfirst into the ground. 2 more stomps and he was down and done. It stood up, then immediately took a brick fist to the dome. There was no resistance, letting the hit turn its head before refocusing on the attacker. Big guy with stone hands. Unfortunately, metal would break those fancy rocks. He swung again, but his arm was caught by the beast mid-swing at the wrist. It pulled him forward, kicking him in the stomach once lightly before the same leg wormed its way between his legs within the same motion and swept the Yakuza's legs out from under him while controlling him with the hand it had caught. He crashed onto the ground as the beast dropped him and pulled back, grabbing the canab with both hands before stepping back in and driving the metal studs into the Yakuza's body. He tried fruitlessly to get up but was promptly kicked onto his back as it wound up and delivered its second attack. The canab hit almost exactly the same spot as before, wasting none of its energy as it worked to break the same ribs. The man tried to cover up with his arms, but that wouldn't make a difference. The beast would break those too. The third and fourth hit didn't do anything, but the fifth found purchase as the metal studs chipped off part of his arms. His gaze changed from confident to worried as he tried to stand up again just to be kicked down. The beast laughed beneath its mask. Some of its hair already dyed from its labor. It wasn't just unconcerned, it was thrilled. It counted the hits until the man's arms snapped, laughter growing louder as the victim grew more and more frantic with every chip and crack. It shoved him between the floor and a wall, bringing the hits crashing down while laughing as he broke him apart, piece by piece. The reason it was going this far was the hero it saw, an idiotic weakling who couldn't so much as fight, let alone hide. Maruko had been peering out of the top window, and he knew how easy she was to provoke. He'd get her outside, then show her just how stupid that mess she called a fighting style really was. It rose the canab again, breaking the first arm with what was now a satisfying crunch. Stop, villain. Crust was somehow the first one out, and got straight into the procedure. Step away. Crunch. Yakuza Hunter didn't even acknowledge him, going straight on with hitting the already down man. Crust opted to try and save this man by skipping formalities, shooting a shield at him while charging in. The beast barely batted an eye. Crust was on the better end of the fakes, practically a police officer. He made the right call, rushing and attacking. It could let him go. It stepped back to dodge his ranged attack and break away from the victim, giving itself some breathing room. Crust stood over the victim, defending him. If he tried to chase after the beast, it'd move past him and finish the job. Ironic. The men they brought to sell the story for their own ambush were the ones holding them back now. It kept moving backward, eyes trained on its potential third victim. Just because the weakling liked Crust didn't mean the beast did. It wouldn't hesitate to break him the second he got in the way. It backed to the entrance of the alleyway, eyes trained on Crust before she arrived. Don't bother with that guy. Seriously, we're here for him. Maruko didn't even give the man with 2 broken arms a second glance, jumping straight after Yakuza Hunter. Usually, when you had a team of heroes, you'd leave any victims with one while the rest chased. It seemed Crust had been giving that glamorous job this time. If she failed, he'd get flack for not helping her. If she succeeded, he'd get nothing for not being there. Crust sighed, wondering if he should have let this opportunity slide past him and into Gang Orca's hands. That guy was stuck at rank 10, he could use the publicity. The beast watched Maruko approach with eyes glazed over. Just the sight of her put it to sleep from boredom. She was weaker than Ronin, and Ronin was a weakling, inefficient, and unable to fully utilize what he'd been given. If it could break Ronin, it could break her. It fully focused on movement now, not really building distance as much as prolonging the encounter. It was late, so the streets were empty, leaving just two individuals. One was dressed in baggy pants that wouldn't get in the way of its kicks, bandages to brace its weaker arm, and a mask designed for heavy impacts which it incorporated into its fighting style. The other, well, why did she still have those Bugs Bunny-looking gloves? Where the hell were her pants or anything that would actually protect her? The white outfit shone even brighter than the beast's white bandaging in the moonlight, ensuring that it would never have a hard time finding her. Get back here, Yakuza hunter. You're not getting into jail without a few bruises for what you've done. The thing she was saying made as much sense as her outfit. It didn't want to go to jail, so if it didn't go to jail, she was saying it wouldn't get any bruises. She thought that line through as well as she thought through her garbage fighting style. She kept up the chase and was gaining on him, but always overshooting when the beast would suddenly change direction. A skill it picked up from some green-haired weakling. Evading her was easy, and it kept track of the surroundings as they moved, checking against the time they spent moving further and further from the ambush spot. Soon enough, they had gotten far enough away, and Crust had no chance of catching them up. It'd break her before he even knew where they were. The beast turned on its heel yet again and charged in a new direction, letting Maruko overshoot and have to change directions to keep following it. If she knew how to run, like a normal person, she wouldn't have this problem. Her long legs meant she'd be good at running too, but no. Had to stick to the stupid rabbit SH and get outsmarted by basic turning. You can't run forever, so give up while my mood is good. The beast slowed to a sudden stop, letting her go straight over its head. She jumped right into the dead-end alleyway, stopping herself to look her opponent over. She was smiling confidently and still wasn't taking this entirely seriously. What, you think that this'll stop me? It adjusted its grip on the canap. It had been holding it by the middle so it could run easier, but now its grip slid to the end as the head rested against its mane. The little rabbit was cornered but didn't even seem to care as she loudly boasted. It was bored, uninterested as she danced back and forth. Maruko looked over the strange figure, which shifted between being just as big, if not a little bit bigger than her to smaller than her, hunching over like an animal as it rested that bat on its shoulder. God, its face was ugly. She was between him and a wall, but she wasn't worried. She could easily jump out of here if she needed to. Yakuza Hanger or whatever his name was couldn't outrun her and had to keep switching directions to get this far. But that meant if he did anything stupid like blow the place up, she'd get out of there faster than him. She smirked confidently as he adjusted his gait again, picking posture like some kind of model. Fancy stances wouldn't save him from the beating he was about to get as she forced the answers out of him. They might have stood there for a while, staring each other down like some dramatic anime characters, but that didn't suit either of their styles. As soon as the beast picked a posture it liked, it moved to break the little bunny in front of it and give her a taste of what real fighting looked like. As soon as Maruko found a good angle to attack from, she charged to beat this ugly bastard in front of her and get the answers she wanted. And they collided. Maruko leaped forward and spun, turning her entire body into a sideways kick. It swept cleanly through the air, a little too cleanly as the beast ducked under and shoved her to the side with its left arm, moving straight by her. Both turned to face their opponent again, the beast still crouched for a lower center of gravity. It kept a trophy of each of its victims, from the badges it had collected to the skills it had stolen. It was using one of those right now. Maruko led again, jumping into the fight with an axe kick that could easily crush a man. However, that weakling Midoriya had seen it 1,000 times, and immediately recognized the kick from before she even left the ground. A simple dash to one side easily avoided the attack. Maruko kept pushing forward, stepping in without jumping finally, and stringing her attacks together with a flurry of kicks. She no longer attacked with disconnected moves, leaving large gaps her opponent could rest between. But the beast hadn't needed the pauses and breaks in the fight, it could make its own. She planted her left leg as a base, only using her right to attack. That meant she'd need to break her attack chain to move forward or backward since she couldn't switch legs easily, stuck in her own foundation. It danced in and out of her range, making sure she kept the chain going while it found its opportunity. The moment her leg was almost fully extended and she was the most off balance, the iron grip of its left came down, grabbing onto her ankle as she tried to kick it. The weakling it had broken, Ronin, had learned a few things in all his little scuffles. One of those things was how to take down someone who kicked. With only one leg to balance on, sudden moves could make your opponent topple like a house of cards. Maruko was forced to her right and back, where her arms couldn't stop her fall. One of her legs was thrown upward, making her balance collapse as she fell. Removing the grip was as simple as throwing another kick. With her leg strength, this idiot couldn't stop her once she got started. She did hit the ground but immediately pushed off with her arms alone, turning it into an attack as she jumped up with a kick at his face. It had been waiting for that kick. She didn't even look at what the beast had been doing before springing up and trying to attack. A better option would have been to roll to the side. But no, she had to keep on charging. People with no foresight had no place in the hunt. They were the hunted. It cut out the weak thoughts and advanced itself. It could see into the little rabbit's eyes. The wonder as she jumped up straight into the two-handed overhead lunging strike, which would have missed if she paid the least bit of attention and didn't jump back up immediately. Maruko jumped straight into the ugly bastard's attack and was forced to take its bat to her body, just missing her head through her own acrobatics. She was sent downward again, her momentum disrupted. She barely felt that weak of a strike though and just snarled. She pushed off the ground and spun her legs around her body to force everything nearby to move back, and then, when she thought she was safe, she was struck. It struck by thrusting the kana under her spinning legs, hitting her in the body and tipping her over. These minor hits lacked weight but served to keep disrupting her, tripping her, trapping her. She was knocked over, once again by a hit that was so weak she barely felt it. She had the good sense on the third try to stand up, this time without trading blows, rolling away and putting her feet under her to try and stand up. It chased right after her as she tried to stand, shoulder checking her body while hooking her leg out from behind. The hunt was inglorious, cruel, and violent. No fancy tricks, just a battle of who was the better. She stumbled as it stuck to her, still too weak to do any real damage. She threw the leg it was wrapped around up, trying to send him flying. But instead of sending him flying, he moved with her kick, negating some of the force, twisting and elbowing her in return, keeping her constantly unbalanced. The beast cackled as she lost control again and tipped over again. If she couldn't even control herself, how could she hope to control the fight? She planted both feet and jumped into him, trying to body check him and banking on her durability. He still had that stupid crouched pose, stepping forward into her attack with a slight laugh as it moved right past again, barely touching her with its left as it pushed her away, ensuring it was safe. Once it was safe, it could counterattack. She hit the wall, breaking it with ease, and turned, pushing off the wall to attack again, jumping off, straight into the beast's open jaws. She kicked with both legs at the crouched figure who was swaying in the wind. Both legs moved to strike the villain's body and send him flying. She spun again, an idiotic move in a fight against an opponent of your caliber, and the little rabbit thought that she'd get away with it. It couldn't help smiling as she flipped, pointing both legs towards its body. Its feet pranced across the ground, stepping off to the side of her attack once again. Her legs extended, hitting where it had just been as it started the next attack. She blinked as the villain's sway turned into a slight sidestep. It was so minor, barely over a foot as it went sideways, raising that bat thing over her. For the first time, they met eyes. If a fight was supposed to be a conversation, this was the first time they exchanged names. She blinked up, eyes focusing as something welled up inside her as that bat came crashing down. She started to show the first signs of intelligence right as the canab crashed into her again, forcing her to the ground. With such little resistance, the hit didn't hurt that much, but it threw her off again and continued to cement its victory. The beast was in total control of itself, and thus didn't need to control the battlefield. It had full control of its opponent now. Her eyes enticed it, amusing it as it hunted. Was this what those villains had seen as they played with their victims? What Bakugo had seen? Was this the thrill of the hunt? She was hit again by the bat, feeling the studs cut into her uniform and skin with just a slight pull. Her momentum carried her forward and down, bouncing off the ground and rolling to a stop. She breathed heavily, but instead of getting up, she looked into those eyes again. She'd seen a lot of things in her career inside her opponent's eyes. Fear, hopelessness, dread, all sorts of things. It couldn't hide its joy as she tried standing. The hunt was only as fun as what you hunted. A prey who didn't know when to give up was a great plaything. It advanced again, snarling to itself as it stared her down. It had seen so many expressions on those quirky bastards' faces through the weakling's eyes. Anger, pity, disgust. But now, he approached with complete calm. A fake smile slapped on its face, barely agitated breathing, and a slight swing in his step. This fight wasn't even hard if you could call it that. This whole thing was amusing for that thing. She was scared, just like that weakling Midoriya had always been. Agitated breathing, eyes constantly moving as she kept looking around. And a lack of response or reason. She was probably having to try for the first time in her life, and she didn't know how. How cute. God damn it. She forced herself to break eye contact and jumped up, charging straight at it. Him. She could beat him. She could. No tactics, just a blind charge relying on power. Its face broke into a smile as it stepped forward into her charge, coming up from the ground. She came from above, meaning this hit would have her own weight behind it. Both hands went onto the canap. It was time to break this little rabbit. She leaped forward as it swung from a downward position, both exchanging strikes to the other's left leg. They disengaged and attacked again, her going for the body and it going for the leg again. It weaved underneath her kick as it struck her, moving right past her while constantly adjusting with small steps to face her. Maruko snarled, forcing the weird emotion down as she charged again. She was stronger, she could do this. Its hits barely hurt. Another exchange, with her hitting the creature in the left side as it hit her left leg again. Her kick threw that thing backward. dragging the newly sharpened metal edges across her leg and drawing blood as it left her range. She powered through, shouting as she entered its range once more and kicked again, coming close and kicking over and over. Every time she swung, she either missed entirely or sent the thing flying. It never came to her, always letting her charge forward and build up momentum before exchanging attacks briefly, then moving away again. She chased him down, knocking him around once again but never managing to get him off his feet. It moved with the kick, jumping in the same direction the kick pushed it. This took away most of the impact and kept itself safe, while it used the sharpened studs on the canab to tear her apart, bit by bit. When the adrenaline was high, she'd be fine, but sooner or later that leg was going to give her problems. She was unfocused, flailing inside its clutches. Good, let the prey tire itself out. And when it had run its last, another simultaneous exchange, each fighter hitting the other at the same moment with their respective attacks. The little rabbit had to stand on one leg to kick, meaning its attacks had an impact, finally hitting something with resistance. Her attacks, however, slid off as it angled its body and moved with her flow. She thought she was attacking, but she was just on its leash, pulled along into the beast's game. No, not the beast. Not anymore. Every attack it made was focused, contrary to its appearance as a barely thinking animal. It had evolved past that, past swinging and screaming until either its opponent or weapon broke. The cruel nature and intelligence it possessed surpassed any animal. Its love of violence exceeded any human. It shed the last strings of Ronin as they clashed, laughter giving way to roaring as it broke out. The monster was finally free. Her left leg was stinging from the constant impacts, but Maruko powered through. She jumped into the air, spinning her legs around to break her target cleanly into two. Maruko wasn't even announcing her attack names anymore, throwing everything out as she tried to break the creature in front of her that seemed to eat every attack she threw, without flinching. Even Crust wasn't this good at defense. Every attack she landed felt wrong. It wasn't like normal, and whatever the reason, it didn't feel good. It was like hitting a paper bag, barely any resistance, letting her legs overswing and throw her off balance. It danced around her, howling louder and louder, taunting her to keep going. She ignored how tired she was and pressed on, charging again. She could do this. She wouldn't break. She was strong enough. It rose to its full height, rolling its shoulders and looking down at her. She moved so slowly, so sluggishly. Boring. It calmly dropped the stick to one side. It wouldn't need its companion for this next part. She spun again. What, did she think she was a ballerina or something? It walked into her spin, grabbing her by one leg and her waist while her back was turned to it before slamming her face first into the ground. Her expression read shocked as she tried to move. But it was not done. It replanted both feet and lifted her again, adjusting to a new grip. The monster decided to speak as it finished cleaning up. The monster's claws dug into her thigh and her neck as it raised her overhead, drawing more blood. Her body rose to its peak as she stared upward, unable to completely understand what was happening to her. Then, as she could feel herself begin to fall downward, the monster spoke again. It didn't just drop her, but rammed her into its knee. Her back cracked at the force, and finally, she made that beautiful noise the monster had gotten addicted to. A scream. Maruko screamed as pain coursed through her body. Everything felt hot as she was raised again, still flailing and trying to break free. Its voice was unearthly, something between a snarl and chuckle. It seemed completely calm as it beat the ever-living shit out of her. No signs of stress or pain as it lifted her again, claws digging into her skin. Despite all the ferocity it had shown off, it was completely at peace with breaking her in two. No, it was bored. This wasn't even interesting anymore. She grabbed that mask with one of her hands, trying to stop it. She wasn't thinking clearly anymore, having lost faith in her legs to get her out of the position. Instead, she just flailed, screaming as she crashed into the knee and sent another spike of pain through her body. She kicked her legs, making it lose grip and drop her, but not without giving her a parting kick as she fell. She rolled to a stop, eyes hazy and unfocused. She didn't know what to do. All her power, her strength, it was useless against that thing. What did she have other than power? The little girl rose again, shaking. Her wounds were catching up with her, and even the delusional could only reject reality for so long. She was about to die. It walked towards her, slow and calm. Its breathing snarl let her know exactly where it was, approaching steadily without care. This wasn't murder. This was just sending a message, teaching the world how life really was while getting revenge. The rest were too weak, too soft to do what needed to be done. But by removing all emotion and only seeing victory, it could surpass them. She didn't even try to kick this time, going in with a weak punch. She was already broken, having lost faith in her kicks because of their lack of effect on the monster. This hit was even worse, barely moving its mask. I can do this. All light in her eyes was extinguished. They had only been fighting for 5 minutes at most, and she had completely given up. Her words sounded hollow to both of them. I can. She punched again, and once again they exchanged impacts. Hers was weak, lacking a foundation. Neither she nor her punch knew what to do. This had never happened before. She was probably woozy from blood loss, with her left leg painted scarlet. Her moves were choppy, unlike its. When she tried to punch it a second time, it replied in kind. A right hook sailed into her ribs where it had hit her earlier. She froze at the impact and tried to stumble backward, tried to get a solid grounding, but to no avail. It grabbed her by the ear, not letting her gain an inch as it stepped back into range while delivering another hook to the body. She was barely forming words now. It gave her another body blow, then stepped back, grabbing her head by both ears. It then jutted forward, driving their heads together and getting that red stain it loved so much as they crashed together. Her skin was torn and she was coughing blood, their eyes just centimeters apart. She was completely gone mentally. Her arms came up to try and push it off, but they lacked any force. It had thought she'd be a better prey, but she had broken so easily. It moved back with her hands, then jutted forward again for the next headbutt. She coughed again, leaning on it. She could barely stand, just a weed in the wind, and it was time to clean up. It shoved her backward, letting her fall down. There was no room for debate in its voice, cutting through the fog in her head. She looked up, forcing her arms under her. She couldn't even sit up fully. She just felt heavy and tired, so very tired. Everything was jumbled. It was hard to see straight, even harder to think straight. Above her was Ken. Something inside her froze at the words, like ice through her system. It stepped in for the final attack right as she sprung up off the ground, kicking it in the stomach with both feet. It did its best to deflect and dodge. But even then, the single hit sent the monster flying backward. It rolled on the floor but caught itself, replanting both feet and preparing to continue. Good. You couldn't hunt without prey, and suddenly she came back for more. It could hardly contain its joy as it readjusted its grip on the canab, smiling. This would be fun. Maruko vomited up more blood as she got to her feet. She was a mess. Was this what Ken had been talking about? Her memories of him came back to her in random patches. None of the things she remembered was helpful. She tried to stabilize herself, thinking about their training at UA. That little bit of advice flew straight over her head the first time she heard it, but now she understood. She might have initiated every fight, but she wasn't ever the one whose hits mattered. Everything she did was brushed off, while everything that thing did added up slowly. But it never led. Even now, it was just watching her, probably planning what to do next, or something. She was weak and tired from rushing in, while it wasn't even started. At most, its knee hurt from her back. She was made of sterner stuff after all. She put a hand to her nose, clearing the blood out of it so she could breathe properly, then stretched her legs, immediately feeling pain in her left. All those hits really had added up, and right now they were coming back to haunt her. She moved her legs to test them out, trying to remember Ken's advice. She'd barely paid attention the first time though, just fishing for a fight. Next time, if there was a next time. If he was alive. She grit her teeth and lowered herself, then put her arms in front of her in what some might have even considered a defensive stance. She needed answers, but she wasn't strong enough to get them right now. That just meant she'd have to keep going until she was strong enough. She wiped her face again, now putting most of the weight on her right leg. She wasn't strong, and she wasn't powerful. That much was obvious, but she'd have to keep going to get the answers she wanted. Maruko steeled herself as the monster stepped up, smiling underneath its mask. Unlike their initial clash, both moved much slower, eyes locked as they mentally tore at each other. They came closer and closer until they were just 6 feet apart. The monster ditched its upright power position for its old mobility stance, lowering itself to the ground. Maruko turned on her right heel, leading with her left leg. If there was ever a time to remember all that random sick Ken had talked about, might as well be right now. Once again, they entered each other's ranges. The canab swung down, propelled only by its right arm. Her left leg struck out with a snap kick, very fast but with little weight behind it. The leg struck the villain's right arm and threw off the swing, throwing the thing sideways. But clearly not enough. It immediately adjusted, turning its body and stepping in with its left while throwing out a quick jab. The jab struck nothing, but instead grabbed her by her hair, pulling the two's heads together violently. Maruko's head swam as they collided, fighting just to stay conscious for a little longer. It was beside itself with amusement as she struggled to pull away. But then she regained control over herself. She stepped into the headbutt and grabbed him, jumping off the ground and throwing both of them forward into her momentum. The monster slipped from her grab easily but was still thrown into the air with her. It pushed off and landed again, taking back up its crouched posture while she assumed her defensive posture. Letting that thing get close was a sloppy mistake, a mistake she wasn't going to repeat. Yeah, I've got some fight left. Their eyes were locked, the once smiling heroine scowling while the once bored monster grinned, and then charged. The monster's charge was erratic, filled with small bursts of speed as it trailed steadily behind the little rabbit, gaining on her every time she tried to stop and rest. If she entered its range again, it could use its kanabo to continue breaking her leg, so for now, the little rabbit would run until she could run no more, and then it'd have her. Maruko took a deep breath before jumping backward 20 feet, landing and immediately losing her balance. The whole world was still shifting around her, and she was struggling to stay stable. She forced herself to stand, forced herself to focus on the thing in front of her. She needed to stand, needed to focus, but most of all, she needed to fight. The monster didn't stop charging, continuing its advance with lurches and weaves as it swung its kanabo at her head. Maruko refocused, taking another deep breath in to try and clear her head before replying with another kick, striking the kanabo itself, and instantly jumping backward after making contact. The monster jutted forward to try and grab her again and continued as she jumped backward. It was content to walk towards her until she fainted from exhaustion. She couldn't go on forever, and they both knew it. She'd need medical attention even if she didn't want to admit it, and when her body gave out, it went in for a third swing. And once again, Maruko stepped up to kick it to the side while jumping back. This time the monster didn't try to grab her, but went for her left leg, the one she used to kick its body. Its iron grip couldn't stop her from leaving, but it could mess up her momentum as it did here, by throwing her off balance and sending her sideways. Maruko had to roll to her feet and continue backing up straight into the wall, where the monster would have her pin. No longer could the little rabbit just run backward. It was time to see if she had any bite left in her. The monster went for the same kanabo swing a fourth time, but this time, stepping in from the side in order to cut off more of her escape options. She couldn't go backward anymore and one of her sides was blocked, even though she started fighting back more effectively. This little rabbit still couldn't be in control of herself and was playing the monster's game until she wasn't. Maruko didn't bother to try and exchange blows at all, jumping straight up 30 feet in the air. Her left leg immediately told her how bad of an idea that had been, but she swallowed down the pain and kept moving. She had to. She kicked off the wall, then the next, and the next, building some good distance until her leg seized up. Shit. She rolled out of the bad landing and dived out of the monster's charge, now finally moving at full speed. It didn't use the kanabo now, opting to hit someone on the ground with the things closest to the ground, its legs. Even when she broke free of its pace, she got drawn right back in again. She had made too many mistakes in the early game, and this late in, the outcome was practically set in stone. It punted her around as she moved, always a bit slower than her. She gained a bit of breathing room, but could only use one leg fully. This hunt was nearing its end. Shit. She could barely think as she jumped, rubbing her left leg. The muscles were tensed, and she'd need a minute to get her body back under control. Why was it now, when she was fighting some effing demon that crawled from hell, that all of Ken's words started to make sense? He had told her a lot of things that she didn't actually listen to at the time. Shit, what did he say would happen when I ran out of endurance? What was the next part? Maruko grew even more frustrated and glanced backward. Right behind her, like a shadow, the monster prowled, watching, not just seeing the moment, but seeing the exact second she would mess up, planning, envisioning all the different ways to tear her apart the moment she slipped. Maruko rubbed her leg as she jumped through the air, scowling. According to what she remembered, Ken would tell her she needed to take a breather, but she already knew that. Another glance backward and it was still following, still hunting. She had started to run away, so it trailed behind her. She wasn't going in any real direction, just running circles through the abandoned part of town. It seemed she didn't know the area well enough to know where to get out of here. She was running out of steam and would be stopping soon. And when she did, Maruko was thinking hard, wondering how on earth it was still keeping up with her when, finally, another bit of advice Ken had given her came to her. Only took her not trying to remember. He had circled around her while she stayed in one place, only turning to keep eye contact with him. He took 5 large steps to her right while staring at her. To keep eye contact, she only needed to turn to her own right slightly. Then he walked to her left, moving several feet while she only had to turn slightly to keep facing him, repeating the motion. He took 6 steps in a direction. She'd turn slightly to keep facing him. They did this a few times before he spoke. That was the moment it started to make sense. Ken had nodded. Following that, she was wasting movement, which was why that thing could keep up. So if she wanted to go faster, the little rabbit stopped, crouching slightly, before dashing forward with a leap. Instead of this jump going mostly up, like the previous ones, it went mostly forward, building a greater distance between them, until she crashed, rolling to a stop before prying herself off the ground. It seemed that not looking like a jackass was beyond this little rabbit's abilities, and she couldn't pull off anything that was actually functional. Maruko's big problem with jumping straight forward was catching herself, and her left leg made sure she had an even harder time doing something as easy as that. She had to put her feet back underneath her though, and continue moving forward, otherwise it would catch her. She could still hear the steps, the only sound on the empty street other than her own frantic breathing as it had almost caught up with her, stretching its right shoulder for the beatdown it was going to give. Her awkward run kept her moving, slowly building a bigger and bigger lead to keep her safe. Behind her, the monster patiently moved one step at a time, smiling underneath that mask, a smile with all the warmth and sincerity of an ice sculpture. Maruko stopped to breathe, looking behind her while throwing quick glances at her leg. Over 200 yards back was that thing, walking casually toward her with that stupid bat on its shoulder again. Her leg was still tense, and moving it felt like she was thigh-deep in mud. She rubbed it while doing small movements, remembering now how Ken had been going on and on about stretches. Of course, she only remembered that now, when it was already too late. She kept shooting that monster glances as she tried to gauge the distance between them, figure out if she should bother fighting or just run. If she got her leg in good enough order and ran in a straight line, she'd definitely outrun him, but fail the mission. If she fought him like she did last time, she'd be lucky if all she got was one broken leg and a permanent retirement. And that was being generous to herself. She'd need to get an advantage to stand a chance. Its steps were calm and soft but steady. It didn't see a reason to rush. She wasn't going to run away forever, and would most likely double back and attack once she thought she stood a chance. Unfortunately, she still was overestimating herself. If she just looked at the facts, she'd realize just how doomed she was and give in. Perhaps that was why she couldn't see reality. She couldn't face reality yet, just like that weakling. The moment she saw reality, she'd have to accept it. No matter, save the pointless thoughts for the weak and broken. The monster didn't really care about killing her anymore, since fighting her any longer wouldn't do further any of its goals. It had known she was weak, and now it had proven it. Beating her didn't test the monster, didn't show its strength. Crust, however. Maruko turned back the moment she entered a more open area, leaning against a building to watch that monster, still approaching slowly but steadily. She massaged her leg, thinking it through. This open area would give her good visibility, and she could leave easily if things went south. This is where she'd fight. She put on a brave smile, moving her left leg to check for any problems before standing up fully. She rose to stand on both legs, ignoring the way the world spun when she rose, or how hard it was getting to breathe. She forced herself to laugh, then looked down the road with that big smile. All right, villain, this time. Then, she could see its eyes, hollow and blank, bored and cold, unconcerned and uncaring. However you wanted to describe them, its eyes bore straight through her, no longer thinking of new ways to kill her because it already knew every single way. It didn't need to think. It didn't need to care. Just by looking at those empty husks, her legs shook. The strength she had mustered evaporated, leaving her with barely the strength to face the thing in front of her. But she couldn't look away. She couldn't do anything. It was like her heart had stopped. The little rabbit froze in front of the monster, paralyzed by fear. It stared through her, eyeing the trembling muscles. Usually, those muscles crushed walls and people like wet paper. Now, those muscles couldn't even support her ego. The little rabbit partially snapped out of the spell, trying to look scary while taking a single step forward before nearly falling over, crashing face first into the ground, barely able to even throw an arm under herself. She had thought her leg was better because it wasn't feeling as bad anymore, when it was actually just going numb. She almost face-planted into the ground for that lapse in judgment. Idiotic. Maruko tried to pry herself off the ground, but could barely even lift her head. All of her strength seemed to flood into the ground. All of her training hadn't paid off. All of her bravado was useless in front of that thing. She was having trouble breathing from the pressure it radiated, like the pressure she usually put on criminals, ramped up to 1,000,000 and twisted into something murderous. Something welled up inside of her for a second time, making her heart race as she slowly realized what she was really feeling. Fear. It didn't hide its killing intent. She was annoying, and it had a minute, so why not finish her off? It didn't care either way, but if it had the time. Maruko stared up from the ground, her mouth dry as she tried to speak, tried to move, tried to do anything as that bat. The bat that had been slowly tearing her apart, swing by swing, came off the monster's shoulder. It spun slightly into a two-handed grip, trailing behind it to build up power. It was going to bring that bat down on her head. And then, she stopped looking at the monster, screaming internally, trying to do something, anything. She could always handle everything she encountered before this, but right now, she couldn't even rest correctly. If she had just kept running, if she hadn't turned around, if she had thought ahead just a little bit. Maruko didn't remember when she started crying, and she probably wasn't even aware of it. She didn't get to learn the story behind Ronin. She didn't even get to find out what it meant when it said Ken was dead. She F'd up the fight, she F'd up the questioning. And now, she even managed to F up running away. Maruko took shallow breaths, mustered all the strength she still had, then snarled, glaring up the road. You think you can just Beat me. Maruko blinked at the empty road, looking around. She glanced behind her to make sure it wasn't planning to do that thing the monsters do in horror movies. But no, the monster that had beaten her down, mentally and physically, was nowhere in sight. The monster could have finished her off, but Crust was coming. In a one-on-one in a tense scenario, it had a chance of losing, so it was better to go attack Crust before he could regroup. Maruko should have heard him coming like the monster did, but it seemed she wasn't used to panicking. A bad trait for someone whose job is fighting. These fakes were getting worse and worse at their jobs, which, in turn, made its job easier and easier. Inept heroes couldn't catch them, keeping it safe. It wasn't logical how the monster could do everything correctly, but the weakling could make one slip, and all of the monster's work would be gone. It wouldn't stand for that. The monster refocused on the current job as it neared the approaching target, lining up the first attack. It wouldn't be dangerous, and Crust would probably win this fight, but it needed to gauge its strength. It took a slow breath in, then paused, becoming still as stone. Everything was quiet except for the steps, approaching steadily, and the voice, gradually growing louder. Maruko, at least make some noise. It didn't even cross Crust's mind that Maruko had already lost. The only way she'd be conscious enough to still respond was if Maruko had played defensively. But then again, she was Maruko. She had made the switch too late and was already broken. Finishing her now would prove nothing but make him a larger public enemy. So, instead,
Crust ran around the corner and straight past it, barely noticing the shadowy figure at first. It took a step forward, swinging from underneath Crust's gaze and hitting him in the stomach with a sideways swing. His eyes widened as his momentum crashed, his body trying to keep moving forward but stopped by the kanabo.
He stepped backward, forced to breathe out. His lungs wouldn't be working for a second. And in that 1 second he was open. The monster stepped forward again, judged that it had enough time to perform some of the larger moves, and went in with a spinning back kick. It used the kanabo's weight to help it turn, driving its back leg straight into the hunched body. The kick overbalanced the professional fake, displacing his center of gravity. He'd have a harder time blocking and attacking now. The monster still had control over the fight, and intended to capitalize on it. It dashed towards him, keeping the kanabo pointing straight behind itself for the next attack. It stepped into the next swing as Crust formed his first shield, dropped the kanabo from behind him and let it swing. It went from pointing backward to pointing down, then on to pointing forward as it struck under Crust's shield, throwing it and the pro hero back again while opening him for future attacks. By pointing the kanabo behind itself, it got to use gravity at the start of the swing to build up momentum. That momentum sent Crust stumbling back, throwing his shield up and over while leaving his body open. Crust had only got a single reaction in so far, and that was a reaction too many for the monster to pull off a legitimate win. Still, it would continue. His shield arm had been thrown up, but he had 2 arms. He already started to make the next shield as it stepped in, letting the kanabo trail behind itself again. This time, it swung sideways, clipping the edge of the shield and throwing the other arm to the side. His body was now open. Its body had already twisted with the strike, so it continued the motion, turning its own attack into another spinning back kick. This spinning back kick struck his chest, launching him across the road. Crust's feet gave out again, unable to catch himself as he rolled to a stop. But the monster had felt it. His body had been coated with shields underneath his shirt. That last hit only served to build distance. The roll itself probably hurt more than the kick. It rose to a full offensive posture, planting both feet while gripping the kanabo behind itself, a posture designed to build momentum. Every swing would have further to travel, slowing the monster down while building the momentum. It also kept the kanabo resting against the ground, again, slowing it down while conserving energy. This style wouldn't be fast, but if the monster wanted to break through Crust's defense, it would need all the power it could get.
Crust ran along the streets, looking for Maruko. He shouted as he ran, slightly tiring himself out. He didn't think he'd be running this much, but he should have. The files they had on Yakuza Hunter said he was very mobile. The guys in charge must have planned some sort of mirror match with Maruko, since she was that type of hero too. But on that name didn't make much sense anymore. Shouldn't it be something like Person Hunter now? Well, that didn't have the same ring to it. He couldn't judge anyone for names. After all, people told him his was pretty lame all the time.
He shook these thoughts from his head. For now, they were chasing the man who broke so many people so mercilessly. Now wasn't the time for idle thoughts. He stepped into an intersection, raising his hands to his mouth to shout better. Bam! Something clubbed him underneath his arms. It was hard to see. Wham! He could see the rough figure, but it was hard to make out details. He created a shield as he stumbled backward. Crack! His shield was thrown upward, exposing his body. Now he could clearly see Yakuza Hunter stepping into the next attack. He formed a second shield as the villain twisted its body. Then suddenly a weird stick came into view. Crack! It sounded like a baseball bat as his second shield was shoved away from his body. Once again, he was exposed, but he didn't have to make shields one at a time. After the first hit, he had been creating small shields across his body to defend against. Wham! The attacks came so fast they cut off his thoughts, chained together before the last one even finished. A kick launched him off the ground entirely, making him roll to a stop. He didn't cover his back with shields and felt that landing. He rolled to his feet and put his shields above him as the downward swing nearly connected with his skull, forcing both of his arms down. The force was enough to make his arms touch his face before bobbing back. The force and his attacker both gone without a trace. Crust had expanded his shields to block the onslaught of attacks, but now he couldn't see in front of himself. He could barely hear over his own rough breathing, his rhythm thrown off by the first hit. He dropped one of his shields, adjusting to only have one large at a time. That way he could support his shield with 2 arms and better survive Yakuza Hunter's onslaught. Those first hits had all happened within 3 seconds. 5 attacks in less than 3 seconds, and each one had a wind-up. That speed was uncanny and unnerving. Its speed seemed inhuman after all its grueling training, repeating the same motions until they were second nature. So many dashes, so many jumps, all of them for this moment. It slid around his defense and to his back, jabbing him in the side with the kanabo. He hadn't properly armored his sides, as he wasn't expecting it, ensuring the hit was solid before it even landed. The monster secured its grip and tried to force his arm out of the way while using a front kick to pick away at him like it had with the little rabbit. But Crust had the good sense to turn and fully armor up now. The suit of armor covered his body, blocking the attacks, but both knew one of his full strikes would break that light defense. Crust readjusted his current posture, eyeing Yakuza Hunter, but the villain in front of him put the reports to shame. He was starting to figure out why Maruko wasn't there, but he didn't want to believe she was dead. Yet, the problem was, he didn't have any attacks that could hit Yakuza Hunter, and they both knew it. He didn't have time to step back to throw his shield either, not to mention, if he launched his armor, he'd have to move his large shield out of the way, exposing his body. The second he did that, bam, another crushing blow hammered into the shield, forcing him to either give ground or collapse under the impacts. Each hit wasn't meant to break the shield, but to knock him off his feet. The second he lost balance, his guard would be broken and his legs would become an easy target. Without his legs serving as a base, it would be harder to defend, and that would spiral into his loss. The hits laced themselves together with a wicked rhythm, bouncing off his defenses to set up the next blow, clobbering him from every which way. By constantly switching the angle and direction, he couldn't counterattack easily. Yakuza Hunter's footwork was aimed to try and get behind him, where he couldn't defend with the big shield on his arm. Even if he made his back armored, it could mess with his shoulder blades and weaken his guard. Even then, Yakuza Hunter might just break his neck, rendering his defenses useless. They circled around the street with Yakuza Hunter slowly picking away at his defenses, constantly, never seeming to hesitate or tire. The slightest shift in Crust's muscles encouraged an attack. At first, he thought he could get the villain to tire himself out by feinting, but that just resulted in more and more attacks. They never stopped, pouring down like rain. Each attack led into the next, speeding up until there were 2 to 3 every second. Kicks, elbows, strikes, everything to try and force his guard away. He had to lock his hands together as it became a battle of strength, and he could feel himself losing. If he locked his body in place, Yakuza Hunter would immediately back off and move around, attacking him now that he was locked in place. They poured down and down until, all at once, the barrage stopped dead, leaving him blind. At least while being attacked, Crust knew where Yakuza Hunter was. He could hear footsteps over the sound of his own breathing, slowly getting quieter and quieter. They were moving away from him, so he glanced over his shield to see Yakuza Hunter's back, walking away with his big spiked bat resting against his mane. Its voice sounded inhuman, like a snarl from something dark and grotesque. Whatever it was, it kept on moving without another glance back, completely confident he wouldn't attack its back, a confidence he shouldn't have had as Crust rushed in. He couldn't win, but he was obligated to try. He started by launching the big shield, which usually had enough force to split metal. Against the monster though, the launch shield seemed slow, hitting just to the side as the monster sidestepped, striking the flying shield with its left arm to throw the attack off more. It dropped another gift on the ground, one of the better trophies it had gotten from the police as it walked away. It kept on walking as he stepped forward, shooting more shields at its back. It moved away, gliding between them just by keeping its eyes on his arms. He was too easy to predict. Sorry, heroes can't let villains escape. FSSSSSHT. A white gas filled the air between them, some sort of smokescreen, or that's what Crust thought, until he accidentally took a breath in. His lungs felt like they were on fire, and the world started to spin. From behind the 8th version of the Oni's mask, the monster marveled as its trophy worked. It had collected a lot of little things from its fights, and some of them were quite functional. The police from the hero ambush were equipped with riot gear, which is why the whole ambush had stood out so much. Riot gear included some very powerful stuff, including Crust could barely stand against the tear gas. He had been out of breath before coming in, so his own deep breaths were tearing him apart as he tried to escape. However, Yakuza Hunter made sure to leave upwind of him, meaning more of the cloud covered him. He couldn't see, couldn't stand, and could barely think. The monster chuckled from underneath its mask. The gas mask inclusion had meant it needed to tear apart and rebuild its entire mask. But this moment alone was worth it. It had a glass cover over its eyes now, and a mess of defense over its mouth. This was supposed to be for when, not if, when Midnight was sent after it. However, some of the police's toys paired up with it pretty well. It stood over Crust, adjusting its grip on the Kanabo to try and pick the best angle to kill him in one hit, but then realized instead of wasting time picking an angle, it would just be better to hit him a few extra times and lower the chance of a sudden recovery and counterattack. It raised the club over its head before stepping in, slamming the wood and metal into Crust's head. Crust threw an arm over his head, forming a quick shield. His arm met bat and forced him into the asphalt. He was barely conscious, trying to crawl to safety as the second hit came raining down. The hit stopped his forward progress as he blanked out for a second, but the second he came to, he kept trying to move away, tried to escape. Another shuffle, another hit, making him kiss the road. Then another, then another, then another, and another, and another. Its head swiveled as it let out a small snarl. Then it rose fully off the ground, ending the onslaught that was crushing the little turtle. The monster adjusted its grip on the Kanabo, grabbing it by the middle with one hand as it prepared to run. Although it had only aimed at Crust's head, his defense was too good to knock him out like the monster wanted. Crust's last stand had saved his life, but it couldn't save his leg, which snapped like a matchstick under the monster's heel before it walked into the shadows of the alleyway. It left like a ghost, leaving Crust barely aware of his surroundings until, Crust, Miruko, do not worry. He shattered Crust's worries with his landing alone, cracking the ground like glass. Crust couldn't lift his head far enough to actually see his face, having been reduced to coughing on the roadside. But he could hear the larger-than-life steps as the giant approached, helping him up. All Might stood with his confident smile as he rested him against the building, outside of the cloud of tear gas. I am here. We weren't ready. Crust spat out some blood, willing himself to stay conscious long enough to tell All Might what they had found in case Maruko no, don't think about that. Just tell him what they had found. The reports were wrong. He beat Maruko. He beat men. He beat everything. He could still remember the sound of the men they had brought in as bait for Yakuza Hunter, could still hear the sound as they broke underneath its bat, just outside of the house the heroes were stationed inside. He's not human. But Namu hesitated more. He was slipping in and out of consciousness now that the adrenaline was wearing off. That thing was worse than the reports. It put me on the back foot for the whole. Maruko. He managed to point in the direction that the monster had told him Maruko was. He could barely see anymore, slipping away from the pain and into his own head. But he could feel the blast of air as All Might took off. He could rest at ease. No one could beat All Might. Maruko was lying on the ground, barely moving. Just the rise and fall of her chest as she breathed, staring up into the hazy night. No big physical injuries outside of her leg, but that alone looked pretty bad. Almost her entire leg was stained red now, from her thigh down to her toes. It was starting to dry now, switching from the slippery state to the sticky state. Small pebbles were stuck to her, adding a little extra to the already painful injuries. The biggest damages weren't physical though. Physically, the worst part of it was the blood loss and lack of oxygen. Mentally, however, she was broken. That thing was right. She wasn't just beaten. She was shattered. All of her grandstanding, all of her power, all of her was crushed. Then, to close it out, it didn't even bother to finish her off. It didn't need to. And they both knew it. She stared into the sky, her eyes red, and her body clammy. She didn't even notice All Might's arrival, too busy staring dead ahead. She was taken along with Crust to be debriefed once it was believed they were in a better mental state. What the hell did that thing do? There were a lot of emotions and even more tensions when the sun came up and the suits came together. Well, if we're being honest, it hit 17 more buildings that night. Fighting two pros didn't slow it down. They sped it up even more. Maybe it's a new Namu. Those things are coming out of the walls in small cities, rampaging around and causing trouble. Some of them even still look human. There had been minor reports of new Nomas appearing in cities and rampaging, but they were standalone Nomas, without backup. They were forced to take on multiple professional heroes at once, and while they did always lose, they always caused some damage before they went down. However, those Nomas were weaker, most likely failed experiments. Was Yakuza Hunter a more perfected Namu, training against weak targets in preparation for a big reveal? Whatever it is, we need to deal with it. Now, Crust isn't waking up for at least another 48 hours. He received minor damage to almost every part of his body. Concussions, fractures, bruises, internal bleeding, you name it and he's got it. The pro heroes had been sent off to receive medical attention in time, but the problem was with the quirk they were repaired with. Recovery Girl had to drain a lot of energy to repair their injuries. While in the long term it was nothing special, in the short term, neither one should be doing any heroics for a while. Anything straight from Maruko. Crust, at least, had obvious problems. Maruko was conscious but not making any sense, talking about somebody being dead, but everyone had survived. Crust ensured that the men who were acting as the bait had gotten proper first aid, and the two supers were now safe in the best hospital in Japan. She wasn't talking about Crust. She had seen him in the flesh, but kept on rambling. Another man shook his head, sighing as he lit a cigarette. She at least told us a little bit about how to gauge that thing's power. Said her kicks weren't doing anything to it. There were a few new additions to the room. 8 of them to be precise. Well, 7 new additions and 1 new empty chair. Right now, 7 of the top 10 heroes had arrived, with Hawks saying running late as usual. They were there to more effectively gauge the strength of this villain and pick who would respond. It was unlikely that all 10 would be dispatched to take down one villain, but they had in the past. That, however, was for large threats to society and not some tough guy with a bat. Besides, they had more important things to do. They were celebrities. Why should they care if there was some new tough guy on the block? They would at least care if they were paid, or if the threat was dangerous enough. However, not everyone thought this was dangerous enough and that someone was Endeavor. This guy took Maruko's kicks, sure, but he didn't take on 2 pro heroes at the time. Maruko was 3 blocks away from Crust and went down first. He's not strong enough to take on 2 heroes at once, or a good one in a real fight, but it knew that it couldn't take them on. Or at least, it didn't think it could. Edshot counter-argued, with the heroes' discussion being disconnected from the association. The association only had a few things to worry about, while the heroes were just here to decide who wanted to take out the villain formerly known as Yakuza Hunter. That's a level of self-awareness that could be dangerous among villains. Crust is only alive right now because All Might arrived in time. This got the number 1 hero a few glances, some appreciative, and one of jealousy. Endeavor picked up where Edshot left off. All of his tactics will be useless against us. I'll incinerate him. And he can try all the tricks he wants in hell. Not even going to try and work with anyone else. Best Genus shook his head sitting back. I could easily capture him. And from there, it's up to the government to decide his fate, and let you get all the credit. Endeavor snorted, raising the big issue that divided most of the heroes. Ego. Even until her last moments, Maruko had thought that she could win, so the heroes who had only heard stories of Yakuza Hunter assumed they were exaggerated and that they would do much better in her place. Well, whoever gets the credit. This isn't for me. If Endeavor was the first to step up, leading the heroes who were confident, Ruku was the first to step down, leading the rest. Unless his shape changing can make him at least 20 feet tall, I'll just get in the way. I'm confident in my hand-to-hand, but I don't think I can outdo anyone here. I'll also sit back. Too many heroes could jeopardize this, and some of you seem raring to go. Yoroi Musha, the number 8 hero, also stepped down. In his mind, though, there was another reason. He wasn't better at defense than Crust or better at offense than Maruko. If he fought this villain, Yakuza Hunter, he was sure his days would be numbered. No point in getting himself beaten to a pulp if people actually wanted to go for it. And to think I could have gone instead of Crust. I wonder how I would have done. Gang Orca was now aware that, if Crust had declined, he would have been the association's next choice. Seeing how it had gone for Crust, it wasn't a reassuring thought. Still, I can lend a hand. Someone has to step up to deal with this, and I'd be happy to help. I can too. This is a good time to put more faith in heroes after the wave of terror Yakuza Hunter brought. Edshot thought through combinations of heroes here and plans to take him down. A big question for me though is what his actual quirk is. We could always use more heroes in the field. Although it might depend on if I have classes, I'd be happy to lend a hand. All Might stepped up, but no one really expected anything else from the number 1 hero. Got another glare from Endeavor, giving a little diversity in the reactions at least. What, are we all teaming up and hunting him down? If he's so smart, with this many pros, he'll avoid us easily. There are too many people. I don't need anyone else to help me with this. Endeavor shook his head at the other heroes. This wasn't just about getting credit. It was also about keeping a functional number. Too many heroes and the size of this operation might make the whole thing collapse. I agree that the group might be too large, but there's no reason to keep it only one group. Best Genus checked his watch, muttering quickly about Hawks not taking this seriously. I'd be happy to help, but we'll need to organize into groups to best handle this matter. With all the present heroes having decided if they'd chip in or not, they tuned back into the general discussion of the board. Outside, Hawks listened through the door, decided it all sounded boring, and bailed entirely, texting that something had come up. He quickly began trying to find literally anything else to do for the next few hours, because there was no way he was going to sit in a room listening to a bunch of geezers. The monster seamlessly slipped off its fake smile and voice as it left Inko in the dining room, checking Midoriya's phone for any information on the beast's alias as it left Inko's apartment. It seemed that, so far, nothing had come of the fight with the two fakes, but if the frauds were idiotic enough to stand still now, the next part would have been done years ago. It would stop hunting for a time, mostly because it ran out of places to hunt at. It hit 50 effing buildings, and only found people in 10 of them. That meant it had been wasting its time for 40 buildings. And it hated wasting time. It had just woken up, and now was checking that right shoulder again. No damage from last night's escapades, good. It would have a lot of work for when the heroes counterattacked, and most of it would be preemptive. If you only started to prepare when you could see the fight, you already lost the fight. Now, it sat back down in the workshop. The beast had gotten around to what the weaker forms hadn't, finishing the modifications to the room. Locks, metal defenses, various things it had snagged from the many gang hideouts it ravaged. It stopped just hitting human traffickers, having run out of places that still did that. The industry had collapsed for the time just from its influence. But that was just temporarily. The problem would come back. To remove a problem like what the monster was doing for heroism, you needed to take it out at the roots. In its time tearing through lowlifes and scum, it had heard whispers of who ran the human trafficking ring. Yakuza, like the ones it had been tearing apart for 11 days now. Since they didn't bother to defend their lower ranks, they didn't seem to care about them. That showed in how long it took for those lower ranks to withdraw and hide. While the beast and monster single-handedly tore through the ranks of organized crime in the local area so much faster than those fakes, it spread out the equipment from each of the different personas, looking through everything. The beast had wanted to send a message, to let the world know it could be a hero without a quirk. Now that it accepted heroes were fake though, that goal was pointless. It still had done better than the fakes. As of last night, it had raided twice the amount of gang hideouts in 11 days than the Hero Association had reported in the last year. Anyone who said you needed a quirk to be a fake was as full of Sid as All Might. Now, there was no need for limitations. It was time for advancements. It cast its eyes over each piece of equipment, thinking its way through the challenges it would have to deal with, ranging from goons off the streets to the remaining top 10 heroes. Then it compared that to every bit of equipment it had. No need for the hair. Without the gas mask, its voice sounded crisp and clear, but dead, lacking any sort of emotion. It dismantled the beast's old mask, bit by bit, examining each part before taking notes. This mask was still just a prototype for the final version, and it should start putting the others' work together, unifying them for a stronger result. It took notes over all the changes it would make, ironing out the flaws that the weakling let go unchecked for too long. He had been too lazy to train as a child, too stupid to realize his own dreams, and too weak to achieve them. Now, it had to take over and sort his mess out. In the meantime, it had to update its arsenal. It'd be getting a new jacket, so there was no point in trying to fix its old one. It had experimented with a new helmet design, and it liked the results. Ronin's stolen helmet was useful, but it was time to replace it. The gloves and boots had minor adjustments, but now it was time for a complete overhaul. It sorted through the defensive equipment mostly, but its eyes couldn't help drifting to Ranger's shotgun. That thing was useless, and better off being scrapped and turned into a more impressive weapon. The pistols had more range, and if you brought bullets into the equation, they dealt more damage. The metal barrel of the shotgun wasn't strong enough to deal with any shotgun ammunition types, from slugs to pellets. So it had fewer options as well. It was fun while it had lasted, but it was time for it to go. The pencil flew across the notebook as it paced, humming to itself. It had a lot of work to get through that had been left undone. Ronin's equipment left uncared for and unfinished. Ranger's guns, still needing fine-tuning and adjustments. The beast's trophies needed sorting and proper processing. It set about fixing all these problems, intent to stay inside and develop more power internally than to go outside and risk being hit by those fakes. Soon, it would come out, whether Midoriya wanted it to or not. Soon, it would set this world straight. Soon, it would show that idiot All Might what real power was. The doors were locked, the windows sealed shut, and it had all the time in the world to set about its work. It looked over the list Kurogiri had given it, a list of random items all for one wanted and could be exchanged for quirks. It quickly diverted its attention to check the items it needed to deliver in 3 days. All for One had pushed back the commission date, saying he had something come up and would need another week. It didn't need any new items at the time, so it was fine to wait, and now that it was going to fix its equipment, it was the perfect time to pick up new possessed items. The beast had already proven All Might wrong. The others wondered if this was really necessary, if they had to keep going, and if they did, just how far would they go? The monster didn't know, but now it would have been illogical to refuse more power. It already had picked up the parts, it just needed to put them all together. It had a lot of work to do, and there was no time like the present to get started. There weren't many visitors inside the hospital to begin with. Throw in the security straining it even more. And the only people Maruko saw were officers and detectives. Her recent experiences gave her a strange view. Thinking it through, Ken hadn't been a hero, but he still practiced martial arts. Did that mean he might have been in the police? Did that mean most officers were as good as him? Nezu knew him, and he seemed on good terms with Yue when they were there together. Was that the last time she had seen him? The last time they had really met face to face, and she hadn't paid a lick of attention to anything he had said. The second she left Yue, she switched right back to how things had been and how she operated, not using any of the things Ken had tried to teach her. He probably saw her fights. He could tell she hadn't changed. What had he thought of her? She might have paid him, but she wound up just wasting his time. No, she didn't even get to pay him. She still owed that old man for his time. And now, she wasn't sure she'd ever get the chance to. Maruko left that thought unconnected. She was starting to leave a lot of thoughts unconnected, thinking about everything that had happened so far. If she paid a bit more attention, if she spent a little more time with Ken, if she got her head out of her own ass and focused. Lots of ifs when you couldn't do anything. She was lying in the bed, letting her body recuperate after the beating she and Yakuza Hunter had just put it through. Her legs' muscles had been thoroughly strained, her left leg from the attacks and her right from having to do all the work. The hospital room was dim. Not dark, just a little dim. The sun was just rising, but the curtains filtered it, giving everything a slightly off appearance. It was a cloudy morning, with the light appearing and disappearing randomly as the sky shifted. Totally quiet too. Just Maruko and her thoughts, and right now, she didn't like that combo. The fan spun round and around above her, adding a little bit of diversity. Gave her something fun to look at too. She didn't address the other person in the room, partially because she wasn't sure if he was real or not. She had seen some things while she was dreaming. And when she woke up with wet eyes, she figured the doctors were spraying her eyes with water. Hello, Ms. Yuzujiyama. Yuzujiyama. It was her name, but only one person before now had called her Ms. Yuzujiyama, an old man in a bar with a story she wasn't sure she'd ever learn, who disappeared just as she figured out she needed him. Are you awake now? Do you remember anything? I fed up. She tried to live her life with no regrets, but that had just given her more things to regret. She closed her eyes, focusing on the image of him in her head, trying to chisel it in so she'd never forget. If a monster like Yakuza Hunter really got to Ken, that training session in UA was probably the last time she'd ever see him, dead or alive. Well, at least you're conscious again. How do you feel? Her visitor, Nezu, kept pushing forward. The other investigators would arrive again to question her about what happened, and she hadn't gotten any sleep yet. Awful. It was like 3 people were talking inside her head, but everything seemed to move in slow motion. It was hard to focus, but what she could focus on, she didn't want to. Yakuza Hunter completely dominated her. From start to finish, it was in complete control of the fight. When it started, when it ended, and even the pauses in between, all of it was in that monster's hands. Like, physically, mentally, or emotionally. Her focus shifted from the conversation again, onto anything other than that night. Man, fans were cool. Who invented fans? They must have been pretty cool too. Yeah, but her thoughts couldn't stay away for long. Crust got fed up too, also because of her. She ditched him for a fight and got her ass handed to her. She couldn't even scratch that villain in return. Crust had to fight that villain one-on-one. The exact way he wasn't supposed to fight, all because she ran ahead. Worst of all was the thought though that it wouldn't have mattered. That even together they would have been crushed, and the only difference was they cut out the time it had taken walking between them. Must have been pretty bad. She pushed away again, turning her head slightly. There were birds outside the window now. Birds were cool. She wanted to fly as a kid, but all she could do was jump really well. She got to sort of fly, seeing the world below her as she went weightless, but it wasn't the same. Probably, yeah. Like her own attempts to fly, she could only prolong the fall back down into those memories. The guys were supposed to be the bait got hurt too. Way more hurt than they should have with 2 pros on site, and Crust had to look after both of them on his own. If Yakuza Hunter had wanted, it could have circled back after dealing with Crust and finished them off. 2 more guys she had gotten into trouble by not thinking anything through. One night, one big F up, and how many people got caught up in it? Do you need some sleep? Maruko sighed, closing her eyes. She could still feel the gravel in her leg, feel how helpless it all was, feel the pressure crushing her like a vice. The bodysuit was the first thing the monster needed to fix. Most of the spare muscles were reattached to the legs, soldered together to enhance the already strong defense. The bodysuit was made of metal muscles, originally just serving as a human-sized shield for a scared little boy pretending to be a warrior. Now, it would become one more weapon in their arsenal, a foundation the rest would build off. For example, the swords. Swordsmanship relied on the shoulders to generate power, but Ronin had fed that up for them while wearing that stupid cowboy hat. To counter this, it attached a few of the muscles to its right arm. This would put its strength back at peak performance, at least. When its arm healed, the muscle would serve to make its swordsmanship devastating. It adjusted the placement several times to make sure it felt natural, eyeing the clock. There was no reason to rush. Time was on its side while being against those idiotic idols, selling lies to a blind public. They were too busy being stuck up their own asses to properly assess the risk. The monster could tell because of their reaction. To save face, they hadn't announced that 2 top 10 professional heroes had been beaten without a single quirk, keeping the public unaware of the threat. The monster folded up the bodysuit and started up the forge, then grabbed the shotgun. It would say the shotgun had been useful, but that'd be a lie. It was a waste of resources and a waste that the monster needed to correct going forward. It pried the gun apart, removing the possessed material and placing it in the forge. It had a lot of work to do going forward, and it wouldn't waste a single second. Every weapon would play its part, and everything would need to carry its own weight. Maruko sat up in the hospital bed, watching the sunset watching her sunset. The sun was just going behind the buildings on the horizon, giving her a nice dramatic view as the sky shifted colors. It cast long shadows inside the recovery room, making everything inside seem even darker except for that tiny window outside. "Oh, you're awake," some nurse spoke to her, but Maruko didn't even bother to acknowledge her, lost inside her own thoughts. The sunset looked nice and all, but it was the feeling that she was savoring. Her dark and dim room with a splash of bright, giving some contrast to the whole thing. It felt calming, instead of the dreary quiet from before. Yup. Maruko stared out the window, not bothering to move. Everything still ached from phantom wounds. Despite all the pain and the scenery though, the only thing she felt was tired. She just woke up, and all she could think about was going back to sleep. Some people from the Heroes Association wanted to speak with you. Should I send them in? Even breathing was tiring. She just wanted to close her eyes and melt away. But she didn't like what she saw when she closed her eyes. The sight of that demon, with its red face and white fangs, still swinging its giant bat. She thought she could get away, but it would follow her anywhere, even into her dreams. Sure, that demon had said a lot of things with very few words. She didn't get the chance to make sense of it at the moment, and now she was finding it harder to remember. The exact words it said, the way it spoke, it was odd how she both couldn't forget it and couldn't remember it. An annoying duality. There is no reason to look disappointed. The door shook a little bit as someone grabbed it from the other side. Why? Because I am quietly entering your hospital room. Even when quiet, he couldn't help but be loud. The other professional heroes slowly entered, probably to ask for some advice before they went to fight that thing. She didn't even bother to turn her head. We brought get well baskets. The pro heroes didn't even notice the seemingly lifeless Maruko, walking right over to Crust. He still was unconscious, and talking to him had all the value of talking to the wall. Maruko counted the heroes, unsurprised that not everyone was here. She wouldn't have come if she were in their shoes. The heroes talked for a few seconds before realizing that Crust wasn't awake, looking around the room and finding the heroine who was still staring out the window. Gang Orca nearly dropped his get-well baskets at the sight. "Maruko, what happened? You look terrible. I thought you were barely hurt." Yup. She took a deep breath in and focused on them, looking all the heroes over. 5 of the best heroes in Japan, stuck in a tiny medical room with 2 dipshits who couldn't stop a monster from getting out. All of you gonna fight it? He's a person, not a machine. Ruku shook her head. "What happened to you?" I got demolished." She closed her eyes, leaning back into the bed as she thought over the fight. "That thing knew everything I was gonna do before I did, and it did it better. It got in my head, said some things, threw me off." "Got into your head? I didn't think it would be so intelligent." Adshot was thinking this over pretty seriously. They probably didn't have much information on that demon, since Crust didn't win his fight. Maruko didn't either, but at least she stayed conscious, even if she only managed to because it let her. "Can you describe it? We're planning an ambush, so any information you can give us would be helpful." Maruko closed her eyes, thinking over that face that haunted her. That white face stained red, teeth shining in the moonlight, hair flowing in the wind as it moved towards her with unshakable confidence. She had the same confidence as the other pros probably had right now, before it showed her just how weak she really was. Now, they were gonna go against that, and maybe learn the same lesson she did if she didn't warn them. "I'll try." It held up the new mask, checking it in the light. It had modified the Broken One's mask with the beasts, creating its own original design. No more hair hanging off the back to be grabbed, an oversight by the beast. No more unknown and useless functions, a terrible decision by the Broken One. All functional now. And when it got its new possessed materials, it would be even better. It cleaned the teeth, adjusting its grip as it inspected it before making sure it was watertight. If it wasn't watertight, it certainly wouldn't be airtight. These tests were time-consuming, annoying, and most of all, necessary. Those glorified MMA fighters couldn't do much, but one of the only things they could do was flail. If it gave them an inch, they'd take a mile. After finishing the checks, it placed the helmet down and checked the metal. Its new weapon was coming along nicely, almost ready to be reshaped. Soon, it'd be ready as a nice backup weapon for when Yamato wasn't applicable and the guns were impractical. It kept one eye on the furnace as it worked on the boots first. Those boots needed a reworking, and no better time than the present to fix them up, perhaps making them longer so they had more material to work with. Yes, the more material they used, the more powerful it would become. First would come the prototype design to make sure everything fit, then. He doesn't sound that scary, but what he did to Maruko. Ruku nodded to the still-benched heroine, who seemed to be in some sort of daze. It was like the wind had been taken out of her sails. It doesn't seem to just be a physical thing, so is it a quirk? Whatever it is, I don't think she'll be the same until Yakuza hunters brought in. This problem could be bigger than we first thought. Gang Orca shook his head. Best Genist was actively taking notes since he was going to be solo hunting him. His power seems to be the least effective thing he has. He put Crust on the back foot and overwhelmed him when the heroes were supposed to be the ones ambushing, and played Maruko easily. That was when we initiated the fight and he came to us. Now, we're going out to try and find him. Ed Shot and All Might were still talking to Maruko, who mostly just nodded along and chipped in randomly. Whoever was on that bed didn't feel like the usual Maruko. It was like someone had stolen her skin. It was unnerving. I'm hoping both of you the best of luck. You might get hurt if this goes badly, Ruku said as she shook her head at the sorry scene. Not a single hero there thought this operation could fail, just that they might sustain a few injuries. 6 pro heroes hunting 1 criminal, who only beat heroes by forcing them to fight one-on-one. What would he do against them? The monster tested the 5th version of the boots. It was early in the morning, but it had been worth the work, combined with the bodysuit, and it stopped theorizing. Focus. It put down the finished rewired boots and checked the time. It had been making sure it got enough sleep, taking time to recuperate. That right arm might slow it down if not kept in check. It wasn't a moron, like the beast, who seemed to want to break their body more. An idiotic decision. They shared the body, so the least they could do is not F things up for each other. It could tolerate a lot of things, but waste was the only thing it hated. Wasting time, wasting their weapons, and now wasting their body. An apt summary of why it hated the weakling, the broken, and the beast. It lifted the latest sword, another katana. It would have chosen a different kind of sword, but Midoriya still hadn't gotten around to learning any new weapons. After the confrontation, it might change some of its weapons around, but for now, it had to work with the skills the others had given it. It might have had time to learn more weapon styles, but the professional heroes wouldn't wait forever, and it would be better to break the pretenders earlier than later. Besides, favorable conditions were coming soon. It picked up Stain's old sword, using it as a reference to make sure it was getting the design right before it got down to hammering. A good sword was not made in a day, and it would take its time while it still could. The longer the training, the shorter the fight. Nezu wasn't in charge of dealing with Yakuza Hunter. Otherwise, the first thing he would have done was update the name. It seemed clear that Yakuza Hunter didn't just hunt Yakuzas by his last fight, where he went out of his way to attack Crust. His dispute with Maruko could have been ruled as self-defense, but he had gone after Crust immediately after defeating Maruko. Other than updating the name, he also had one person he wanted to check in on. They didn't formally exchange contact information, but he still wanted to confirm that those two weren't the same person. A rogue samurai who, while not being one of the best heroes he knew, was definitely one of the best fighters he knew, capable of taking down a pro hero in a one-on-one fight after only 30 seconds. If they were the same person, there was no activity in the sewers, and there hadn't been any for a while now. Ronin hadn't made any appearances since his largest gang raid to date, where he tore through over 10 sites in one day. After that, he made a brief appearance as Ranger, then disappeared. Nezu tried to think of ways to communicate with him, but every way came up short. He realized that, in the end, it didn't matter if they were the same person or not. Ronin might have been a threat to All Might, but to 6 of the top 10 heroes. Hopefully, nothing came of it. Hopefully, he'd just see Ronin running around the next day, and could ask him for help. Hopefully. Thank you for your support, sir. The monster bowed, picking up the keys for the recent haul of supplies. He'd get to turning the new materials into weapons soon, and had already updated the bodysuit with a new quirk. Soon, all their preparations would come together, forming the final version. The complete version. It's not a problem. Our relationship has been strictly professional, and the benefits you supply for me pay for the things I give to you easily. The two monsters stared at each other. The last time they met, they had been so different. Now, however, it was easy to see the monster's future because he was sitting in front of it. While they weren't the same yet, they were getting closer and closer. Kurajiri, see him out, please. The monster was swept into the smoke, emerging back at their meeting place. He walked out of the bathrooms and into the road, checking the keys. 2 days until his work was finished. Now was not the time to get distracted. Focus, concentrate, and stay strong until the end. When they were done, the world would be a better place. Or something. The weakling never actually picked an objective, so it was tempted just to follow the beast and keep massacring the Yakuza. It was so easy. It proved how lazy and weak the people who pretended to be heroes really were. However, those liars would get in its way if it didn't set a precedent early on. It would be better to break them earlier, for an easier victory later. It walked back into the workshop, putting the keys away and picking back up the newest sword, getting to work. It'd take a lot of hits to create a good sword. And it would no longer settle for good. It would strive. It would achieve. Then, when it had done all it could, it would win. The finished coat floated in the slight breeze that snuck into the ruined building. A slight drizzle for a cheery feel. An empty road ahead. It was calm. It was serene. It was the coming of the end. He paused one last time. This was possibly the last time to leave. Put down the mask and go home. Eat breakfast with his mom. Go hang out with Aiko. Be a normal kid. Or he could descend one more time. The mask in his hands felt heavy, and it wouldn't be easy to take off. If he took one more step, he wasn't sure when they could stop running. He looked up at the stars, his eyes as dead as the night. His breathing was calm, and his thoughts introspective. It was as if time had slowed to a stop in his head. But outside as the clouds flew by, it was as if time was racing by, trying to speed past the oncoming calamity. Thin clouds rolled by, showing patches of the black sky sprinkled with stars, still dark with hours to go before the sun started to rise over the city. The wind was fast that early morning, pushing those clouds quickly onward. They gave the sky a patchy appearance, dividing it between the dark and truly dark. For the turmoils in the boy's head and heart, it seemed fitting enough. They would think Yakuza Hunter got scared off if he never showed. They would boast to each other about how great they were, pat themselves on the back, then go back to how things had been. Nothing would change. He'd still be the same weakling, but that monster was strong. It could change things. No, they would change things. Things could no longer stay the same. His resolve was steeled, and his face set. He flipped the helmet, opening it up and sliding it back onto its face, then flicking on the locks. It shook its head, taking a deep breath to calm the weakling's heart. It had called in the bomb threat to clear the already mostly abandoned area. It had told the homeless to run. It had rested, trained, and prepared everything. All for this moment. The monster raised its hood and walked out of the mostly shattered building, its jacket fluttering as it left cover and entered those winds. Its right claws were relaxed, its left already latched to the Saya. Its steps were calm and slow, keeping its back straight and its pace steady. The starlight reflected off the skeletal white of the mask. The monster's fangs glinted, and its horns glistened with the slight coat of mist. Its boots rang out against the ground with each step, beating in time with its breathing. The weapons were hard to see, but they were there. 2 swords on its left hip, side by side and eager to fly for the first time in so long. The staff and kanabo segments hidden under the coattails, waiting for their chance to shatter everything. A gun under each arm, warm and primed to play. Each step forward was another step closer to their fight, the fight each one had trained for, even if they never realized it. The jacket was tight and fit well to its body to not get in the way when the action started. The gauntlets now covered the entire hand and up to the forearm, ending seamlessly under the jacket. The boots rode up above the knee, where they were belted to its body to better fasten them for the techniques it had practiced. Each technique it had tried out and trained with, from the dumbest of Joker style to the effortless power of Serene style, would be put to the test. It had everything set up as it entered the street. The eyeless sockets trained ahead. The gas mask made its breathing sound warped, making it seem even more detached from this world. It picked the time and place for the fight. Now the monster only needed to start it. And there was really only one way to do that. It called in a bomb threat. And the beast had stolen quite a few lovely explosives from the Yakuza. Not using them would be an insult to the beast, and a waste. Now that the weakling's resolve had been steeled, it flicked open the wireless transmitter. All it had to do was sync up all the bombs to one frequency, and now, a single tap of the button, and Musutafu's landscape was remodeled with a bang. The top 10 heroes were alerted quickly of what had happened. All Might was still recovering, having used all his hours for teaching. Maruko and Crust were still mentally and physically incapable of fighting. Ruku and Yoriomusha opted out when they found out who the target was. Hawks looked at how many people were going and hit the snooze button. All the heroes who were ready came together before entering the trap. Endeavor took the lead, annoyed that he had to work together with the others when he alone could easily take down one overconfident idiot with a bat. Best Genist was trying to figure out who to stand closest to. Someone who could take advantage of his capturing ability to attack Yakuza Hunter while not accidentally breaking the restraints. Headshot was away from the rest, constantly moving around to make sure he could react to the inevitable surprise attack. Maruko and Crust both had Yakuza Hunter turn the tables on them because they didn't see him coming, and he needed to avoid their mistake. While his defense wasn't enough to save him if caught off guard, he could avoid it if his reflexes were good enough. Gang Orca felt a little bit out of place with 6 ranks between him and the next hero. Still, he was here to help the best he could, regardless of rank. He was one of the tankier heroes here. And if it came to hand-to-hand combat, he'd be the one to take the lead. If Endeavor didn't do it first actually, Endeavor would probably take the lead on that too. They moved in silence, no one making a single sound as they moved between the streets until they saw the wreckage. The bomb threat had, at first, sounded idiotic. Heroes had swept the area that day and found nothing there, but now, where there had once been office buildings and a factory, there was now a slightly smoking pile of rubble. The mist made it hard to see exactly what happened, but judging by the bomb threat earlier, it wasn't rocket science. Something that seemed more important, though, was how empty the road was. Weren't there supposed to be other people here? Where are the police? Gang Orca scanned the surroundings for the other heroes who should have been sent here. While they had been in the area to look for Yakuza Hunter, they wouldn't have been the first people to arrive. Edshot was the first to notice the bodies, tucked away nicely. Dozens of people were beaten unconscious and lying in the alleyways, out of the way. All of them away from the demolition site, making the only person who was standing in the middle of the rubble stand out all the more. Their coat flared up as the wind plucked at them, pulling their hood to the side. The white of a skull was barely visible. Eye sockets framing black pits, sharp teeth and sharper horns inside the hood, the angle giving its face a slight smile. They stood upright and proud at the end of the line, patiently waiting for the heroes to get closer. Great, is that Yakuza Hunter, or do we have to deal with another one? Endeavor seemed sick of all these vigilantes, standing in the midst of a cloud of vapor as the steam rose off his body. Whoever they are, they beat the bomb squad and the first responders. Edshot prepared to charge. Gang Orca stepped in front of Best Jeanist, and Endeavor was already moving forward with all urgency of grocery shopping, resigned that this would be a waste of time until the first words from under that mask. With that single phrase, Endeavor froze dead. Instantly, every hero except him understood what Maruko was talking about when she said he got inside her head. You think I'm not good enough? Endeavor was nearly beside himself with rage, his fires concentrating as his ego was bashed. The cloud of steam grew larger and larger, obstructing everyone's vision as the wind grew stronger, giving Edshot a clear view of what was under the coat. It happened in an instant. Edshot shouted at the others to run while he tackled the physically weakest of them, Best Jeanist. The two of them crashed, rolling away from the middle of the road and towards an alleyway. But not even Edshot could get all the way to safety while carrying a body. Gang Orca also moved to the side, getting 2 steps in. But if Edshot couldn't do it, even if he had to cross the road and pick up another hero, none of them stood a chance of moving fast enough. Endeavor made the worst decision to try and go up, using his fire to try and fly over the attack and heading into the danger zone. If he knew what attack was about to hit, he would have stayed grounded. But that's what happened when you didn't research your target well enough. Back while they had been monologuing at each other like good little idiots, the monster had finished aiming the AEC through the rubble. The point of the explosion was to make more ammunition for the AEC, which would throw anything in its way like a catapult when fired. It had already been properly braced, and so, when everyone started talking, the monster started the firing sequence. The drizzle, talking, and distance covered the noise. The rain, rubble, and Endeavor's own steam hid the visual effect. If it weren't for the wind revealing Deku dummy under the fake coat, not even Edshot would have had time to react. The AEC pulled air into itself, forming a tornado inside its barrel before launching it out. The wind spiraled out from it, superheated and generating enough force to tear through an entire building, or 10. The rubble was picked up by the gales, launched forward like a shotgun blast. Deku dummy was the first hit, sent literally flying by the impact. The cheap prototypes for the monster's current coat and helmet stuck to him pretty well, with the radio it had been speaking through even sticking around as he got launched into the horizon. Endeavor was the next hit, torn from the air and thrown sideways by the spinning vortex, snatched out of the air and flung into the surroundings over and over while being buffeted backward. While its main dangerous effect, the intense heat of the super compact air and energy, did nothing to him, the secondary effect grounded him. First, he crashed into the ground, then the ground crashed into him, with small and large rubble alike crashing and tearing into him, ripping him apart like a blender. Any energy he tried to generate was sucked away, fueling further destruction. The heroes who had tried to get to alleys were blown backward, colliding with rubble along the way. Gang Orca tried to weather it and was flung over half a mile back, crashing into buildings and the poles before rolling to a stop. His own body destroyed as much property as one of the rocks first launched, and by the time he stopped he looked in almost as good of shape as those rocks. He was dazed from the collision and so much spinning. He had to take a moment when he finally stopped moving to figure out what had just happened. Even worse off than him though were the lighter heroes. Edshot and Best Jeanist went airborne almost immediately, thrown back across the road and into a building. Rubble crashed into them while they rocketed through the storm, both using their quirks to the best of their ability to keep themselves safe. Best Jeanist ended his flight inside a building while Ed's shot crashed into a wall just beside him. It stood in the newly opened space, admiring the view. It was forcing the city to repair its more run-down sections, while cleaning up the garbage on it. If this wasn't a good deed, it didn't know what was. It looked over the trashed heroes that it could still find. Endeavor definitely had at least one broken limb. Ed's shot was stuck on the side of a building like a fly swatted into a wall. It could see the hole where Best Jeanist ended up. And lastly, it didn't have the slightest idea where Gang Orca actually ended up. It could gloat over its enemies, or it could just straight up kill them. No, that wasn't a question. It pulled out kindness and loaded a bullet magazine in, then took aim at Endeavor right as he sprang back to life. You think that's enough to stop a pro hero? Bang! The shot took Endeavor in the stomach as he forced himself backward with fire. His quirk usage was admirable, and there wasn't a sane person in the world who'd say Endeavor did it for the fame. Overall, he was actually one of the better heroes, which said more about society than it did about him. It didn't fire willy-nilly, aiming each shot before it fired. Even when it missed him, it hit. He could never completely avoid the shots which kept finding purchase in his large frame. The monster content to chip away at him from 60 meters away. The redesigns had been quite favorable to it. It stopped mid-exchange to switch targets, firing a round in front of Ed's shot, who had snaked his way back into the fight. You have an AEC. The gears in Ed's shot's head were turning, but they were turning in a way the monster didn't like. No, you can't be. Ranger. That idiotic line earned him 2 bullets, with the first cutting off his movement and the second hitting him, finally getting a clean shot into that evasive fake. That shot cut off his speech, a mistake the monster thought he would have learned from when their last debate ended with a gun considered a war crime to use. Endeavor had been moving towards him, powering through the pain, but it would have none of that. It took out Cupid, giving him another body shot for his efforts. It walked away from its attackers slowly and calmly, firing shots to force them in directions that favored it. They always had to try and dodge, otherwise its strange, unnerving accuracy would give them an early end. What was weirder than its effortless accuracy, though, was its calm movement, fighting 2 pro heroes at once without even trying to run away, just a slow trot backward. It spoke without even stopping in its attacks. Endeavor charged suddenly, flying by using more fire, while Ed's shot leaped forward, both trying to crash into the villain at the same time. Neither one noticed the object it had been orbiting around, though, until the giant metallic cross sprung to life, spinning off the floor with a slight tug of the strings. It crashed into Endeavor, throwing him to the side while the monster stepped back, letting Ed's shot gracelessly run into the restrainment bandaging and nearly tying himself up. He managed to slip out through use of his quirk right as both guns nearly shot him in the head, gaining a bit of distance as Endeavor put his feet under himself one more time. This time, though, he had to step back to avoid the hail of bullets. The monster now fired more actively as the wind and rain picked up. The storm had become heavier, putting the monster at an advantage against its biggest worries. Endeavor's fire was now seriously weakened, and Ed's shot needed to be more careful as he jumped to avoid slipping and crashing. This was the weather it had waited for, the reason it knew it had so much time to wait. It could just use the AEC once a storm was close enough and bring it in, giving itself a massive advantage to 2 of the 3 biggest problems. Best Jeanist would still give it trouble and Gang Orca still wouldn't give it trouble. That, however, was because they were bad matchups and couldn't be prevented. Now, it had finished setting up. Everything was in place. Its preparation was paying off. But all the prep work in the world did nothing if you sat on your ass, the mistake of modern heroism. Now was the time to finish the job. What? Is there a league of you two? The League of Villains. Endeavor created a blast of fire while burning his own wounds shut, but the monster avoided it by weaving through the rubble. It had trained on rocky and precarious terrains so it could take advantage of them in times like these. Gang Orca had finally caught up after a long run, and Best Jeanist wasn't far behind. It was time to finish. The monster rose to its full height, becoming as large of a target as possible as it spoke with enough hatred to make even Endeavor step back. Its cold, detached voice, containing overwhelming bloodlust, made its words seem much louder than its actual tone in that heavy rain. It never shouted. It didn't need to. Its weapons would speak for it, and the heroes would soon scream for it. Wraith, what are you in him, birds of a feather? Ed shot. What was your opening speech again? I am the knife that cuts. Endeavor took a dig at Ed's shot while bombarding the entire area with fire, snorting at the memory of Ed's shot's premiere, which had been idiotic from start to finish. While the fires didn't last long in the heavy downpour, it forced the villain to keep moving backward. You finished that sentence and you're a dead man, Endeavor. Ed's shot cringed internally, both at Wraith's lame speech and at the memory of his starting days. Seriously, even he wasn't this bad, right? Besides thinking about the past, he also had to jump out of the way of Endeavor's waves of fire. The person the least affected by Endeavor's attack was Wraith, even less than Endeavor himself. For Endeavor, those big area attacks would take a lot of energy, while for Wraith it was a predictable and easy attack to avoid just by stepping back, nothing complicated yet. But it didn't want to give these heroes any momentum to work with, and that meant being in charge and control of the entire fight. It stopped taking steps backward when it had enough legroom and blitzed forward, leaping off the rubble and using the enhanced leg strength of the bodysuit, jumping straight past both heroes in an instant as Wraith went straight for its real target. There was a bang as Wraith started to live up to his namesake. Crouching down one moment and completely gone the next like a ghost. The ground where he was standing had shattered at the impact, unable to cope with the force he had to push with to make it to his target. Gang Orca wasn't fast enough to notice what happened. Edshot wasn't fast enough to realize what happened. And Endeavor was fast enough to realize, but too slow to react. The best he could do instead was a call-out. He's going for Best Jeanist. Kindness and Cupid came out of their holsters and opened with a full clip each at the weakest but most frustrating hero, and the one who had been launched the furthest backward as the spirit moved through the air, bounding off the rubble to get good height and speed for easier shots. The rain of bullets tore into Best Jeanist, 1 in the leg, 2 in the arms, and 6 drilling him in the body. The fabrics he wore stopped the shots from putting holes in him, but somehow they had more power than they should have and were breaking his fibers. He wasn't going to just sit back and take shots though, so he spread his strings out and pulled himself out of Wraith's line of fire. Wraith jumped over Endeavor, pushing off barely standing walls and rubble to propel itself forward, and launched straight past Gang Orca while reloading. Gang Orca barely had time to even look up at the ghost before it was gone, swapping magazines before it began to tear into the last remaining problem it had with every bullet it brought. Gang Orca, I know, I'm on it. Gang Orca had to turn on a dime to chase after the flying ghost, which managed to outpace even him. He wouldn't have been able to react without Endeavor's callouts with just how fast it was going. It jumped off the rubble, constantly speeding and weaving around as it fired at the physically weakest hero there. Gang Orca didn't try to go for Wraith, since his dizzying mobility meant he'd probably just go into the air if Gang Orca got close, instead charging straight at Best Jeanist to try and protect him. By the time the heroes figured out what it was doing, it had already gave Best Jeanist 16 more of its best wishes. At the closer range, every bullet found a home somewhere in that fashionista's body, even if they didn't hit the center of mass as it intended. A head was too difficult a target to hit accurately, but a bullet to the heart killed just as well as a bullet to the brain. Best Jeanist had buffed his defenses though, and the bullets were no longer getting through with enough force to deal any serious damage. It was time to switch weapons. Best Jeanist was almost sure it was trying to put a bullet through his head. In 6 seconds, he had gone from trying to get to the battle to being neck deep in it. This Wraith figure made no secret who it thought the hardest person to beat would be, and while he might have been flattered, right now he was getting blasted with more holes than a politician's background. Another second went by, giving him 10 more holes. This thing's rate of fire was insane, and it was not letting up anytime soon. The pistols were reholstered as it finally, for the first time since announcing its name, touched the ground. It charged Best Jeanist as its hands went into the tail of its coat, locking pieces of a metal pole together until it had over 6 feet of staff to work with. It gave the staff one last glance to check which end it was holding, then activated it. The quarterstaff's head burst to life as the flames took shape. What had once been a quirk called Firefang now served as the blade for the quarterstaff's second form, a metallic pole with a giant axe head made of flames. It could burn through Best Jeanist's fibers and kill him, making it the best choice. Wraith held Rita with both hands, going in for a slash from below. Best Jeanist had already launched himself into the air to try and dodge the gunfire. Now it was time to use gravity and chop him in half. Beowulf, the boots, give him a slight push as it rocketed off of the ground, leaving it shattered as the ghost flew towards the pro hero just as he began to fall towards its waiting axe. Best Jeanist's clothes sprang out, dragging him out of the way again. Wraith shot harmlessly past him this time, but he watched it hit the building, then jumped straight after him. He switched directions again, pulling himself away while trying to get closer to the other heroes. If he could get just one person there to take the brunt of the fighting, while he pulled himself together, they could win. And Wraith knew it. That's why it planted both feet into the side of the building, adjusted its grip on Rita, and lined up the next attack. He swung and deactivated Firefang. But instead of the fire extinguishing, it continued moving, no longer fixed to the shaft and spreading out wider and wider to clip Best Jeanist in the back. It had no weight itself, but the fire spread over his body for a moment, destroying more of his fibers and leaving him with no anchor for a moment. The rain had weakened the flames and extinguished them quickly, but it was enough. But the threads he had been using to dodge the attacks burned away in an instant. Best Jeanist was forced free fall for a moment before readjusting, sending out more threads from his body not just to pull himself out of the way this time but to stop his current momentum. The threads spread out, but with another slash of that flaming axe, those threads were burnt to a crisp, unusable. In the end, just as he was about to crash, Best Jeanist was forced to use his undershirt to latch onto nearby objects and catch himself. It was his last defense, which had dampened most of what could have been lethal blows, but defending his body wouldn't help him if his neck got snapped. He was forced to give up his body protection. The pistols were viable again, so it stopped pursuing the target. In close range, even what little thread Best Jeanist had left could tie it up if it got careless. It was on a time constraint and had to deal most of the damage before the other heroes could get here for that easy win it craved. So every attack had to be not just damaging, but functional, leading into the next one. The guns led into the axe, which now led back into the guns. Only one came out as Wraith took aim, muttering to itself a style that even the broken one barely remembered. The pistols had been secretly testing for a way to beat Best Jeanist earlier when it had been shooting while advancing. His defenses were solid enough to stop bullets, but it seemed the fashionista was at least taking some damage or he wouldn't bother dodging them. However, this way of beating him was tied not to his defensive fabrics, but his quirk itself, and while it believed it might have found the weak point it needed, this attack was the test. This time, it didn't use a real bullet. The shot wasn't charged either, just a normal semi-automatic shot. But as it neared Best Jeanist's body, it suddenly accelerated and grew in size, confirming Wraith's theory as the fibers around him went limp for just a moment. Suddenly, randomly, all the fibers nearby stopped working as he was struck in the back. He had already landed and it was only the force of a strong punch, but for a split second, he couldn't control any fibers in the direction he was shot from. From above him he hadn't even noticed Wraith stood on a wall, casually walking to the ground while drawing his second pistol. Both guns came up and he reformed his defenses around his body, but this time the one that should have been empty fired first. Bang! For just a moment, all his defenses fell apart. In that split second, a bullet struck him in the chest. He spat up blood, dragging himself away. 20 seconds. He only needed 20 seconds of stalling and Gang Orca would be there. He tried to pull his own defenses back together. Bang! The next pair also punched cleanly through Best Jeanist's sloppy guard. He didn't know how to do anything other than use his quirk, so when you beat that, you beat him. Simple as that. How, bang. What was the point in finding out now? Figure it out in the next life. These posers could work it out on their own while they burned in hell for the FS it couldn't be bothered to give anymore. Best Jeanist was smart enough to keep moving, as badly as he could at this point after only 3 successful body shots. He threw a rock at Wraith. Just a normal goddamn rock. Wraith replied in kind, but instead of a rock, another pair of rounds to the body, bringing the number of successful hits up to 4. Best Jeanist started to choke on his own blood, but the weakling was too deep inside the monster to care. The dead didn't warn people, that was a job for the living. It lined up the next shot to kill him quickly, out of consideration for the weakling, but was tackled by someone's full body. Gang Orca had arrived much earlier than expected, throwing everything he had into knocking Wraith back. It spun, flipping a few times before stopping with both guns still in hands, ready to continue the fight. Best Jeanist. What happened? Gang Orca put his massive bulk between the wounded hero and the Reaper waiting for him, giving him a quick once-over as Best Jeanist patched his injuries together with his own clothes, slowly forcing himself to stand up. He can temporarily cancel my quirk. Only for a second, but that's when he shoots me. If he hadn't unwrapped his defenses to catch himself, they wouldn't fall apart when his quirk was canceled. Now he was stitching it back together to make sure this didn't happen again going forward. It had really thought I'd shot. The ninja would be faster than Gang Orca, the gangster. It did put a damper on any plans to off Best Jeanist easily, but he was still going to bleed to death. All Wraith had to do was live up to its name and ghost him so he couldn't get any proper medical care, and it'd get to test Gang Orca's limits. It hadn't thought Gang Orca would be a problem. Not because he was the number 10 hero, but because the aspects of his quirk were easily countered by Wraith's own equipment. Still, no matter how good he was, Gang Orca himself wasn't the problem. It was giving Best Jeanist more material to work with that was the problem. In a flash, Rita came back out as Wraith charged in to cut down both opponents in one motion. Gang Orca wasn't dumb enough to lose focus on the villain, but even when he tried to stay on point, Wraith seemed to teleport, disappearing from his hunched position and reappearing out of thin air with a giant axe, planting his lead leg for more force as he swung sideways in under a second. The giant swing wasn't to hit him though. From how predictable and easy to dodge it would have been, it was to hit the immobile and heavily wounded hero behind him, who couldn't move out of the way on his own anymore. If he moved, Best Jeanist's head would fly from was that axe made of fire. When did he get that? And Gang Orca had just thought he'd be safe from dehydration with all this rain. Instead of getting answers though, he had to exchange blows with Wraith. He had to take a step back to get proper footing, trying to catch the flying axe by the handle before it chopped into both heroes. It was obvious that Wraith was some kind of Namu by his speed, and now power. Gang Orca stood firm, trying to defend his little friend. But standing still was the opposite of what you wanted to do when you were faced with a charging axeman. He should have attacked and tried to interrupt the flow, but now, Wraith used the muscle suit to lurch to a dead stop before the two sides connected. Gang Orca pushed forward regardless of the pause, groping at where the axe handle should have been and falling forward, dumbfounded. Wraith pulled the whole axe back, jutting it forward suddenly to strike him in the forehead with the midsection of the axe and throwing him off balance, moving him back just a single step. That single step, however, was enough. As he lurched backward, Wraith took a half step forward to build momentum again, and swung freely. Gang Orca and Best Jeanist were both puppeteered backward by what remaining clothes Best Jeanist had on. Gang Orca had the good sense to turn and run, picking up Best Jeanist on the way out while Best Jeanist continued trying to patch his own wounds. I can see what she meant. Best Jeanist was now straining to stay conscious. He was one of the only heroes who didn't have increased durability, and after 4 gunshots and being dragged every which way, he was barely holding himself together. He needed to rest for a moment to regain his bearings. Wraith's inhumane. Wraith's attack speed and strength really were monstrous, being able to stop on a dime mid-attack just to fake someone out and still pack that much power. Gang Orca had to seriously reevaluate their threat level of him, because something was clear. While he didn't seem stronger than Gang Orca, he was certainly faster. It was obvious he hadn't taken his fight with Maruko and Crust seriously, because Crust wouldn't have been able to react to the speeds he was pulling off now, just like how Best Jeanist couldn't either. Can't you use his clothing to stop him? Haven't had a chance. He's too fast. Best Jeanist had, just like Crust, been entirely focused on defense. It really was like Crust and Maruko all over again. Deal with the muscle, then single out a target who couldn't fight back. Bang! The first shot took Gang Orca in the shoulder. He nearly dropped Best Jeanist from both surprise and pain but revitalized. Best Jeanist helped, tying them together with fibers to help maintain a solid grip. Bang! Another shot into his body. Gang Orca snuck a glance back to see where Wraith was, and did he think it would just stop chasing him? Put Best Jeanist in a hospital, put him in a ditch, put him wherever you wanted, Wraith would still haunt him. He was the only top 10 besides All Might that could give it trouble anymore, so he was a threat that needed to be eliminated. Gang Orca used his superhuman strength to push off further than normal with every step but didn't actually move that fast on his own. It was all power, no precision. And against a slower opponent like that, Wraith had no worries. Wraith didn't even bother shooting the giant. Gang Orca was so big, even 2 simultaneous charge shots wouldn't do a thing. Instead, it would have to use some of those muscles they had spent so long building up during all those street fights and the skills it learned in the training hall. Gang Orca was still mentally processing what was happening. Since all his speed came from his power, his body was faster than his brain, putting him at a disadvantage to Wraith. It demonstrated this as it slowed down for a second to get a good footing, then blitzed in front of him like it had been doing to all the other heroes. By pushing off a solid structure, Wraith could safely move at much faster speeds for a shorter period of time. It used this technique to safely get in front of the hero, sliding to a stop as the giant man crashed into him. The poor man. He wouldn't even have a clue what had happened, even if someone showed an HD replay. Beowulf locked its feet into place. It made sure to grab Gang Orca's outstretched arm with its weaker left arm, and grabbed his shirt with its right. Its right arm had more muscle laid on to make up for the weak shoulder. The arms still weren't equal, but now because its right was far stronger than its left. Wraith's left favored precision, while its right. In the same second Gang Orca realized just how close Wraith had been, he disappeared. Gang Orca's head snapped forward, already beginning to shout, but it was there too. Wraith seemed to flicker from standing in front of the hero to already halfway through attacking. Orca's own right hand firmly in its grasp by his wrist. Something coiled around one of his legs, pulling him off balance. And then, it only took a little effort to throw someone in judo. How much damage could you do with a lot? It felt so gentle, like it was barely a tap. There and gone, a blink and you'll miss it moment. That gentle tap though seemed to last forever as Gang Orca left the ground, rocketing backward and into a building with a loud crash. Gang Orca stood slowly, checking the figure in his arms. The longer this fight went, the scarier Wraith seemed. That kind of throw required far more power than the heroes had Wraith pegged for. He looked around the room, filled with old broken furnishings never collected, then settled his gaze on his partner. Best Jeanist, we lost him for a second. How are you doing? Bad. Best Jeanist couldn't get up anymore. He just focused on staying conscious now. Everything was starting to feel clammy. Get moving. It's over. Wraith was already attacking as it spoke, giving them barely a second to react. No point in giving away the element of surprise. It went with a drawing cut, the attack they had trained the longest. Yamato flew from its sheath and struck like a lightning bolt, slicing quickly and easily without resistance as Gang Orca positioned himself in front of Best Jeanist, taking the cut for him, while Gang Orca put himself between Wraith and Best Jeanist. He also attacked, trying to exchange blows with him. Best Jeanist went on the floor while Gang Orca spun around, content to trade punches with Wraith. The first slash cut across his arm, but his other arm swatted the sword out of the way, disarming Wraith and putting him on the back foot for just a second. If he could get the momentum here, he could beat Wraith and save Best Jeanist. Best Jeanist was barely conscious anymore, and barely alive to boot. He needed to get this over with quickly, and Wraith didn't bother picking up Yamato, instead taking a step back with the hit to build distance. It couldn't beat Gang Orca in hand-to-hand fairly, so once again, it was time to get a weapon out. In close quarters like these, something small would do. Wraith faded backward, shifting between the junk to obscure its location. It seemed like a cheap tactic until Wraith went full speed for just a second, going too fast for Gang Orca to track. He couldn't tell where it was coming from in the mess. SHK. It was so quiet, it was hard to tell what just happened if he didn't feel the bite. Embedded in his arm was a needle-like object, about as long as a ruler. After a few seconds, though, it seemed to dissolve, right as another prick hit him from the other side. Gang Orca quickly shifted back, covering Best Jeanist with his body again to shield him from any larger attacks. Even these giant pinpricks could be dangerous when you were already at death's door, like Best Jeanist. You won't be getting out of this. The other heroes will come, and together we'll beat you. That got a reaction, at least. The problem was where it came from. Gang Orca made sure to cover Best Jeanist, ensuring he'd stay safe despite whatever attacks the thing threw. But he then slowly realized where the voice had come from and looked at the source. Straight above him sat a dark blob in the rafters, which moved just enough so that he could see it. That skeletal white face, peering out from under its shadowy hood, and a single, tiny dot of purple light illuminating its face. A single, glowing purple eye, staring him down from above, like a hawk that just spotted a tasty fish. It had realized the truth of the situation back when Gang Orca and Best Jeanist got launched into that building, then confirmed it when it saw the sorry state Best Jeanist was in. It didn't have to stay here. Best Jeanist wasn't going to leave, no. Best Jeanist should have almost completely run out of adrenaline. He wouldn't be walking for days, and could barely form sentences anymore. He was no longer a threat. Best Jeanist, the only person who could stop Wraith, was no longer a threat. That meant something that could have been considered a chuckle came from the cloaked figure, fully spreading out to prepare for its next attack while facing the fake head-on. It stared down the little fake in front of it, prepared to engage its, opponent implied he could fight. On next victim. It seemed it couldn't stop all its emotions, though, as a mixture of bloodlust and joy seeped through its mask, the purple light giving the skeletal face an eerie smile. Izuku Midoriya had spent his youth chasing clouds. Hours were spent studying heroes, from the newcomers to the veterans, from the bottom feeders to the top 10. He didn't even limit himself to just studying Japanese heroes, crossing countries to learn about hero culture from all around the globe. Days were spent theorizing about heroes, studying their limits, and learning obscure facts, finding out how the world interacted with heroes, and how heroes, in turn, interacted with the world. Their skills, their styles, their powers, all of it was his to learn if he put in the work. He might have never done the physical training to achieve his dream, weakling that he was, but mentally he was in a league of his own. Hero laws, restrictions, regulations, he knew just about everything and anything, and what he didn't know, he knew where to find. That knowledge came in handy now. For example, Gang Orca didn't fight in small confined interiors very often. He did chase down villains on the streets frequently, and due to his large size, was mostly attacked from below. The large-scale villains who would fight him one-on-one couldn't fit indoors, and that meant Gang Orca had one direction he wasn't used to being attacked from. Wraith dropped from the ceiling directly onto its prey, attacking from an angle that was impossible to guard against with your arms. Like a hawk swooping down, its body fell quickly to strike, then was gone in a flash, kicking off its victim, shoving him around. Gang Orca looked up, trying to step backward and raise a guard against the attack. But Wraith moved straight over his defenses and struck him in the head, pushing him a step forward. He turned to try and face his speedier opponent head-on. But as his body turned, it moved straight into the next dive attack. People, when knocked around, usually tried to regain their bearings first. The moment when Gang Orca took a step forward, Wraith had already repositioned into a new attacking angle, diving the second Gang Orca began to turn. His Orca head-meant attacks to the head were severely weakened, and it would take quite a lot of force to take him down, so it'd have to use his own force against him. To get that opportunity, it struck over and over, picking up Yamato along the way for a solid hit. He stumbled back again, stopping himself from falling, and charged in the direction he last saw Wraith. If he just kept eating attacks, it wouldn't matter how weak they were. Any wall would fall eventually if you just kept hitting it. So, to get some momentum in what had so far been a one-side beating, he pushed his body to go as fast as it could, faster than his mind could react, just to get a strong hit off. One good injury could crush a villain's ability to fight back, so he just needed to fish for that one good hit. Gang Orca got sick of being a punching bag and moved straight towards the last direction Wraith attacked from. He moved quickly for a man of his size, crushing anything that got in his way with ease. It was a powerful attack with a lot of force, exactly what Wraith had been waiting for. Gang Orca was trying to set up his own win conditions. But Wraith was letting Gang Orca give it everything it needed to win before Gang Orca could even see the finish line. The two began moving in perfect sync with each other, but one of them did not realize they were dancing to the same tune. Unfortunately, Wraith had been dancing to this tune for a year, ever since that fight in the streets of the abandoned town, when they pummeled those drunk teenagers to a pulp. Whenever Izuku was in danger, Wraith would take the wheel. Izuku might have created the others, but Wraith was the first and would be the last. Gang Orca moved in a straight line toward where Wraith had been, arms raised to defend his weak points. His eyes were hidden behind hands that could bend steel, and the power of this charge could even possibly injure All Might with just how much force was behind it. But even with all that power, it was just a blind charge. The power might have scratched All Might, but no self-respecting fighter would ever be caught in such a shoddy attack. At least, not without a plan. Wraith jumped straight in front of Gang Orca, locking its legs down to form a solid base for all the force they were gonna have to deal with. Its left arm grabbed the saya, holding it in place for a proper draw while its right stayed locked onto the handle until the last possible second, letting Gang Orca crash into it to get the best shot possible. Gang Orca leaned forward and pushed off the rubble as he charged, building a massive amount of speed and power quickly while targeting his whole body at the last hiding spot Wraith had snuck into. A spot he had returned to twice and, if left undisturbed, would return to again. His body moved faster than his mind could keep up with, and while he never showed those speeds to the public, this cold morning was an exception. Wraith needed to go down at any cost, and bringing him in alive was no longer the top priority. His body was wide open. He only defended his head, giving an easy target for the counter. They couldn't miss this. Wraith's hand rested on Yamato, its breathing completely calm. A single slash, a single stroke, and a single death. Muramasa flew from the sheath, slicing into Gang Orca's exposed body. Gang Orca's own momentum threw him further onto the sword, giving Wraith the strength it needed to pierce his defenses. A slight spray of blood as the sword bit into the larger man's frame. The cut itself was only about an inch deep, and the sword couldn't even cross Gang Orca's body, blocked by his mass and Wraith's limited strength. A horrible attack. Gang Orca's charge collapsed as something struck his stomach. His footwork became sloppy for just a moment, but he still toppled, feeling a strange heat spreading from his stomach. While injuries were as common as grass in the world of professional heroism, he was one of the most durable heroes in Japan, and his thick skin meant there were some injuries he never had. Low-caliber bullets couldn't pierce his skin, and ordinary blades got stuck on the skin. This was the first time in a long time he had been cut. He still pulled off an attack, planting his feet and salvaging some of the lost momentum to throw a singular solid punch, leaning into it to put as much weight and power behind it. But he was long gone by the time his fist decimated the floor, splintering the ground and creating a web of cracks. Gang Orca put a hand to his stomach to check how bad the bleeding was as he got more and more defensive, keeping his arms close to his head but over his injury to defend as much as possible. He tried to keep his heart rate down and check his surroundings as the panic rose, but this kind of situation wasn't something you could be trained for. You either stayed strong and survived, or you broke. He couldn't even see the attack coming from behind as the axe swung, only reacting by the heat. It cleaved through the air and floor with ease as Wraith glided towards him, keeping the axe moving so he never lost momentum. Wraith swung overhead, sideways, in every direction as he advanced on Gang Orca, who kept backing away, weaving through attacks and leftover junk alike while trying to throw his own attacks into the mix. Gang Orca lobbed rubble and boxes of junk from their surroundings to try and throw Wraith off, but everything was cleaved with just as much ease. Eventually, Gang Orca hit the wall. He went to move sideways, but from the same direction he tried to move, the axe swung in to hit him while he tried to escape. He could either try to escape and take the hit, hoping his defenses were sturdier than the floor that it had already chopped, or try and catch the axe before it hit. Since catching the axe had less obvious downsides, he went with that, hands coming forward and grabbing the axe by the shaft. Wraith dropped Rita without a second thought and advanced. Gang Orca's arms weren't defending his weak point now, they were holding Rita, and Wraith wouldn't miss an opportunity like this. Its right hand flicked back, grabbing its sword. He couldn't counterattack or deflect this. Yamato would be able to easily chop him in half. Again, Muramasa flew from its sheath, cutting along its previous injury. The sword itself was sharp enough to pierce Gang Orca's defenses, but Wraith lacked the muscles to get that good cut it wanted. With a sword like this, when you put too much force in, you didn't actually cut any deeper. You instead forced the opponent backward, like how Gang Orca was pushed back by Muramasa's cut instead of being cleaved in two. Although the fire axe gave off light, it was hard to see past it with how bright it was. Gang Orca's other senses, specifically his nerves, told him what happened though. Right along the last injury, Wraith cut, going deeper and causing more bleeding. Wraith had faked him out with the axe, and he fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Wraith was in total control for this entire, albeit brief, exchange. He dropped the axe, which he had no training with, to at least try and fight on better footing, even if it was just a Hail Mary at this point. An inconvenience. It spoke so quietly Gang Orca couldn't hear it. And even if he did, he wouldn't have understood. Speaking didn't interrupt Wraith's flow at all as it carried swing into swing, each strike accurate and precise to tear apart his defenses. This is for the best. When we cross this line, there will be no going back. It stood its ground and exchanged hits with Gang Orca at an even pace. This style of fighting was the kind he was more used to, but every swing chipped into him, his own punches cutting his arms on Wraith's sword. It stood below him but kept pace with ease, blocking every punch he swung, its blade exchanging the blocked punches for more minor cuts. The monster in front of him had an inhumane precision, like a machine. It was dead silent as its blade flicked this way and that, dancing through his punches and countering every blow with ruthless efficiency. Wraith silenced their worries as it gave the fight its full focus, dancing on a knife's edge. Gang Orca threw more attacks out than ever, every single one capable of crushing their neck. For the sake of the others, for the sake of Midoriya, the best course of action was to draw Yamato and slice this giant oaf in half. However, despite it wanting to be using Yamato, that was not the sword it got. Instead, it had to dance between the rain of punches with the incorrect tool for the job, letting the blows slide off Muramasa and countering every chance it got. Muramasa was by far the best-made weapon in their collective arsenal. But for piercing defenses, the spear or Yamato would have been better. At least Gang Orca's punches were easy to dodge. They were just flailing, attacks thrown without aim. Something that aimed to hit nothing would succeed, at least. It shifted its body as little as possible to slide past the attacks, countering by slicing into the arms. Bit by bit, Gang Orca did use his legs offensively and defensively, but never to attack directly. He had gotten to be one of the best in the top 10 at moving on his feet. Nothing fancy like Maruko and Ed's shot. But when it came to running or maneuvering, he was practically unrivaled. Maruko would only top him if she stopped being so fancy, and All Might was in a league of his own. However, as good at moving as he was, it didn't help against the current problem, range. His punches were quick and precise, but they never landed. Wraith slid in and out of Gang Orca's range with the same level of precision but even more speed, weaving between the few that would have hit, then quickly striking his arms while they were fully extended and couldn't move as quickly. The sword gave Wraith extra range that he could attack from without being at risk of being counterattacked. Despite this safety room though, Wraith pressed forward, cutting down the arms. His target was obvious when his sword swept just centimeters under his jaw, every spare blow aimed at his neck. He was forced back into the wall by his own efforts to dodge Wraith's blade as it weaved through the air, chopping into him, piece by piece. His arms felt hot, and he could feel his strength slowly being sapped as his arms bled with every swing, his skin getting torn apart by that singular sword. He swung forward, stepping into the deeper attacks to try and hit the monster itself. SKRRRRT. It was an unpleasant sound as Muramasa hit Gang Orca's stomach a third time, slashing past his defensive offense. Wraith only paused to make sure the hit had power, then went back into motion as it slashed at the hero from every direction. Gang Orca stumbled backward, first hitting the wall then breaking straight through, his eyes wide as the panic swelled again and he briefly entered a freefall. He was starting to slip. Wraith stood at the broken wall, its skull face appearing to smile in the downpour. The water washed down the pearly mask, tainted purple by its left eye. It could see through the dark and rain with ease, picking out every detail as it singled on its current prey and the two more little liars, who had finally showed up a little too late. It could go for them. It could. Wraith tapped Yamato's handle idly, thinking through the exact movements and techniques it would use to get into position and kill all three heroes in a single stroke. But for some reason, for the whole fight, it didn't. If Yamato had been turned on when Gang Orca had tried to disarm it, the blade would have passed straight through his hand and cut it off easily. And for some reason, it hadn't. When Wraith did hit Gang Orca with it, it hadn't been turned on, and the sword stroke didn't do anything. Strike one, and two more when it drew Muramasa instead of Yamato, slashing at him instead of slashing straight through him. Little moments like that had been littered throughout the fight. Technically, if it had started with Yamato and hadn't bothered to use the AEC, it could have killed all four without them noticing. They weren't equipped to fight in the dark and didn't have the reaction time to save themselves. But, for some reason, it didn't. There was no point finishing a fight it couldn't win. If it got a kill, they would have no choice but to embrace its path, but it seemed the weakling had some bite in him after all. Good, he'd need it. Next time we meet. The next time we meet, you frauds. There will be no restraints that can save you. Wraith turned on the spot, letting its coat flap in the growing breeze just as Endeavor's flames enveloped where they had stood. What happened? Where's Wraith? Endeavor went straight to the facts while Edshot helped Gang Orca up. He's in there. Gang Orca stood up and pointed out the hole he made. A small white face was barely visible, tinged purple by its left eye. Both hands were empty as it stood over them, watching him, smiling, prepared to keep tearing him apart. Did he think those little heroes could save him? It towered above them, its singular purple eye locking with Gang Orca, letting him know exactly who had won that fight. It spoke, but he couldn't hear. What happened? Are you all right? Edshot focused on their teammate while Endeavor placed both hands together, blasting the wall with intense flames. In only 10 seconds, the wall itself melted while Gang Orca talked, steadying himself. He got genused. He's hurt bad. He needs to get to safety, or he's not making it out tonight. Major bleeding. Gang Orca breathed heavily, pointing towards where they had crashed into the building. His arms stung and his stomach ached. He took off his shirt and tied it around his stomach, applying pressure to keep down the bleeding, if just for a bit. He could give it more attention later. Stop talking and do something then. Edshot, go get him. Endeavor fully concentrated on melting the walls down, intending to flush Wraith out with heat or cook him alive. Either one would work, and he didn't really care which one he went with. Edshot did listen, running inside and looking for Best Genist who wasn't conscious anymore. He checked for the pulse and picked him up, running back outside with barely a glance back. I'll take him to safety. You two keep looking for Wraith. Are you sure? He's pretty fast. I'm not sure we'll be able to win head-on without you. On his own, saying that was humbling, admitting that a villain might be too much for him. With Endeavor helping him though, it felt a little like Gang Orca was bashing them. Against a weakling who can't win a straight fight against someone as weak as you. Endeavor scowled even more than before, his fires growing hotter and hotter with his emotions. Don't drag me down to your level. All right, go. You look like you could use some help yourself. Medical's coming from the south. Edshot didn't argue and stepped up while Endeavor paused, cooling down for a moment to keep himself at full power. The rain sped this up for him, actually helping him perform better short but powerful attacks. Edshot sprung into the air, combing the scene for a trace of Wraith, but there was no trace of him inside the ruined building. Endeavor joined him in the search, but neither had the skills to notice the shadowy figure that crept through the darkness, teleporting straight through the melted wall, picking the giant metallic cross back up, then casually walking out in the middle of its own dramatic fight. Wraith moved away from the battleground quickly and silently, only stopping to drop off their equipment before they would head straight home. If it couldn't kill the heroes, there was no point in continuing. Not until they had a solid goal. They had been drifting in circles for too long, and there would be no more fights until they picked a direction. The roads were empty due to the heavy storm. That made getting home quite easy as it made its way through the downpour, admiring the growing thunderstorm. The lightning lit up the dreary scene, a flash of light in a world of dark. Somebody probably could have made a poem about it, but to Wraith, it was just a tactical advantage it could use to throw its opponents off guard. Perhaps the sudden contrast between the light and dark could blind an opponent and give it an extra hit. Its legs didn't stop walking until it was back at its apartment, opening the door and slipping in without so much as a creak. It crossed the apartment and washed up, looking at itself in the mirror. Staring back at him was a boy, too scared and weak to do what needed to be done, afraid to make a choice, to either cross the line or abandon their path entirely, incapable of killing or giving up on vigilantism. A quirkless, useless Deku. We had them. It knew they did. He knew they did. From the start of the battle, it was only one sword swing away from cutting all 4 professional heroes in half. Those weak little heroes had been in Wraith's hands the entire fight, but he held it back. He didn't let it finish what he had started, go through with what they needed to do. I couldn't, he protested, unable to match its eyes. He sank to the sink, not daring to look at that mirror. Midoriya rubbed his face, trying to gather his strength in his legs and stand properly. We could have. Wraith slammed its fist into the counter, snarling. It would have been so easy. We've done it 1,000 times, and now you decide to bail out. Now that we're getting somewhere, you decide to go back. What happened to reforming society and all that's it? Just lip service? Are you just another All Might? No. He slumped onto the counter, rubbing his head. No, I'm scared. It was quiet as they brushed their teeth, then returned to their room. The room they had started practicing swordsmanship in. It felt insulting to come back here after the sitcho they had put on tonight. What do you want to do? Wraith looked out the window, admiring the storm. No second guesses, no cares, only results. It was beautiful. I want an answer. Nothing stupid, no excuses. I want a real answer. What do you want to do with your life? Be a vigilante, an unpaid hero who will die in some alleyway, without anyone giving a shit. A fraud like All Might, putting on a show for an uncaring public. Say something, say anything. Wraith shouted, punching a wall from how pissed it was. Pissed at the heroes, pissed at Midoriya, and pissed at itself. ... Is there a right answer? That wasn't a bad question, but they both knew the real answer. Vigilantism isn't a job, it's a suicidal hobby. We can make it a job, but that'd be villainy. Wraith started to deconstruct what they knew about all three of the big options. If we keep on the current path, this will be the death of us. I don't want to die. Midoriya wasn't a vigilante right now. He was barely a high schooler right now. He was just a scared teenager and way out of his depth, fighting people that he could technically beat but lacking the emotional experience to get out unscathed. On that line, villainy, Shigaraki's an idiot, and working for him is downright moronic. A better choice would be to see if All for One would take us. It's a solid career and choice, unlike vigilantism. Wraith pulled its fist out of the wall, admiring the broken knuckles and bleeding. 4 professional heroes couldn't even scratch the esteemed ghost. But a effing wall broke his knuckles. That was pretty funny. Heroism, solid career choice. We have the skills. The problem is it's it. Just a bunch of posing and posturing with no real results. It's a bunch of bullshit, the lot of it. Neither of them wanted to be a fake and they knew it. You could go far as a hero. ... Or any of them better than the rest. Being hunted down for the rest of your life by the other side sounded bad. But as a vigilante, they had to put up with both heroes and villains hunting them. Midoriya dropped his bag and slumped down on the bed, trying to make sense of the mess they had gotten themselves into. The side we choose, All for One, was moving out of Japan, leaving it mostly to be a question of Shicho Shigaraki and hypocritical heroes. All Might couldn't do sit these days, and if they just sat back, he'd probably have a heart attack and die in the coming years with no help from them. Both pillars of heroism and villainy were leaving Japan, giving no side a clear edge, except one. One side still had its superpower, vigilantism, and the super vigilante himself, Ronin. Which side they went to could heavily affect the future, and they knew it. But if he could take the pressure or not. ... Do we have to? We should. Someday. No matter how long you put it off, we will. They couldn't dance this line forever. Wraith knew that someday they'd have to draw their blade to kill, and there could not be a shred of hesitation. And it wanted to get over that moment as quickly as possible. If they were a hero, they could kill their opponents as the law told them to. If they were a villain, they could kill as they saw fit. But as a vigilante, they walked a fine line, being able to do neither option. They didn't follow the law, so killing would be a crime. They were trying to force others to uphold the law, so they shouldn't go around killing as they pleased. For the sake of efficiency, decisions had to be made. And the sooner the better. I don't want to kill anyone. I just want to help people. I don't want to keep fighting aimlessly. All you do is fight. You fought Sane, you fought Maruko, you've fought all your way here, and we both know you're going to keep on fighting. That pissed off Wraith. Nobody but Midoriya could piss Wraith off like this. But aimlessly. ... You're damn right, we've got to stop fighting aimlessly. Fighting for a better tomorrow. That's not a goal, that's a effing slogan. To save people, by breaking their limbs. Wraith laughed, for the first time in such a long time. Now that was actually funny. I don't want to keep fighting. I want control, sure. ... What you expect, some big fight? A giant speech off and then a battle in the mind. Wraith couldn't help it, he was actually smiling now. He was a dreamer after all. And that totally was what Midoriya had been expecting. Do what you want. Be a hero. Be a villain. Be a dentist if you want. Do you want control? You can have it. I don't need it. Wraith stood up, watching the storm outside of the window, admiring how the lightning and thunder moved in tandem. Inseparable. One was part of the other. And without one, the other did not exist. Because I know you, and I know you'll be back. The second you need my strength, you'll come back. Because I am the best. I am the strongest. And a weakling like you needs my strength. Wraith spoke with absolute conviction, staring into arcs of electricity with a smile on his face. Say what you want, do what you want, but you'll be back. I promise you. You don't know me. Midoriya slammed his fist into the window, feeling his chest as tight as a cage as his heart pounded. The only light came from the streetlights below and the storm outside, giving it an eerie and alien feel. His room, his body, even his words didn't feel like his own with the echoes of thunder. I don't know you. Wraith was laughing again as he leaned against the glass, his green hair pressed between his skull and his window. I don't know you. Now, that is the dumbest thing you could have possibly said. Who do you think shot Mao? Who dismantled the chillers? Who killed all those Namu in Hasu City? Who beat all those Yakuza until they couldn't walk anymore? Who broke that little rabbit who thought she could play hero? Who took out all those heroes tonight and nearly beat half the top 10? Wraith was laughing hard now, admiring his hand, worn and powerful from all the practice he had put in. Midoriya clenched his hand as he turned his back to the window, trying to calm his heart. His eyes locked onto his equipment bag, and the skull helmet sticking out. It was smiling at him now, as if it smiled at all those little fakes pretending to be heroes when it gave them the truth. It was time for some tough love for the greater good, for both their sakes. Listen here, Izuku Midoriya, you need to face the facts. You think I don't know you. After all we've been through, why don't you crawl back to that little bathroom and take a good long look in the mirror? Take a good effing look. Tell me who you see when you take off that mask. Shut the F up. Midoriya punted the helmet, breaking his own toe with a crack and sending it careening into the wall. He grabbed his foot, clenching his teeth and swallowing down the pain that coursed through his foot. He rose unsteadily and shoved everything away just as his mom came into the room. Izuku, are you all right? What happened? She was all worried about him because of something stupid he did. It was all his fault anyway. He put on a brave face and told more partial truths. I think I broke my toe. I accidentally hit something. I think I just woke up. Midoriya smiled it off, but couldn't help his eyes drifting to the closet and the grinning skull mask that lay hidden inside just beyond closed doors. You'll be back. His next day was spent getting a hospital checkup to find out all his injuries were real. Who knew? Midoriya smiled through it all like he wasn't in immense pain. These were levels of pain he hadn't had to put up with since middle school, but his body could never forget it. He lay in bed, just 15 feet away from their equipment, but he didn't bother to get it. The bloodstains coating it would just bring up things he didn't want to think about right now. Lying in his own bed and staring at the ceiling didn't give him anything to do as he rested, encouraging him to get trapped in his own thoughts again. That was the last thing he wanted to do, so he tried to think of something else to do, literally anything else than getting back into that mess of a debate. So to try and force the thoughts out, he sat up, crossed his legs, and meditated to try and keep calm while thinking as little as possible. But he still thought as he sat on that tiny bed in his small room, trapped with no sounds but his own breathing and his memories. He couldn't help it. Even after a year of meditating, he wasn't actually all that good at it. Heroism isn't a career. The moment you start doing heroics for pay, it's not heroics anymore. It becomes a job. You can still do good things, but then you're just an overpaid police officer in an idiotic suit. Villainy could be a career, but we wouldn't do well in it. Our only skill is fighting, and I don't want to be a villain. As good as I could be, if I don't enjoy it, why do it? Because of how awful professional heroism is. Even the concept of doing heroism professionally was a bad idea. It was filled with posturing egos, but there wasn't a single result to be found in professional heroism. Joining the police. Joining the police wasn't even on the table. Lazy, incompetent, and useless. They would gain nothing and lose their freedom if they joined the police. Stuck under paperwork and supporting those idiotic heroes. Couldn't even use most of their weapons anymore. Villainy might have been an acceptable option if there was a side they could tolerate, a side they could join while they forced the world to change, doing heroics from the villain's side. However, All for One was leaving for America in just 2 weeks, and Shigaraki was a joke. His operation at the USJ self-destructed and would have regardless of if we showed up or not. He was behind the Namu attack at Hasu City, and we killed most of his little nomas. His side lacks power, it lacks focus. We could give him that power and focus. There were other criminal organizations that they could join. The Yakuza, who was even weaker than Shigaraki's little league. No, they didn't defend their own when the beast attacked. We'd just be one more pawn to them. It doesn't matter how strong we are when their ego won't let us thrive. We're not doing this to help the criminals, we're doing it to help us. Shigaraki probably wouldn't let them grow either. The problem with villains was that they didn't tend to look out for each other, judging by how Shigaraki threw Stain under the bus for his own plans. They could try and join Stain, but his agenda wasn't what they were looking for. Reforming through killing was an approach, but the concept of killing to reform was what started this entire introspection. And now the problem was starting to take shape. With all the big villain sides being bad options, it was time to look at the big hero sides, all 2 of them. The Hero Association was a mess of red tape and idiocy, with everything just serving to waste time and sell products instead of saving people. Even if it presented fewer problems than the villains, it represented the exact type of fake heroism they hated. They had once thought that heroes were infallible, unbeatable as they viewed them from below. They looked up to them, admired them, and would have once done anything to be one. They saw heroes as perfect. Then they had met them and saw them for what those fakes really were. They became Ronin, and instead of looking up to them, they were level with them. They could start to see past their facades and find the cracks in the heroing world. They began to realize the truth and thought that heroism had become corrupted and lost its original goal, like Stain thought. Then, they surpassed it as they disconnected their emotions, took a step back, and rose above it all. Only when they looked back with a clear mind could they see how pathetic heroism was. Stain wasn't right. None of them were. All Might proved that there were never any heroes, from the very start. All for One might have been pushing an agenda with his words, but Midoriya was a bright kid with an internet connection. He could do his own research. The last big side he could join was UA. They talked a big game about creating and changing the world of heroism, but they had seen the heroes it produced. Idiots like All Might, villains like Endeavor, and everything in between. Anyone could talk about improving, but the results they showed. He saw the UA Sports Festival and saw that not one person had changed since he fought them at UA, proving the next generation was as doomed as the last one. A society that couldn't learn from their mistakes was doomed to collapse. And heroism has its head stuck so far up its own ass it can't be saved. It's better to stand back and let it burn to the ground. UA definitely is the least bad option, but that doesn't mean it's good. It still has all the problems of modern heroism, but it meets my goal of trying to reform society. Together we could try to shape the future of heroism through methods other than fighting. Help create a better tomorrow without direct actions and save more than they alone could ever help. That furry effer even us the perfect opportunity to test it out, giving Ronin a week with his students at UAS summer camp. We'll go and see how the hero students have changed since their last meeting and how willing they are to keep changing with a direct approach. Then I can make my decision. There's no point in rushing this. Midoriya nodded and stopped his muttering debate. He had a plan now to use going forward. He had some time left to recuperate and could try to drop by Recovery Girl to get healed so he could do his best at the summer camp. It probably wouldn't work, but he wouldn't know unless he tried. He jumped up from his meditation with clear confidence, put weight on his broken toe, and confidently decided he could check out Recovery Girl after he laid down for a while. Nezu sifted through the reports at the third emergency meeting and looked between each of the pro heroes standing before the Hero Association. Japan's best and brightest now stood before them, tired, drenched, and hungry, without a single glimpse of the heroic ideals or confidence they were supposed to represent. They had woken up before even the crack of dawn, fought 4-on-1 against a single terrorist with no backup, and utterly failed in every sense of the word, a challenge that no one had previously thought would have been difficult. For God's sake, they sent 4 of the top 10 heroes in Japan, dozens of pros as backup, and a bomb squad against one villain and a bomb threat. Not only did the city get destroyed, not only did almost everyone who was sent in get knocked out before the fight even started, but the villain had gotten away unharmed after tearing one of the best heroes in Japan, in the world, to shreds. This couldn't be covered up. At least half a mile of road was destroyed, along with dozens of buildings. Over 50 heroes had been involved with this incident and even more first responders. It was a gigantic mess that no one wanted to touch, but they needed to handle it quickly. Luckily, for him at least, UA didn't have to raise a hand. This was all out of his jurisdiction. The hero agencies and various heads of departments involved would be forced to deal with the reconstruction if the city decided to even bother. It would be both easier and cheaper to just clean it up and rebuild nothing except the road, if even. At least nothing had gotten too dark. From a certain perspective, the Hero Association didn't know how, but somehow not a single person had died during the entire fight. The homeless that usually lingered around the area had been evacuated hours before anything dangerous happened. The first responders had been knocked out and moved to a safe location in what should have been only minutes before the pros had arrived, instead of either being killed on the spot or left to die by the AEC's blast. That alone took a serious amount of skill. The large-scale fight with no deaths, the presumably single-target skill in taking down so many opponents in a short time, and the presence of what had definitely been an AEC, all pointed to one person that Nezu had his eyes firmly on. That person was someone he simultaneously did and didn't want it to be for complicated reasons, but those thoughts could wait until after the debriefing. If the debriefing ever finished, both Best Jeanist and Gang Orca couldn't even keep up with one criminal. Endeavor scowled at Gang Orca, the only one of the 2 heroes he was lecturing who was present. I can understand you effing it up, but Best Jeanist? It's insulting. None of us could keep up with Wraith. Gang Orca rubbed his arms, which were coated in gauze from the hundreds of nicks he'd gotten during the fight. I seem to remember all of us chasing him, Endeavor, and you didn't do any better than the rest of us. The battle of egos had already been going for 20 minutes with each hero trying to shift fault, both for their own pride and for their finances. Somebody's agency was going to have to pay for most of the repairs. But if they could worm their way out of the responsibility, it wouldn't be them. Truly, they were the glory and pride of the heroing world, arguing before the lawyers even showed up. Nezu zoned back out of this mess to focus on another mess. Wraith, and his very brief speech. I am here from the guild. But did that mean a guild as in some organized group? Or was the name of the organized group the guild? Either way, this implied Wraith didn't work alone, and Nezu figured there were 2 options, but they were technically the same option. He was sure he knew at least one member of that guild. It was just a matter of debate if the person he knew was Wraith. His message itself was cheesy, just his name and telling them to die. But then why not kill them? Was he telling them to metaphorically die? For their cause to die? Ronin had voiced similar but much less drastic opinions about heroism being faulty and, well, Nezu could spin theories for days. Wouldn't get him any results though. He could do a little compare and contrast. Namely, that gang orca was standing in front of him and still alive, not sliced in two by a single cut, which implied that even if the two people shared a lot of things, they didn't share Ronin's greatest weapon, his teleporting sword. The AEC seemed to tie back to Ronin, but it just tied back to whatever group Ronin was affiliated with. No one would freely carry around a weapon that big, meaning anyone who knew where Ronin stored it could have used it. The last 2 points were less concrete, but their body shapes were also described differently. Both were short, but where Ronin was lean, Wraith was muscular. This wasn't definitive though, like Wraith's shady exit. For the other point, Wraith leaving when he did made little sense, but it could have been done for a few reasons. One reason was that he wasn't confident in taking on 3 heroes at once, but since he challenged 4, had already beaten Best Jeanist, and had Gang Orca on the back foot at the time, that wasn't likely. More heroes weren't going to arrive, so he wasn't scared away by possible reinforcements. No, it was likely some unseen element that might have come from Wraith's own actions. Nezu imagined a guild made of people like Ronin wouldn't take kindly to the kinds of destruction Wraith had been doing. But if he looked at the shared elements between the hypothetical 2 members, it could be bad. A group made of just the 2 of them was ungodly, and he had no doubt the heroes that night were all at risk of dying, fighting just Wraith. If both Ronin and Wraith fought together, that risk would have become a certainty. The entire top 10 would be in danger against those 2 threats, considering how much skill they have, and that wasn't just a threat to the hero society. Nezu spared a glance for the debate on who would be paying for the roads, listening in for just a moment before going back into his thoughts. As fragile as it was getting these days, this guild might be a threat to all of Japan if the members were closer to Wraith's ideology. Ronin's teleport ability alone made him an excellent assassin, and he had hidden that for over 6 months. There was no doubt in his mind Wraith was similarly hiding his trump card, and if even half of this guild was as dangerous as these 2. On the other hand, this guild could be less like Wraith and more like Ronin, the man he had asked to come and teach some first-year students of his starting in just under 2 weeks. Besides, 2 people didn't really feel like a guild with so few numbers. It could be a cover for a duo, but it was more likely that several people worked behind the scenes to create these vigilantes, if you did still consider both of them vigilantes. Wraith and Ronin wore extremely similar costumes from the coats to their bodysuits. Even their weapons were similar but not the same. Wraith had a katana that also probably did something special, a pair of guns, but instead of Ronin's lightning spear he came packaged with some sort of fire axe. It was likely their equipment came from the same person. That made 3 people in this hypothetical guild: Wraith, Ronin, and an R&D person. Wraith might have been a recent member, but Ronin and this R&D person had worked together before. When Ronin came to design his support item in person, he had given tips on the creation, but he hadn't helped build any of the technology himself. He also took the blueprints, so he wasn't as likely to make the advanced weapons like his guns and sword himself. How long had the guild been operating? How many members were there? Nezu had so many questions. He smiled at the thought of a new mystery and challenge, right up until his phone buzzed unprofessionally in their meeting. He glanced up to see that the debate was still raging on before turning away slightly as he checked his phone. Did he leave it on? No, it was set for only very important messages, but this sound wasn't for any states of emergency. He skimmed through the reports and stopped dead, staring blankly at his phone. He blinked, wiped his eyes, and stared at the alarm before his smile shifted from the fake one he usually had plastered onto the genuine article. Just the man he was looking for. Midoriya really didn't think it'd be as easy as just walking into UA and going to see Recovery Girl. Made him feel kind of stupid for not doing it earlier when he hurt his shoulder, but at least there still were people at UA. When school was out, including his favorite UA employee, he needed some help with directions, but in the end, he arrived at the nurse's office. He wasn't quite sure how this was supposed to go, so he knocked but opened the door himself anyway. Usually, when he went to the nurse's office at his old middle school, he got an ice pack thrown at his head or told to stop faking it and get back to class. He was wearing the full disguise, including the cloak, the hat, and especially the umbrella. He had been using the umbrella as a cane, so when he accidentally put weight on his toe it would hurt less, as poorly thought out as that was. Seriously, he just manned up and didn't do anything when his shoulder was dislocated. But a broken toe sent him hobbling to Recovery Girl. He had some priorities to reevaluate. Wraith looked across the office. Everything was neat and orderly. Everything had a purpose, a reason to be there, and it fulfilled that purpose. The beauty of efficiency. Sitting at the desk across the room was a real heroine, the genuine article. He approached steadily, tapping the umbrella to alert her to their presence. "It's a good day to be seeing you, Recovery Girl." "You say that, but why do people only seek me out when they're having bad days?" Recovery Girl shook her head and turned to face Ronin, giving him the look over. "That walk says you're having a bad day right now. Sit on the bed, I'll be over in just a moment. How goes the suicidal life?" "Badly, I'm not dead yet." He walked to one of the beds, sitting on the edge and looking around the room at all the details. I'm at least getting my sleep now. At least, and what is this? She finished writing and slid off her chair, walking over and tapping his right arm with her cane. Still got that injury from firing that big gun, I see. Midoriya couldn't help smiling and rubbing his neck awkwardly. It was like his mom was scolding him again. He couldn't exactly get defensive. Right on the money. I got a few more, but that's probably the big one. Recovery girl shook her cane at him as she spoke to hammer the point home. You know this place isn't for just anyone, right? It's supposed to be for UA, students and staff, but here you are, going to refuse me after coming all this way. How cold. He laughed as she glared at him, giving him a whack upside the head before kissing him for his bullshit. Thank you. You managed to avoid Nezu this time. He's out at some meeting for some new big villain. Seems like they're crawling out of the woodwork these days. She shook her head while Ronin balanced himself, sitting back and getting into a meditative position. His toe was still sore and his shoulder still ached, but since he had been healing naturally, it didn't take as much energy as it would have for a fresh injury. He kept his breathing relaxed and took out what seemed to be his favorite food in the world at this point, another energy bar. Seriously, every time he put on the Ken outfit, he seemed to get stuck eating these things. Just more work to do. The irony of the situation was not lost on him, but by focusing on the pain and breathing, his poker face became practically impenetrable. Other than from an ironic angle though, her words were still true. Despite all their efforts, the crime rate still existed and was going to keep existing for years. They took down so many every single day, but more just kept coming. It was never ending, and that gave heroism, as a job, longevity. But was it still heroism if you were only doing it for the money? Heroism should be rewarded, yes, but modern heroism was going beyond just being rewarding. It had become a profession that was paid too much to do so little. It was also the reason they should probably get out of this trade. It would never end. Every victory was only temporary, only lasting until the next idiot with a strong enough quirk tried something stupid. DRR ring. DRR ring. Recovery girl turned away from him and started doing her job again, answering the phone and returning to her papers. Midoriya closed his eyes as he breathed, losing himself to the calm for a few moments as he planned out his short-term future. No fighting. He was trying to pick a direction to go from here, and it wouldn't do to have him muddying the waters. To at least pretend to be impartial, he'd sit back and watch. Plus, he wanted a break. Those kidnappies wouldn't save themselves, sure, but sometimes someone else could save them. He was tired. Training. He was supposed to train some UA brats, but he hadn't been given any details that were worth a damn. Hopefully, he could pick his own students so he could check up with Kaminari. He wanted to see how his old pupil had developed since they parted ways. To help their student, they themselves would have to have something to teach him. They would need to improve and develop skills worth learning. This should be done before the start of camp, and for the sake of time, it would have to be a skill they already had. What could they teach him? Their swordsmanship, sewing, Parker, sewing. Oh yeah, he and Aiko were supposed to hang out sometime during summer break. Sit. This was definitely the fault of bad planning. If someone had at least put that on a calendar, they wouldn't have this problem, but no, that would have been a good decision. And they didn't usually make those, like not killing Gang Orca when they had the perfect chance right in front of them. He was getting distracted and his mind was all over the place. Miyadori rubbed his eyes and went back to meditation. The quirk that healed him made him tired, so it was hard to get that focus you were supposed to have while meditating, leaving him distracted and his thoughts drifting. He needed to take a step back, clear his head, and, Nezu wants to speak to you, dearie. Midoriya's head snapped up as she woke him up, his attention snapping back just to drift back as he realized who he was going to have to talk to. He took one last deep breath and stood, taking the phone from Recovery Girl. What is it now, Nezu? Wraith's foot tapped quickly as he leaned on the desk. He wanted to get this over as quickly as possible, and if Midoriya hadn't wanted to stay longer to talk to Recovery Girl, they would have insisted they left as soon as they were fixed up. Manners be damned, all because of this rat. He would have done almost anything to avoid this rat. After waking up, his headache became a touch worse, making their mood much, much worse. Don't be so friendly. I just wanted to have a little chat. You get 5 sentences, and run-on sentences count as all 5. Hurry up. His head was killing him, and he wanted to deal with the task of balancing his vigilante work with checking up on Aiko. Every time Nezu got involved though, Ronin got caught up in more and more stupid shit. This time probably wasn't going to be an exception. Well, that's comforting. 1. Alright, do you know about Wraith? That prick. Yes, just thinking about Wraith pissed Midoriya off, trying to kill the top 10 heroes, just for a challenge. If it succeeded, they'd be the most wanted criminals in Japan. If it failed, they'd probably be dead at best. For all its talk of efficiency, Wraith was an idiot. Do you work with Wraith? Debatably, Wraith was trying his best here. but Midoriya couldn't be bothered to meet him halfway, the giant coward he was. What was the Hero Association going to do if he killed a few of their precious top 10 heroes? Send more of them to die. The Hero Association had powerful members, sure, but what did you do when the big guns weren't big enough? Nothing. They're a poorly thought-out organization of rich idiots, sitting on their asses and raking in money for not doing anything. Didn't think you'd admit that so easily. 4. When would you be available to come in and talk with me? I'll come in early on the day of the camping thing, and maybe then you'll explain what you actually want me to do. Goodbye. Midoriya handed off the phone to Recovery Girl and went back to failing at meditation, feeling even more tired than when Recovery Girl had used her quirk to heal him. He just wanted a moment of peace and quiet, but he also never seemed to give himself any time for that rest. Midoriya eventually stopped his internal rant over his own bad decisions. The past couldn't change, so it was better for him to learn from his mistakes and use them as a platform to build off of going forward. Would he succeed? Probably not, but he could try. Speaking of probables, it was probably best that he got going and rested at his house for a little bit. He'd pretend around his mom that his foot was still injured and assure her that he'd still be spending a week away in advance. So he'd have longer to convince her that even with his injured toe, he could go. If he wanted to stay true to his word and stick with his plan, he'd have to go to the camp, so that would need to be worked out first. Midoriya stretched, voicing his thanks to Recovery Girl, who was still on the phone, and stepped outside the office. He had too much to think about, so if he could straighten out everything, that would make things so much easier for him. He couldn't keep dealing with problems as they came up, forcing him to adjust on the fly. He needed to plan some things out. He rubbed his face to try and work on the growing headache he was developing. Getting to the camp came first. It was too important for their test for Hero Society to come any later. After that, training and Aiko. Training could be done whenever, so he'd ask Aiko first and plan around her schedule. Look at that. A nice, clear plan. Efficient. Only took 30 seconds, and half of that was just clearing his head. He was feeling better already. They really should stop running in circles, only getting through problems by the seat of their pants. No plan might survive contact with the enemy, but that implied that there was a plan in the first place. Finally, they were starting to see things through. Finally, they were starting to think. They moved quickly now, united by that nice little plan and finally finding a little focus. Midoriya smiled despite how tired he felt, walking through the front doors and out across the courtyard in quick time. He could practically already feel his bed. There was a large group of people standing around in the UA courtyard who looked vaguely familiar, but with how tired he was, that could be anyone from Katsuki Bakugo himself to somebody he met in elementary school. Midoriya moved around them while marveling how big some of them were. Seriously, one even had an orca head. That was pretty cool. He barely noticed a thing as he walked past them, thinking idle thoughts about sleeping for the next 20 or so hours. Midoriya looked over all the people in hero costumes and suits with blank thoughts, letting his mind slip away from reality. He could force himself to focus and think about what was going on here, but what was the point? He didn't have any big fights right now, so he might as well just relax and think small, light thoughts as he made his way outside. He looked straight past all these people at the gate out, marveling that there were so many people in a school during a vacation. Did this happen a lot? He didn't pay much attention to schools, so maybe there were programs or something that ran during the summer. Yeah, that would explain why there were so many people here. A few people looked at him, and he waved hello with an idle smile and not a single thought of the moment in his head. He was wondering if he could ask for dinner early and just go to sleep until that summer camp. Hell, he could sleep straight through it. He could sleep for years. Midoriya looked straight past everything even as someone came up right in front of him until she started talking to him. Then he had to zone back in and figure out what was going on. Ken, is that you? Oh goddammit. Oh goddammit. Ken, is that you? Oh goddammit. Oh goddammit. Ken, did he know a Ken? Tons. Kenjutsu. Kendo. Can't God give him a break? Alright, that last one bad. But he really didn't want to start a conversation here. He thought he knew who it was and he desperately hoped he was wrong. Probably. Not sure. Could be All Might. You never know. There, that was stupid and obvious enough it should answer any questions. Time to leave. He kept on his lazy smile and went to leave right as the person in front of him tried to throw out a kick. It was supposed to resemble a front kick, but someone hadn't started properly, making it much slower and weaker than it should have been. Wraith snapped into focus, zeroing in on that kick. It came from the ground in a straight line towards him, so he first stepped out of the way of the kick to ensure his own safety, then followed up with a counterattack by hitting this person's rising kick with his own sweeping kick, hitting her leg from the side and pushing it away from his body while allowing him to follow up with more kicks easily. It took a step back to give itself more room to kick, looking over its opponent. She moved forward to tackle him with amateurish technique, both arms splayed out. This attack was so wild and all over the place Wraith didn't bother to counter and instead weaved out from under her flailing arms. stepping back and away from the group to give itself a clear visual of what was happening. It's you, right? Right. You're alive. What? He looked over the person in front of him, taking in more than the movements and planning how to best deal with incoming attacks to actually see who or what he was dealing with. But deep down, he already knew and just really wished it was literally anyone else. He would have even taken Bakugo right now instead of her. Maruko wrapped him in a hug for some reason, patting him down and repeatedly asking "it's you" over and over again like some broken answering machine. Midoriya wasn't sure to question first why Maruko was at UA, or what kind of person greeted people with a kick then a hug. Looking over the crowd that was gathered inside UA's gate showed that it was most of the top 10 heroes. All Might wasn't there and was probably still inside, and Best Jeanist should still be in a hospital. Endeavor, Gang Orca, and Ed Shot were all in the middle of arguing and wouldn't notice him even if he was still wearing the Wraith outfit. A few spared him glances, mostly to see what Maruko was doing to some random old guy. The top 10 heroes seemed to have gathered at UA for some reason, but when he had a second to think, it was easy to figure out they were discussing something about Wraith. UA had meeting rooms, All Might, and state-of-the-art security. Best place for meeting about a new villain on the block and all the city blew up. Yes, it's me. Don't you know what personal space is? He shook his head as he placed his arms on her shoulders and took a step back, locking her eyes with his bandana. Last time they had been this close. He didn't want to think about that. The coward. What did you expect? A ghost? Maruko blinked a few times at him as it slowly sunk in that yes. He was a real human being. If only Bakugo had figured that one out, his life would be all the better for it. Maruko's face then lit up for some reason as she stepped up, ignoring his personal space and giving him a few heavy thumps on the back. He'd have bruises tomorrow. And he just got healed. Yeah, you are. You really are. He didn't understand what was happening or why she was laughing, but he'd just be grateful to get home in one piece at this point. The other heroes who didn't have anything to do focused on them, making this mess even worse. Oh, Maruko, who's this? Your dad. Now that was just insulting. They looked nothing alike, all right. They were both short, but that was the end of it. Who said that? Hawks, the laid-back one. Wraith had thought he might give them trouble in a fight, but that the storm would weaken him. But he never even showed up. He seemed incapable of taking things seriously. A useful note going forward. I am Ken, I have ears, and you can ask questions about me to me. Brief, polite, and to the point. All they could ask for. Well, maybe a little more polite, but they were heroes. They deserved it. He bowed as he spoke, taking a moment to step away again before his back gave out. On second thought, he should have just let Maruko answer the questions while he slipped away. Damn, that insight was a little late. We're not related, we just know each other from outside work. Maruko sounded extra emotional about this for some reason. Everyone's attention switched to her again while Midoriya began to slowly slip away. Hey old man, that was pretty rude. They were professional egoists after all. A good uppercut would fix that, and if they got the positioning right, the flyboy who said it might be flying in his dreams for a bit. Hawks didn't have any increased physical durability, so it would only take one punch. What's with that cheesy outfit? You an actor on some history channel, just retired, and trying to avoid attention. By stating their intention, it made it clear what they wanted to do. To drive that home, Wraith would even outline it further, which I must say, while I'm honored talking to the top 10 heroes in Japan, is not helping me avoid attention. I'll be taking my leave now. He didn't want to be caught up in their pace. So Midoriya made sure he never even entered it. This was just like a fight, but instead of lives being at stake, it was his sanity and free time. Things that right now had to admit sounded way more important to him. If he was starting to value downtime over human lives, he really did need a break. He broke off with another bow and turned to leave, forcing out the last of the attention he had. Midoriya had been awake and forcing himself to run in top gear since 1 in the morning, when he had to set up the fight with the pro heroes. Then he busted his foot like a dumbass and had been up ever since, going to the doctor to get it checked out before coming here. It was 5 in the afternoon and he was tired. He was hungry, he was sleepy, and he was sick of doing things. He wanted to relax for just a minute, and he needed to get out of here before Nezu showed up. That's why he set out with such determination, heading straight for the gate without another word. That's why he felt himself dying inside when Maruko kept pace with him and kept talking to him. You're all right, right? What are you doing here? Presently, I'm leaving. I'm all right now, thank you very much. Piss the F off. I want to die. Stop talking to me so I can run home and pass out. He didn't want to be a D, but he was not in the mood to put up with this. I'm fine now, just came to see Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl. Her ears perked up, and taking a guess based on her expression, she was thinking too much. You know her. How far back do you go? Wait, you're fine now. What happened? So many questions. Seriously, calm down. He didn't have the energy to deal with anything otherwise. I just got a few injuries in a fight. Nothing of concern. You got injuries in fighting. With who? She was definitely overestimating him if she thought he never got hurt. As Ronin, he got hurt all the time, he just never showed it. Wraith never got hurt, because unlike some idiot he actually paid attention during fights and didn't kick helmets with his bare foot. It's not that surprising that I would get injured. I got some when I fought you. His eyes flicked to the other heroes who were seeming to tail them, deliberately leaving out details like who won or who he fought. I'm not invincible. Just answer the question, Ken. At least he got out of UA and away from Nezu. But now he was sure at least Hawks was following behind them. Hawks seemed to be interested in messing with Maruko, so if he could ditch Maruko, Hawks would follow suit. That put him back at square one of trying to get rid of one person. Coworker's a strong word. Someone in the same industry as me. A coward's answer for a cowardly man. Fitting. What problem would come from answering Wraith? It didn't connect them, so there was no harm in it. But he was so scared he couldn't even offer these weaklings a hint of how close they truly were. Or maybe the weakling couldn't admit it, even to himself. It was the safer decision. The less connection between them, the better. Even if he became a villain, he wouldn't use Wraith's name because of how famous it was going to become. Even lasting as long as he did against the top 10 heroes was impressive. And he didn't want more top 10 heroes to show up on his first job. Plus, they might ask for his help arresting Wraith if he became a hero and if they knew that they had some sort of connection. Like a rival. You have a rival. She was dumber than they thought possible. She did know that you didn't have to be rivals to fight, right? In industries that involved fighting, people got into physical fights over differences of opinion like Endeavor and All Might. Well, they did that because they were idiots, but the principle behind it was still true. Maruko fought other heroes all the time. Wait, did that mean she thought she was their rival? Even he had to admit that Maruko would not be a hard fight. He beat her 3 times with no weapons at UA, and once with what boiled down to a fancy baseball bat. Coward, I suppose, though he's more like an ally I don't like. A rival could be an ally, but just saying they were rivals alone wouldn't cut it. Wraith chuckled at the thought. However, they had humored her for long enough and it was time to finish this conversation. What is it that you actually do, Mr. Ken? Midoriya's focus shifted to the second person tailing him that he hadn't even noticed, the Dragoon hero Ruku. Why was she here? She probably was either starting to recognize their voice from their days as Ranger, was interested in talking to Maruko, was interested in talking to them, or some combination. All that really mattered was that it was inconvenient and would need to be resolved quickly. These days, try and fail to avoid attention. He forced a smile, but he was trying to make it clear as politely as he could be bothered to that he didn't want to walk around with a bunch of top 10 heroes. Seriously, this was getting annoying. If only he could put this off until he was awake and aware. Well, to be fair, they weren't fully awake and weren't even close to fully aware. Otherwise, they would have thought of this sooner. I'm sorry, I'm pretty tired right now. How about we meet up later at the usual place and go from there? Really? You mean it? I mean, Maruko coughed and tried to regain the casual, confident air she hadn't had the entire time she was talking to him. Yeah, I guess I can make some time for that later. When's good for you, old man? So he was back to just being an old man while she tried to look cool. He enjoyed that his eyes were covered so he could roll them as much as he pleased while he sorted through possible dates. He had 12 days left before the summer camp. Tomorrow and Sunday he'd spend with his mom, leaving 11. Throw in Aiko and that left 10, but he didn't know when that would happen, so the sooner the better. 2 days. I'll see you at the bar. They waved goodbye, clearly and finally ending this waste of time. He moved down the street quickly before he descended into the sewers and drew his favorite sword, covering ground in record speed as he bolted through the tunnels. Maruko waved goodbye to Ken with a smile on her face, still wondering what could make that guy so tired. Home trouble. Big fight. Work. Suwoo. Maruko Hawks floated next to her, easily keeping himself at one height with his wings. Who's that really? Come on, give me details. Oh. Hey. Ruku smacked his head while shaking hers. What are you, 12? Don't be so immature about it. Hey, you want to know too? I know it. Ruku didn't deny Hawk's accusation, driving his point home more. See, now, Maruko, come on. Spill it. He's. At first Maruko was going to blow them off, but then she started thinking harder. I thought I ain't a martial artist. Hawk stared at her with what started as a blank stare but slowly grew into a smirk. You don't actually know, do you? He's really good at fighting, even better than me. And he gives really good old man advice. So, what's he actually do for a job? Maruko's silence spoke volumes. I think he's a martial arts instructor. He's really good at teaching and explaining how to fight. Really? Hey, think he'd give us a lesson if we asked? Hawks laughed while Ruku thought it over. But Maruko. Ruku didn't really use martial arts. She spent most of her fights as a dragon after all, but that didn't work in tons of scenarios. Any fight indoors she had to rapidly start and stop shifting to only partially get the effects of her dragon form. Otherwise, she'd grow too large and would damage either the building or herself. Martial arts would be a welcome addition to her arsenal. It sounds like it could be useful. What? I don't know. Why don't you ask him? Maruko was definitely getting flustered, which was what Hawks was after, but Ruku wasn't that immature. Alright, it was a little funny, but it wasn't her main goal. Seeing the usually cocky and confident heroine get defensive about something was at least an interesting side to see. Alright, by the way, what bar was Ken talking about? Ronin lay in the craft clubroom for what felt like ages, just trying to clear his mind. He removed the bandana from over his eyes, staring out the window with idle thoughts, thinking about the summer camp, about what he'd tell his mother, about what he wanted going forward. He was so indecisive he was literally coming apart at the seams. That wasn't good. He had been doing this for so long, but he never seemed to take a break. Just thinking about relaxing had made his body give out, forcing him to rest for a minute or two in a chair as he stared out the window. Midoriya pulled him one way. Wraith pulled him another. Right now, though, all he wanted was a little peace and quiet. Maybe Old Man Ken was the real personality after all. That got a chuckle out of him as he took off the wig, throwing it lazily across the clubroom. It slid across the poorly maintained floor, the floor that only he bothered to sweep and mop to make sure it looked pristine. If he didn't look after the floor here, would anyone? He pushed himself up in the thinly veiled and terrible metaphors down as he moved across the room, sluggishly picking up the hairpiece before trudging to the bathroom to put Ken's disguise away in a place no one would find if they scanned the club room. While he was changing clothes, he took a passing glance at the face inside the bathroom mirror. The eyes, once wide with wonder and joy, had become narrow and focused. The face was rigid like metal, unfeeling. Green hair went slightly past the shoulders, tied back to force some order on the mess of curls. Wraith once told him to look in the mirror, but he wasn't sure he knew what he was looking at anymore, or why that boy looked so worn down and tired. Where had the joy gone? The passion? What were they becoming? Instead of thinking too hard about it, though, he packed up his Ken disguise inside the bathroom so he could grab it if someone was inside the clubroom and headed to the Midoriya's apartment, shutting the door and leaving the school and those introspective thoughts behind. It was 6 in the afternoon when he climbed the last of the familiar steps, approaching the apartment they shared. It was pretty early to go to bed, but he was pretty tired to be up. He attempted to open, unlocked, then opened the front door, walking the entrance hall he'd seen so many times. The pictures that lined its walls and the memories that were trapped within put one last small but summer smile on his face. It was an odd feeling. "Mom," his voice echoed around the room before he heard a reply from the kitchen. "Izuku, you didn't go far, did you? How are you feeling?" Inko Midoriya approached quickly after speaking, coming to offer him help. "I feel pretty good now, I think." They had something planned to say, something important that he was supposed to say, but now Izuku forgot it. For today, that was pretty typical. "Someone healed my foot for me." He was pretty sure that wasn't what he was supposed to say, but he couldn't remember what he was, so he just kept on trucking. "I'm really tired now, but tomorrow. Something. I'll remember tomorrow." "Sure, that's great to hear someone helped you." Their mother flashed them a big smile as she helped him with his things. "Do you want to eat before you go to bed?" "Nah. Yeah. Some food would actually be really nice." He absent-mindedly walked past the table and grabbed the utensils, setting up the table and finishing by sitting himself down while he waited for the food to be finished. "Izuku." He woke back up with a small start, blinking. "You must be pretty tired if you're falling asleep here." His mom had a small smile on her face as she looked at him. "You're pretty cute when you're asleep, you little rascal. Worrying me like that." Izuku blinked, then smiled as well as he looked at her. "Don't worry, Mom. I'm pretty tough." "You might be, but you're still my baby. Here, eat up." She slid him a plate of food, but he wasn't awake enough to tell what it was. "Sorry, it's not katsudon. I was planning to make it tomorrow." Izuku took a second to notice the food was for him and nodded, taking small bites before his smile grew again. "It's great. Thanks. Are you doing all right? I thought you might be having problems at school, but ever since school ended, you've felt a little off." She was being so polite. "How's everything going?" It was going pretty good. But I don't think I'm satisfied with just good anymore. It had all been pretty good. Running around, beating up criminals, meeting heroes. But the further in he got, the more he realized how little he was really doing. I'm not sure what to do next. For every criminal he took down, 10 more took their place. For every good hero he met, there were dozens that were just criminals with licenses. Izuku had come to a fork in the road with no clear sign of what was the right choice. He didn't know if there even was a right choice anymore. "I thought I did know, then I thought I didn't know. I thought a lot, but it's just making my head hurt." Really, his headache was back. His head hurt a lot, so he stopped eating. "I'm trying to make a decision about what to do next, but I can't. But I have to." "That sounds pretty rough." Izuku nodded absent-mindedly and took a bite of one of his chopsticks for a minute before trying to put actual food in his mouth. "Your future's pretty important, so be sure not to rush this decision." "Make." He spoke with food in his mouth while still nodding. And, tall person. Something about a tall person. Izuku stared through the floor while his mind raced a millimeter a century, trying its hardest to remember what he wanted to do. talk about friends tomorrow. But he was here, so he might as well do it now. I wanna. Something about a friend. Tall friend. Aiko. Can I hang out with Aiko sometime? He was supposed to ask permission for something. Was that it? Probably. He was having a really hard time focusing now. That conversation earlier really drained it out of him. Add on running around the sewers and the streets, and his body felt like lead. In camp. His mom watched his gears spin for a minute and was just about to offer to take him to bed when he sprung back up. Camp for a week. That's what it was. I wanted to hang out with Aiko and camp for a week. What? What camp? I got invited to go camping. They said I could come. I wanted to go and meet one of my friends. How long had it been since he'd seen Kaminari? At least one while. He wasn't sure how long one while was, but it felt pretty long. See how he's doing. And Aiko. He forgot about Aiko entirely. That was just mean. Aiko's not at the camp, but we were supposed to hang out over summer break. All right, sleepyhead. Why don't you go to bed and we talk about this tomorrow? Izuku nodded with a pleasant smile glued to his face. Finishing his food and standing up, excusing himself from the table and hobbling to the bathroom to get prepared for bed. He got so much done. He talked to Recovery Girl. He talked to Maruko. He talked to his mom. He talked to basically everyone. Izuku's thoughts were so far from his actions they might as well have been in another galaxy by this point. He wasn't sure what he was actually supposed to do, but as he crawled into bed and closed his eyes, he was pretty confident he did it. They didn't follow the plan. They didn't follow even a single bit of the plan. All in all, it actually went pretty well. Honesty went a long way. He was supposed to pretend his leg was injured and mention the camping trip today, not last night while barely conscious. He was supposed to only mention Aiko in passing, not make a big deal out of it. Midoriya didn't remember everything that happened last night, but he remembered enough. He had seriously overshared and might have just F-ed himself over. All that planning and hard work, wasted by a lapse in judgment. He should have taken a nap or something, but he kept getting woken up every time he started to sleep, which just made it worse. Wraith enjoyed the honesty, straight to the point and efficient. That was the type of conversation that spoke to the heart, something Wraith couldn't do. It was interesting to think about a method of efficiency he could never achieve on his own. Now, they just needed to build off what they said in their stupor and press the advantage to make their points and make sure the plan worked. Midoriya washed and dressed slowly while trying to remember the details of last night. He thought he'd at least have to start drinking alcohol before he ran into this problem. But it seemed his own bad habits managed to outpace his plans again. He met his mom in the living room before he could think of any good plans. Hey Izuku, sleep well? Why yeah. How long was I asleep? About 16 hours. You were out like a light too. Healing that toe must have made you pretty exhausted. 16 hours. When was the last time he slept more than 7? Yeah, but it feels as good as new now. That was true. After the phantom sores from being so used to injuries were gone and his headache was cleared, his body felt great. He was still waking up, but he didn't realize just how tired he really was until he finally slept it off. I wanted to spend today with you, to butter me up so you can ask me about that camp and your friend. The ones you mentioned last night. Yup, honesty had worked so far, he'd stick with that method. I mentioned the camp about. Never mind, it's so long ago I don't even remember it. Having successfully gotten the ball rolling too far for Midoriya to stop, Wraith stepped back and Midoriya took over from there. It's a week outdoors, and it's free, but I do need to buy some stuff, and if you let me go we could stop by the mall, pick some things up. I've got some money saved. Inko looked over them with one eyebrow raised, seeing straight through all their bullshit in a single expression. You know, your father's quite the charmer. It's good to see you've got some of him in you. Tell you what, you buy breakfast and I buy lunch. Midoriya breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. It's a date. Any of these look good to you? Midoriya held a couple of shirts, placing each over his body to give his mom an idea of what it'd look like if he wore it. Well, they all look bad in their own ways. His mom managed to stifle her laughing while looking at her choices with her hand. But she couldn't stop the smile that showed on either side of her hand. I'm starting to think you're picking the worst options on purpose, Izuku. Would I do that? Next up was the hot pink one that looked disgusting with his hair. How's this? Does it bring out my eyes? That got a few laughs as she rubbed her head. Aren't you supposed to be looking for camping equipment? Yeah, but the camping stuff is just over there. Besides, where would it go? Think it's gonna go camping if we take too long. He put the clothes back on the rack and took the clothes his mom gave him, sorting through to find the ones he liked. Maybe we're both trying to pick the worst clothes. What? It's cute. Midoriya raised an eyebrow, pretty confident that some of these clothes were meant for children with size quirks. Whatever they were, he sorted through them until he found some clothes that suited him, buying them with his own money. They were at this mall to spend some well-earned time together and for Midoriya to relax. He got to enjoy the moment and slow down for a bit, planning out what equipment he wanted and was going to use. He compared the prices on tents, contemplated getting a sleeping mat, and messed around with his mom. It was a hot day, so for lunch they got ice cream, the healthiest lunch imaginable. Next week I'll go over to see Mitsuru. Did you want to come along? Katsuki might be there. Midoriya didn't even bother to stop chasing the droplets of melting ice cream at that guy's name, instead doubling down on making sure no ice cream was wasted by the heat of the day. Nah, I've got plans, but give my regards to Aunt Mitsuru for me. He laughed off the idea of poking fun at Bakugo and seeing how much he hadn't changed, but he could do that at the summer camp. No reason to get into a fight early. Alright, his mom said with a shake of her head, still slightly worried. If you have anything on your mind, Izuku, you can always talk to me, you know. Don't worry, the only thing on my mind is how much ice cream you're letting melt. He pointed with a finger, chuckling at his mom's surprised gasp as she started eating faster. The pair wandered up and down Musutafu before ending it in a very familiar bar. It was a little weird coming to Gigi's bar, a place he'd only been to recently as Ken. He did first find this bar through his mom though, so it only made sense that the two of them would return someday. If the food wasn't great, after all, he wouldn't have kept coming back for more. They'll have roast beef, potatoes, and carrots. He checked the menu to see if there were any specials going on tomorrow, and to see how much money he should bring. He was just going for a meal and to catch up with Maruko, not to sign up for more teaching. Not pork. Who are you and what did you do with the real Izuku? His mom chided him with cheap jokes so bad, it was like he made them. He'd probably use that one sometime later. They ate their appetizers over light conversation, sitting at one of the tables instead of the bar side that Ken favored. Wait, if he thought about it, if he really wanted to get away from Maruko, why didn't he just eat at one of the tables? She couldn't eat and talk to him at the same time if she was at the bar and he was at the table. How tired was he normally that he couldn't even figure that out? He laughed at his own stupidity, especially since it wouldn't do him any good tomorrow. He was coming here specifically to meet her, so there was no point in sitting at a table. He really did need a plan for these things, even if he didn't listen to it, just to see all the problems ahead of time and think of solutions that probably wouldn't work. He glanced up at one of his plans that went awry, this date with his mom. He had spilled the beans early and was supposed to try and get her to agree to his bad ideas here, but she had already agreed to them. Now he was just here to have a good time. How is it, Mom? Enjoy the date? He asked as he played with his chopsticks, smiling through it all in spite of how childish he looked. I don't know, it wasn't that classy. Mom put a hand to her chin, thinking through the day with a mischievous smile as Izuku snickered. Making me pay for my ice cream was a downer, but the breakfast was all right. 2 stars. What is this, a hotel rating system? You're an expensive date. Your dad said the same thing on our first date. Guess some things never change. She stared out the window, thinking through the past until her memories were disrupted by the arrival of food. Thanks. It looks lovely. You're outdoing yourself, Sazu. Izuku thanked the bartender as well and both dug into their meals, content to enjoy their food in friendly quiet. It had been a good day, and Midoriya wanted to enjoy every single moment for as long as he could. He unlocked and opened the door, letting his mom go inside first. Such a gentleman, escorting a lady home. Maybe I can raise that rating up to 2.5 stars. I live to please. He bowed grandly before his mom burst into snickers, ruining the overly fancy talk they had kept running all the way home. Thank you for today, Izuku. I really did have a great time. She gave him a big hug and a pat on the back before stepping back and looking him in the eye. I'm not entirely sure I like you going camping for a whole week after you just got healed, but I will support your decision. Thanks. He didn't break away from the stare down and smiled his best for her. They stayed staring just long enough for it to get a little awkward. Well, I'm gonna call Aiko and set up a time to hang out now. Have a good time, sweetie. He went off to his room still smiling, and a little unsure why. The phone rang once, twice, 10 times without an answer. This is the right number, right? Midoriya checked to make sure he was trying to call Aiko. Yup, he got the right person. He'd just have to leave a message. The phone beeped to take his message. Hey, this is Midoriya. I'm calling too. Flick. Hey Midoriya. His hand slammed into the wall as he heard Aiko's quirk. But it didn't sound like Katsuki anymore. It sounded kind of like. Wraith always knew he was a coward and was getting a pretty good laugh out of this. Wraith knew Hero Society would fear his name for years, but even little Midoriya was scared. How cute. Hey Aiko, you're using your quirk again. How's it going? Sorry, I'm pretty good. He patiently waited for her to continue the conversation for a few seconds, but it was pretty clear she froze up. Again, he was starting to think she had heard her phone ringing but didn't answer it out. He wasn't really sure why yet. All right, happy to hear it. You said you wanted to hang out over the summer. Did you still want to do that? Yes, I'd really like that. He had to hold the phone away from his head to stave off her enthusiastic shouts as her volume quickly increased. It became clear again that he'd be the one leading this conversation when she didn't even try to continue it on from there. Cool, I'm not good for tomorrow. Do you have any days that don't work for you? Any day that's really good for you? Thursday would be great. Please. At least this time he was prepared for the sudden shouting. I mean, Thursday would be a good day for us to meet and stuff, not that I couldn't do Thursday. Don't worry, I understand. He was prepared right until the second time she shouted. She stopped talking, so he naively thought it was safe to put the phone back to his ear. Thursday, meet up at your house again. ... Yes. Consistent volume, it seemed, was something he'd never get. A shame. I'll buy. And right after she was at her most quiet, she switched to her most loud. Of course, anything else might make sense. Wouldn't want that. Midoriya checked, noticed that Aiko forgot to hang up, and finished the call. At least he finally had a plan that had all the durability of tissue paper. He couldn't wait to see how this one went wrong. Next up was Wednesday, and dinner with Maruko. Eventually, Wraith planted his feet on the soil, eyes closed as he listened intently, letting the first overtake him. The wind that rustled the leaves, the chatter of birds, the stream flowing, it all served to set him at peace. His breathing was slow and steady, calm and paced. The serene style he rarely bothered to use set his mind and heart at ease. His chest rose and fell rhythmically as he lost himself in his surroundings. The sun trickled through the leaves, warming him up. The wind tugged at his clothes, pulling every which way. He stood still, letting the world wash over him while he enjoyed a small piece of serenity. Maybe if he enjoyed it enough, he could take even just a tiny bit of it with him. To be calm was not a part of Wraith's nature. This was a foreign experience to the world it usually emerged in, a whirlwind of pain and noise as it was forced to fight to keep them moving. Right now, though, this world wasn't a whirlwind, just a gentle breeze. The shouts and screams of men being torn apart were just in his memory. His eyes slowly opened, looking over the scene in front of them. It was peaceful, just like that shopping trip yesterday. That trip had been so out of Wraith's element, all he could do was sit back and watch. It was unnerving, but he still liked it. How peculiar. Wraith stretched its body for 10 minutes, warming up to make sure it was in top condition before it began to move. Wraith moved through the forest with its trademarked speed, eyes focused but in constant motion as it leaped between trees, slowly losing its connection with the ground. What had started as a sprint through the woods turned into a complicated dance, jumping over and pushing off of trees to go faster or change direction before suddenly coming to a crashing halt. Wraith was out in the woods not just to relax, but to begin the next training, Parker in the outdoors. There were a few things that carried over from City Parker to Natural Parker. The techniques were all the same, but more control was needed every second. Cities were solidly built and you could put confidence in almost all of your footholds. In nature, it took a careful eye and a little guesswork to find good places for footwork. That was why he kept crashing in the middle of his intricate dance as footholds that looked solid proved otherwise. The ground was the best bet for a solid position, but he didn't want to be restrained, so he kept on crashing as his eyes were slowly forced to find new ways to tell what was safe and what was not. Every dance lasted a bit longer as Wraith slowly adjusted to its new settings, moving across the forestry for hours until it was time to leave, moving out of the forest with the same speed it had used to move inside it. Midoriya moved around the Parker gym like a bat out of hell, finding relaxation inside the work. It was heart-pounding and required a lot of effort, but the lack of danger gave him an unfamiliar sense of relief as he lost himself in the speed. Midoriya moved through the city streets constantly, but it was only in this little gym that he could find so much fun in just moving around. He took irregular breaks as he lost track of the time frequently but always kept a watchful eye out for someone he hadn't been looking for in a long time. However watchful his eyes were though, he couldn't find the sleepy kid. He couldn't blame him. That might have been the worst speech he ever said. Midoriya shook his head at the memory, trying to clear his head for a second. He finished off his water and did a quick stretch before getting back into the rhythm of moving again, losing himself in the movements. You really should have picked a time for this. Ruku checked the clock as she met up with Maruko, a heroine who she'd never normally meet up with outside of work hours. It was late in the day, but with the changing of seasons, the sun was still up for a little while longer, and you shouldn't have tagged along. Besides, this is the time he's been here every time I've come, so it's the time he's gonna be here now. Maruko was annoyed that she got scammed out of her one-on-one time with Ken, and now that she had a little time to think, she had some questions lined up for him. How did Yakuza Hunter know Ken? Could he teach her again? Alright, she only had 2 questions, but they were pretty good questions. How else am I supposed to meet this martial arts master? Ruku took easy jabs at Maruko, but she really was a little excited to meet this Ken person. She wondered who Maruko would consider a good enough martial artist to try and learn under. The last time they had met, he seemed barely awake but polite. What would he be like when he was fully awake? Calm and collected or loud and boisterous? He'd probably be very powerful if Maruko found him interesting, since she only cared about strength. Ruku had a lot of guesses about what Ken would be like from meeting him and the heroine's conversation after he left. Maruko seemed to get very defensive over him but know very little about him. Did he help you with something? You can tell me honestly, I'll keep it off the record. What? No. Her answer was straightforward and knocked aside any guesses Ryukyu had about their relationship until Maruko took a step back. Well, he tried to, but I didn't listen. He's really smart when it comes to fighting. He took me down in one hit 3 times. Ryukyu was amazed that Maruko would ever admit something like that. Ken had mentioned that he had gotten injured last time they fought, but she didn't imagine that Ken didn't just win those fights, but managed to beat a top 10 hero in one hit. He gave me advice that I didn't listen to. I could have beat Yakuza Hunter if I did. He says a whole bunch of things, but they only make sense later. Maruko got lost in her memories, remembering one of his weirdest quotes that stuck with her ever since she got her ass handed to her by Yakuza Hunter. That doesn't sound useful. Who needed advice that only made sense in hindsight? Ryukyu was having a hard time trying to get a grip on what Ken was actually like as they reached Gigi's bar. Then leave. Maruko made her opinion on Ryukyu being here clear as day, glaring daggers like they were arguing over a boyfriend instead of just talking about a martial artist. I think I'll just talk to him myself, Ryukyu replied without batting an eye. It was somewhat rude, but she came this far. Leaving at this point would just be waste of time. Just don't make me look bad. Maruko stopped glaring at Ryukyu as the two entered the bar and approached the old man sitting at the bar side with a menu in hand. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.